Oh, Jimmy Mack, it is a thirsty Thursday indeed. While you're drinking that coffee, this is Road Gang Radio live from the good old Degas house in the beautiful New Orleans. Welcome.
I do feel welcome, by the way. I feel welcomed here at the Fastport studio. Don't forget, guys, that Fastport is out there solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. Hey, guys, welcome to Road Gang Radio, the first half, of course, where we make a living. Getting a big shout out there to all of our friends who are already over in the chat. Over in YouTube, by the way, our good friend, the Paranormal Pie Man, has just told the Turtle, good morning. By the way, good morning to Touchdown Tara Garris. Hope you are doing well. Now the proud owner of a house that doesn't exist. You like that? She owns a house that does not exist. Does that make any sense to you? Anybody picking up what I'm laying down here?
Just a little bit, a little construction.
Well, yeah, I mean, they got a lot of work to do over there, but essentially she and the hubby are actually the real deal. Okay, so one of the things we're going to be talking about a lot on this show over the next couple of days, next couple of weeks, part of an ongoing conversation of shortages, but not the kind of shortages you're thinking about, by the way. Not the kind of shortages that we always hear about that really, according to Mark Schwemmer and a lot of people, and yours truly behind this microphone, there are no driver shortages. Well, there is a driver shortage, I've always said. There's a driver shortage. Jim Park would agree. Louis Pugh to some degree would agree. There's a shortage of good, steady, retainable drivers out there. I think there are enough great drivers out there to actually do the job and get the job done. But I think a lot of those folks have walked out of the industry, have said, you know what, I don't want to keep up with this anymore. There are other things I can do, given my work ethic, given my skill level. I can make all that kind of stuff happen. It's all quite possible. That being said, there is a shortage that is for real. It's so real, as a matter of fact, that our friends at Republic Services built themselves a school to address the problem by purchasing an old airport and turning it into a school and actually putting up the people who go there. I mean, really putting them up, making sure they got a place to live, guaranteeing them a job, giving them 2 years of training. And that, of course, is diesel technicians. Here is the word from our friends at Transport Topics. A scarcity of diesel technicians facing career obstacles that include low pay rates and high tool cost is a widening concern for a trucking industry that depends upon them. And that's according to our friends at ATRI. Here is what the 61-page report had to say. I'm going to read all 61 pages. You ready? Okay, now, the lack of qualified diesel technicians is a growing problem for all industries that operate heavy-duty equipment. This issue is particularly acute in trucking, where 65.5% of shops were understaffed in 2025 and 19.3% of positions were unfilled on average. Whoo! 1 out of 5 of every shop has a position open on the average. Addressing the shortage of qualified diesel technician was authored by our friends, Vice President Dan Murray, and regular contributor on this particular show, Alex Leslie. And by the way, what is this particular show? If you are actually yakking it up on the tube of you, if you are finding some friends over on Facebook, if you have the audacity to turn on the Odyssey, you are listening to Nemo Nation Road Gang Radio. We should write. It's all part of RadioNemo.com, where you can subscribe. And by the way, if you haven't already subscribed on YouTube and you're listening over there, I suggest you hit that button now and be part of that ever-growing number. Lots of fun stuff going on today. Today's the day, by the way, I drive my dad to his physical therapy. And, you know, we've been talking a lot with folks like Jeremy Remmer, who is the guy that came up with Project 61. I'm not sure if you guys know this, but 61, Madison, you know what the 61 in Project 61 stands for?
I do not.
It's the age. Now, if you forget this from moving on this point, it means you don't care about these drivers. It is the age at which the average driver is actually leaving the world.
Oh, wow.
That's a bad scene.
That's a short lifespan.
That's a short lifespan is what that is. That is not a good scene. That means there's a lot of men and women out there, particularly men, who are dropping dead at 61. And, you know, I am encouraging people to remember, because we've been talking about this as well, too. And something I want to kind of talk about is 615-292-6366. For those of you who have lost weight, for those of you who struggle to lose weight, and for those of you who give up, is to give up people I want to focus on here, is that I have this theory that there's a point at which you get so heavy and you get so out of shape and your eating habits get so bad and you start saying stuff to yourself like, well, look, I don't have anything else in my life. At least let me have my 32-ounce Slurpee. I don't have anything else in my life. At least let me have my bag of Funyuns. I don't have anything else in my life. At least let me have all this salt and sugar. It's all I have. And look, there are a couple of things at play here. First of which is the fact that I get it. When you feel alone, when you feel isolated, when you don't feel comfortable in your clothes, as I said when we talked to Joe Lombardo, when you don't feel comfortable sitting on the toilet, shame begins to drift in there. Mm-hmm. And when that shame begins to drift in, you give up.
Yeah.
And you say, why bother? And you say, what is the point of all of this kind of stuff? And I don't know if you are familiar, Madison. I know a lot of people out there listening right now, children of the 70s and 80s are. Richard Simmons. You know who that is?
I do. Yeah.
Okay. What people forget about him in regards to all of the nasty jokes that used to be made at his expense and all the kind of making fun of his flamboyance is that there's a lot of people who used to kind of have these workout things where it's about getting ripped. So much, if you look online now, is people who want you to get ripped. Mm-hmm. Get ripped. Get that washboard going. You know what I'm saying? That, everybody is suddenly like
that
trying
Greek god.
Yeah, Greek gods. I mean, basically, how do I become a Greek god? And of course, that sets up, body dysmorphia and expectations of what health was. Used to make the ladies in particular, it was toxic. Mm-hmm. It, rather than fixing itself with the ladies, it has now drifted into the guys. This is not what the parody was supposed to be. We were supposed to cut the ladies some slack and let them operate the same way the guys did. Instead, it's been like, well, since women got to be perfect, you got to be perfect too. Where's my washboard ab? And when that becomes the destination, it becomes an impossible destination. Mm-hmm. The only people that have six-pack abs are people who do that for a living.
Right? You have to live an insane lifestyle to be able to achieve something like that.
Yeah, and the lifestyle you have to lead to achieve something like that involves dehydration too. Yeah. Because anytime you see anybody in a movie or at the pool who looks ripped like that, they have deliberately starved themselves for that particular moment to show off their abs. Yep. And Dre is nodding and Madison is nodding. All of that is a long-about way of saying, I'll make this really simple, all of that's a long-about way of saying we get back to Richard Simmons.
The guy that played Wolverine,
Hugh Jackman won't do it anymore. He straight up said he won't do it anymore. He said he did 36 hours of dehydration to take those famous shots. And by the way, I have no problem with what he was doing. I have no problem with what Christian Bale was doing, both for The Machinist and then to go from there to Batman. There's a moment, by the way, Madison, in Batman Begins, where he's up on a platform getting hit by sticks. Mm-hmm. And he actually, after being in The Machinist, bulked up. Christopher Nolan said, I need you to be a big Batman. He showed up and he went, that's too big. But there's one shot of him doing training early on in the movie where you see that physique. And it's not fat. He's a bruiser. He's like Bane size. He's like monstrously big. And he said, don't do that. All of this gets back to Richard Simmons in this way. You know what Richard Simmons would do? He would sit down and there'd be some heavy-set woman, but she'd be in a good mood, like, oh, this woman's got a chance at losing some weight. Mm-hmm. It's okay. She'd already lost the weight. He's like, we got a long way to go, but tell people how much you weigh. And she'd be like 380 pounds. How much you weigh now? 240 pounds. Now, she was still overweight. Yeah. But all Simmons was saying is, he said, I don't care if you have a washboard stomach. What I care about is, can you pick your grandson up? Right. Can you go for a walk? Can you actually go to a Target or a Walmart or any place or a nice upscale store and be able to shop in the normal racks?
Yeah, and I think people also need to give themselves some grace and understand that it's a chemical addiction almost, because sugar is
the worst.
And also a lot of these processed foods that we eat are like engineered to be addictive. So it's not completely your fault, but you do have to take the steps to break that cycle.
Up until the moment when you realize that it is your fault, it's not your fault. I don't mean that it's your fault. What I mean is there is a moment of awareness. Like I've always told people that unless you have schizophrenia, if you have mental health problems and you are diagnosed and have been prescribed medication and prescribed, therapy and all that stuff, and you refuse to do that, that's your fault. But until the moment of discovery, it's not your fault. Now, the moment it's discovered, you say, oh, my God, I got a sugar addiction. And by the way, sugar addiction, for the most part, is not like alcohol addiction or nicotine addiction. You can still have sugar because it's unavoidable. It's in so many things that are good for you. But there is got to be a point where once you know, and then full-grown man, full-grown woman.
Oh, yeah.
You got to make some decisions.
I had one. I had to like look at myself in the mirror and be like, okay, why do I crave like sweets all the time? And it's because it's all correlated to stress. And so, and it doesn't mean you can't have sugar. It just means that you need to change the type of sugar you're consuming. So reading the backs of labels, making sure it's not high fructose corn syrup and things of that sort. It's natural sugars like honey or cane sugar.
Well, honey, by the way, has all kinds, especially if you get it like literally like off the back of a truck or from someplace that's actually, okay, really quickly, here's something else you can do too along with reading. I call it a 3-step process. You want sugar. Okay, step number 1, drink a big glass of water.
Yep.
Do you still want sugar? Find yourself a little piece of protein, some nuts, maybe a little beef jerky, something that is protein-oriented. Slowly chew that, swallow it. Take a moment. Do you still want some sugar? Maybe you need some sugar. I don't know. 615-292-6366. Let's get to the first phone call. Who do I got? Madison with a T.
I didn't screen him, but it says Thomas Bray up on here.
Oh, put him on. Hey, man. He's calling in early. Hey, Tom, how you doing?
I'm doing fine, Jimmy. How about yourself?
I'm fine. Can you give me a second to talk to the other caller? Because I gotta get you queued up to come in for the real deal, brother.
Please do. Please do.
All right, thank you. Good to hear from Tom. We'll get to that in a second as well, too. Who I got, Madison? Put Tom back on hold?
Yes, I put Tom on hold, and we've got a Kenneth.
Oh, I know who that is. Weasel, good morning to you.
Hey, morning, folks.
How you doing, brother? What's going?
Oh, good. Trying to sneak down through Colorado Springs, and right now, and it's not going too bad.
Nice.
They have all these funny orange things out all over the place. They sprouted up again down through here.
Oh, it's construction season, isn't it?
Yeah. At least they had the chain up deal closed, so I didn't need to chain up.
Oh, all those funny orange things. Okay, so what is on your mind this morning? What's going on? What are you thinking about?
You guys are talking about getting ripped, 6-pack abs and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Have any of you ever seen the bits of Anatoly the cleaner on the internet?
No, but I'm looking that up today. Anatoly the cleaner. Anatoly the cleaner. Okay, so tell me about Anatoly the cleaner.
He goes around in all these gyms acting like he's a janitor, doing mopping and stuff like that. And there's all these guys lifting all this weight and stuff like this.
Oh, and he helps people out. He spots people, then he gets involved and gives them better technique and all that kind of stuff. And it ends up most people tell him to kind of drop dead, but every once in a while, like one of the women who's like really in shape takes the note and like, oh, that works. He's like the trainer who like disguises himself as a janitor. I got that right?
Yeah, and he walks around in baggy coveralls. He's like 5'5" or 6 maybe, and walks around in baggy coveralls. Doesn't have a great big build, not the Hulk Hogan build or anything like that. He looks like a scrawny little thing, and he walks around with a 32-kilogram mop. And he asks people to hold his mop, and all you hear is a clunk when they grab a hold of it. It's funny.
I got to check it out. Weasel, we wanted to get you in. We're going to be talking to Tom for a lengthy period here. So let me let you go. We're going to do the Pledge National Anthem, and we're also going to do a little bit of Pastor John. So do me a favor, say, this is Road Gang Radio, and now here's your moment of reflection. Can you do it for me?
This is Road Gang Radio, and now for your moment of reflection. And thank you, Jimmy Mack. Thank you, Matador. And thank you, Dre. You guys have a good day.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John. Brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Thursday. Good morning. Today is the day before Friday. Hey, want to share this with you from Psalm 143, verse 8. Psalm 143, verse 8. He says, let me hear, watch what he says now. Let me hear in the morning of your steadfast love, for in you I trust. Make me know the way I should go, for to you I lift up my soul. You know what the songwriter is telling God? And what God is saying back to him, if you come to me, I'll tell you which way to go. If you come to me, I will make your morning better. If you come to me, I'll make your soul have peace. You know what God is telling you and what he's telling me? Come to me. He says, come to me, because if we go to him, he promises to make things better. And I promise you, there is not a person that's listening to this today that does not want life to be better. Amen. Amen.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
We always striving to be better, Jimmy. Nicely said, Pastor John. So now let's get to good old Tom Bray.
Before we actually do that, let me remind everybody, as we always do, that this show will end and immediately be followed by our friends with Trucking with OIDA, Scott and Ashley. There's big news out of the EPA, which responded to concerns about diesel exhaust fluid with some action. The goal is to prevent sudden shutdowns in trucks and other diesel-powered vehicles. They're going to break down the announcement and analyze what comes next with Louis Pugh, Jim Jefferson, and Jay Grimes of OOIDA, plus Thomas Balzer, CEO and president of the Ohio Trucking Association, on the big truck parking push in the Buckeye State, the new caucus in the State House dedicated solely to trucking, and more. We actually got a chance to get our good friend Scott Greneth and Chris Hughes, by the way, who is of the ODOT, to come on and talk about that. The more we can kind of have this conversation. Keep your eye on Ohio, guys. Keep your eye on Ohio, because that becomes, as we've always said, the states of the great laboratories. Laboratory. I know we say laboratory, but I'm a big fan of Boris Karloff. Laboratory of democracy. They're also the laboratory of how you drive. I mean, what works in one state will work in another often, sometimes despite the geographical challenges. Ohio is making one of the biggest parking pushes in a long time anywhere. 1,400 at 33 sites across the state. 1,400 spots at 33 sites across the state. That is a genuine dent, as opposed to, we opened 20 spots in a rest area, Mama. No, that's not happening here. What's happening here is a genuine push to reform the way parking happens across the state of Ohio. If that program works, don't be surprised if Kentucky, Michigan, and Indiana and other states close by begin to follow suit. Our good friend Tom Bray is somebody that I met. Good Lord Almighty. I've known you for a decade, close to a decade now. And Tom has been doing a segment with me. For those of you who don't know the history of the Dave Nemo show on the previous platform, Dave did a slow boil, little lobster boil on everybody. He started to give me Fridays after I took over the weekend gig with Claire Marie. He gave me Fridays, and then he dropped Wednesdays in there. There's a debate about why he dropped Wednesdays in there. And then I shifted over from Wednesday to Thursday, and I took over Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday as Dave began to kind of scale back what he was doing. One of the segments I picked up, because I picked up that Thursday, was talking to Tom Bray about hours of service. And by the way, I'll take full credit for it, Tom. I came up with the name On the Highway with Tom Bray. And this segment, has been running for quite some time. I've talked about it before. Ten Ring is over in the chat. I made a big point of giving him a call out when I got deeper into this job. There were people who welcomed me here and all that kind of stuff. Tom was one of the first person to really make me feel like I had a future at this, where we had a good time, where we look forward. I can't tell you guys, Claire Marie would say this from the bottom of her heart, the emails between Tom and Claire talking about not just the topic, but the seasons of the year are some of the most entertaining emails we've ever gotten. One of the nicest people that I know, and a good guy as well, because there are people out there who are nice who aren't so good. Tom is both. And he is joining us for his last On the Highway with Tom Bray. So we'll make this a little extended. If you want to give us a call at 615-292-6366 and just join us and tell Tom thank you for all the work he's given. We love you. Although we will say don't call if it's not safe. That's an important thing as well, too. Tom, hey, why are you retiring? Why?
Oh, why? We want to take advantage of our golden years, I guess you might say. My wife and I are looking forward to doing some traveling around the country and checking things out. She's been retired for a couple of years now, so the pressure's been on and the opportunity's here now. So we're going to go ahead and do it and take our camper with my little office in the back and travel around the country.
Where are you going to go? Because it's time. I would agree, my friend. You've earned it. I'm sorry to see it happen, but you have absolutely earned it. Have you finished Andor yet, though? Because I won't let you retire until you finish Andor.
Oh, man. No, I have not.
Oh, my God.
Sorry.
That's okay. I can live with it.
I wandered off. My wife dragged me off into some other stuff, so you know how that goes.
Oh, my God. Well, I can't make any other recommendations because I know I'll put you guys deeper into the weeds. But where are you guys thinking about traveling when you go there?
Oh, we're talking about, we want to go down. There's a place in Missouri that has caves that you can drive in with a golf cart and check out. We want to do the Route 66 thing, and I want to do Old 30, you know, the old C.W. McCall song, you know, drive Old 30 one more time. Coastal Highway, you know, California 1. My wife's from California. I spent time out there. You know, we neither one of us have ever driven the Coastal Highway, even though I lived right on the coast for a little bit. So, you know.
Okay, I approve.
Stuff like that.
I approve. Driving the Coastal Highway is like take your breath away. You need to buckle up because you're going to love every inch of that drive. Unbelievable.
Yeah, we want to do the change of colors in New England. You know, start in Maine and work our way down. As a friend of mine from New Hampshire pointed out, because I was going to start in Boston and drive my way up. And he said, no, the better way to go would be to drive from Maine down to Boston. That way you can run with the colors. And so it's like, that makes sense.
Oh, you're going to be a peeper.
Kind of stuff. Oh, yeah.
Leaf peeper.
But we're looking forward to becoming a tourist, professional tourists.
By the way, that is an ideology. My friend points out all the time that tourism is maybe the greatest ideology of all time because there's so many other ideologies that like force you into an argument with people. You can say I'm a socialist and all hell breaks loose, you know. But if you say I'm a tourist, people just rally around you. I think it's pretty fantastic. We're going to rally around you today, my friend. I can't thank you enough for all the miles and smiles, as Dave likes to say. Okay, so let's kind of talk about the fact that what we usually talk about around here, which is rules, regulations, and what it is you got to do. And I call this Trucking 101. I call Talking with Dean Freight 101. I call Talking with You Trucking 101. I've told every single person that works here, if you don't know enough about trucking, simply go find those segments, put them on, and get them back going on here. So let's talk about hours of service, okay? There have been some discussions of changing hours of service, but let's go back to the beginning and kind of explain to people why we have hours of service. I mean, you and I love a good origin story, so let's get the HOS origin story, shall we?
Yeah, this is one of those that some people have kind of heard a little bit about, but don't really know. But this whole thing started with hours of service with the Motor Carrier Act of 1935. So, you know, you're talking a long, long time ago. That's back when the ICC ran the trucking industry as far as the regulating body. And what they had to do is the ICC was congressionally directed to establish driver qualifications and maximum hours of service for drivers because of what was going on in the industry. It's fun reading historical records on this because it was kind of like the wild, wild west at the time. Bad things were happening all over the place. So it was like, we need to get qualified people driving these trucks. We need to make sure they're not fatigued, which, you know, here we are how many years later, and that's still a discussion that comes up. But the actual rules were proposed in 1936, and they went into effect in 1938, which, that kind of rule-making process was back then, was still time-consuming. And there was a comment in the documents back then that was just interesting. And I'm going to read this to you word for word. It is obvious that a man cannot work efficiently or be a safe driver if he does not have an opportunity for approximately 8 hours of sleep in 24 hours. It is a matter of simple arithmetic that a man who works 16 hours a day does not have the opportunity to secure 8 hours of sleep. Allowances must be made for eating, dressing, getting to and from work, and the enjoyment of ordinary recreations. That last part's the one that always struck me when I read that, because I've read this several times. And that's the one that always struck me. It's like, you got to have a life besides just driving the truck. That's the big thing. You got to get rest. You got to eat. You got to exercise. You guys were talking about that just a minute ago. And you got to have time for what they referred to as ordinary recreations. Doing other things besides being in that truck. Back in those days, blasting down the highway at 30 miles an hour.
It just strikes me as really sad that they, like I said, we have a document that actually founds this country, that is the opening salvo shot of who we are: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And even as far as 1930, starting in 36 and then getting passed in 38, it takes them that long to kind of say, when it comes to actually driving a truck, that we may actually need to make some time to let these people recharge. And the thing about it that makes me really sad is that how long it always takes people to catch up to the idea that you've got to stop working at some point if you want to keep working. And that's such an important thing that I think, and that's a lesson. We talk about the idea of sleep deprivation you've talked about up to this day, Tom, and we still wrestle with this. And I don't know if it's a cultural thing with Americans in general, the Puritan work ethic, if it's a capitalist thing, the idea that I'm going to get every single ounce of productivity out of you before I kind of throw you into a dustbin. But this continues to be a problem. And is that why we continue to see tweaks to the regulations? It's that push-pull between people that want more quality of life and people actually that want to just make as much money as they possibly can. Is that what's going on?
The push and pull are, when I was a driver, I made money by making the wheels go round. I was a mileage driver, So if the wheels went around, I was making money. If they weren't going around, I wasn't. So my motivation was to make them go around as much as possible. And that's one of the big pulls or big pushes in the industry. And we got to get as many miles as we can. There's also, the flip side of the coin is, okay, well, you got to make sure you're adequately rested so you're not making bad decisions. That's the big thing about fatigue. Part of it is, falling asleep at the wheel. That's a big hazard, of course. But the other part of it, the insidious part of it that a lot of people miss, is the decision-making deterioration that you go through when you're fatigued. Because a lot of things happen once you get to the point where you're beginning to suffer the effects of fatigue. One is that you don't believe what you just saw. Did that just happen? Did that really? Because your level of acuity is faded, and you're just not as sharp as you should be. Well, what ends up happening then, your perception is off, your decision-making is off, and your reaction time is slower. So even though you're not falling asleep, you're not as safe as you need to be. So, that's the other side, that's the other big push, or the other big pull, is let's make sure these guys and gals are safe when they're driving out there. Everybody wants you to come home safe. I mean, that's a goal that everybody should have, and that's the other big influence here. And then there's also the influence that, hey, I want to live a life. That's when I drove truck. I managed to run a hobby farm on the side. So, you want to have a life. And I also hunted and fished and all that fun stuff people living in Wisconsin do. But you got to have that life outside of the truck. Otherwise, you become just for lack of a better term, become just a zombie. I'm just going to drive till I die. And that's not the way you want to live your life.
By the way, that's why I kind of, before you came on, talked about the Project 61 thing, because that is not a long enough lifespan. That is just, that hits like a ton of bricks. Okay, so a couple of things here. You talked about the idea of making money off of turning the wheels, and the model of making money that way, as opposed to, there are other models of making money behind the wheel of a truck, but the idea of that model of turning the wheels, I would like you to kind of break down, to give people a sense of it, 1938, what those rules were. I mean, you read the overall kind of comment, about the idea of that results in the enjoyment of the ordinary recreations. But what were the original limits? How did they place limits, and what were the rules of the road in 1938?
Yeah, and this is the interesting thing. The original rules, driver couldn't be on duty for more than 15 hours out of 24. So they went by a 24-hour clock. So you had no more than 15 hours of duty time. You had to be off duty for at least 9 hours. And it was designed to give the driver the opportunity to rest for 8 hours. So, kind of like we switched back to with the 10-hour rule a little while ago, was that you have an extra hour on each end to do whatever you want to do, but then you get 8 hours of sleep. Within that 15-hour period, the driver couldn't drive more than 12 hours. So, that was the driving limit in there. The 3-hour difference between the two was intended to be used for meal breaks, rest breaks, loading, unloading, all those things, other things that you need to and want to do as a driver.
Tom?
And this is the one that...
I'm going to put the brakes on you because I forgot that I brought you on 15 after as opposed to a regular half hour. I looked down and we have blown past the break. Let's take a quick break, a deep breath of oxygen. Speaking of breaking down, truckdown.com is where you want to go. You want to make sure you can hook yourself up with a service provider. They've been doing it since 97. Go to truckdown.com. Road Gang Radio continues with Tom Bray.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
We're back with more On the Highway with Tom Bray on Road Gang Radio with good old Jimmy Mack. Take it away, sir.
For those folks who are joining us on YouTube and iHeart, those people who made the great evacuation from Facebook, good morning and welcome. By the way, that's on Facebook, not on us, by the way. A little maintenance. Little maintenance and service.
Meta!
There should be a meta down. Like we have truckdown.com, there should be metadown.com. And when metadown.com comes out, maybe Mark Zuckerberg will actually remember what it was exactly Facebook was designed for, connecting people, not dividing them. One guy who's been connecting us with the men and women on the highways and byways has been Tom Bray of J.J. Keller. This represents his last appearance. Well, not his last appearance. His last appearance on the highway with Tom Bray. He'll be dropping in from time to time because we are expecting you to call every once in a while and let us know where your adventures are taking you down the road. All right. We got completely in the weeds there, my friend. Let's pick up where you left off because we were talking about the original conception of the hours of service, which, by the way, look different now, but not as much as I thought they would. When I got your notes, I'm like looking at this, and I'd seen this stuff before, but I'm like, I always remember that often when I was told about kind of the rules and regs, I often got told what Teamsters would go through because so much of this was the rules and regulations here are much like the healthcare in the United States. It was assumed this was the minimum that would be provided and that the unions and the power of the Teamsters would negotiate a different situation. That's fair. But get back to the rules. But that was part of it too. Was supposed to be this was like the base. This was like the minimum expected, not like the maximum. And we've seen what that's done. But keep going with the rules.
Yeah. No, and this is the one that you mentioned things that surprise you how long they've been around. In the 1938 original rule set, weekly on-duty limit was 60 hours in any 7 consecutive days or 70 hours in 8 consecutive days. That should sound very, very, very familiar to everybody. That went into effect in 1938, and with very minor adjustments over the years, main one being a 34-hour restart that came much later. That's been around forever, literally going back to 1938. And the one thing that always amuses me about this is, the first round of changes were proposed in 1938. In other words, the rules went into effect, and they immediately said, "Well, we need to tweak these a little bit," So, and what they ended up going to, so it took a couple of years to get these changes in, but they went to 12 hours of work. 12 hours of driving changed to 10 hours of driving within that 15 hours. So that 10-hour limit that we had for many, many years came in about 1939. So, nothing new there either. That changed to 11, eventually. This is also when the whole concept of the 8 hours of off duty came into play, was in this change. And so they passed them in 1938, and then in 1938, the first round of changes starts coming into play. So they've been around for a while, but that basic structure, that here's how much duty time you have, here's how much driving time you have, here's your weekly limits, and here's how much break time you have to have. That all started, way back in those days. So it's not new. The numbers have just changed a little over the years. And the one curious side effect, you mentioned this about, the intention back in the day was, this is the maximum a driver can work. This is the maximum a driver can drive. It's up to you as a company what you want to do inside of that structure. And that's where, you mentioned the Teamsters back in the day were very powerful. And that's where they had their work rules that, they had to live within these, but they had different work rules at the time, limiting how many hours they would work, which, was different than what the federal rules allowed, was less than what the federal rules allowed. So there was a lot of that going on back in those days. And the interesting thing that happened in 1945, that's when the drivers were exempted, commercial drivers, from the Fair Labor Standards Act, overtime provision. The logic was their hours are being controlled by the ICC and later DOT. And there's this concept that within these rules, companies are doing things they need to do and want to do. And, these other things are going on. But the concept was that, hey, your hours are already controlled. So we don't need to pay them overtime because they're companies, and the other regulating body are going to make sure they're not working too many hours and they're treated fairly. So that's a concept that goes back many, 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 many years as well.
I was kind of surprised when I discovered that I always thought that lack of overtime, the Fair Labor Standards exemption actually happened in 36. Know-it-all McGee over here was actually not aware of the fact that actually flips over in 45. And it seems like an odd time for it to flip over, too, because you could see it flipping over, I don't know, say December 7th, 1941. You can see where the overtime exemption might kick in, and there might be pressure to have that as well. But why 45? Do you know anything about that? Why in 45 does this happen? Because it happens right after the war, or as the war is starting to wind down. Or maybe, when exactly was it passed? Do you know the exact date? It's okay if you don't, by the way.
I don't have the exact date. But the one thing to remember is during the war, the wartime economy and the wartime mentality, everything was being done on an emergency basis. We had emergency shipbuilding. We had emergency munitions plants being built. We had the rules just weren't being followed because everything was being done on an emergency basis. We need to get this stuff produced. We need to get it, we need to get the materials moved in to get them produced. We need to get these finished products moved. We got to get them to the ports. We got to get them on ships that we're building as fast as we can. So it was a whole different environment between 41 and 45 as far as the economy, because everything was geared towards wartime production. And we did not want the people flying the B-17s to be out of ammunition or not have bombs to drop. We didn't want our tankers to not have ammunition to shoot or tanks to use in combat. So it was a whole different mentality during that wartime period. And that actual run-up, and Jimmy, I know you're a history buff like I am, that whole run-up actually started previous to December 7th. I mean, with the Lend-Lease and the Giant that took place.
Yeah, people need to remember that by the time the Battle of Britain has begun, America is out of its recession. Because we are arming ourselves to the teeth and becoming the great arsenal of democracy. That 45 number really struck me odd, Tom, and I'll tell you why. Is because, I know that there were a number of unions during World War II who really threatened strike action. Because despite the fact that we were on a wartime footing, there were cases, not as many as would be a disaster, where people were being, once again, overworked to the point of dangerous, where those decision-making processes kind of come down. And I could see in 45 certain segments of America's politicians wanting to stick it to the Teamsters, or at least kind of, throttle them a little bit. But the Teamsters, once again, I'm sure this passed easier because the Teamsters said, we'll just bargain it back into place for you. And by the way, the best laid plans of mice and men. Okay, let's jump to 1962, shall we?
Yeah, that's the next big change. Or, I don't know if to call it a big change, but that's the next change where things, got tweaked a little bit. Adjustments were made and things along those lines. The hours of service that were implemented then, and it really wasn't much of a change. 8 hours of off-duty time, that stayed. That came from back in the day. 10 hours of driving. What changed was the 15 hours of duty time. Once the driver accumulated 15 hours of duty time, that was a combination of driving and on-duty time, the driver had to stop driving. The big thing that's missing in there is the 24-hour reference that existed before that. So they used to work on a 24-hour clock, and you could work 15 hours so that drive no more than 10. The 24-hour reference dropped, and that made a huge difference because suddenly, if you spent 6 hours waiting for a dispatch, it wasn't an 8-hour break, but it wasn't a big deal because that was your 15 would stretch. And these are similar to the rules that I worked under. Matter of fact, they are the rules that I worked under in the 80s. And you had some days that would stretch out to 27, 30, 31 hours. It was just insane how far out some of your days would stretch because of waiting time, because of these different things, where technically, you were off duty because you were able to go do activities of your choosing. You could take a brand. The company gave you a little card back in those days that said you're authorized to take breaks off duty. But boy, it turned out to be some pretty long days. So that was in 1962 that got put into play. So, and that was the structure that we had for many years as far as the hours of service limits. Those kind of hung on till 2003 when they started making adjustments again.
So basically, what you're telling me is from 1962 to 2003, there were almost no changes to the way hours of service was set up. And also, what we didn't talk about, we kind of skipped over this, but I want to get back to it, the creation of logs. And to really talk about this for a second here, because they go about the business of creating logs to track all this stuff. I don't even, like I said, knowing the power of computers and the power of accumulating data, even with all these kind of rules and regulations in place, I can see how it was very easy to fudge stuff because if the federal government has to track all the motor carriers and all the individual drivers across the country and the hours they're accumulating, I'm not sure how you centralize that without computers and without data, without it being really loosey-goosey and a lot of three-book specials, right?
Yeah, the concept from the very beginning was that, the driver's going to use this piece of paper, driver's daily log, to track their performance, their compliance with the regulations, and the companies are going to verify that the driver's complying. So that was the original structure that came into play, and that's the way it still is to this day, where, they leave it on the company to do it. The only time they get involved is if there's an issue. For a long period, the DOT or the ICC back in the day, and then Federal Highway, part of DOT, and then FMCSA. For a while, what they were doing is they just randomly went out and did audits. They used to come down Highway 10 in our area and hit all the carriers down along Highway 10 with the best way to refer to the audits back in those days was the glancing blow, But they would come and verify that you were doing what you were supposed to be doing. That's always been their model. The carrier does it. We just verify that you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. The focus changed over the years to where they came out with a system called SafeStat, and which eventually morphed into CSA, where they look for the carriers that are having trouble on the road, and then those are the ones that they go visit to see what's going on there, what they're not doing right, what's different with them than the other carriers that are doing well. So the whole concept dates all the way back to the very beginning that the driver's going to keep a piece of paper to keep track of which, as you mentioned, you can draw what you want on a piece of paper, but the company's job is to make sure the driver's actually complying.
All right, 1939 is where we want to head. And in 1939, something comes into place that has been with us ever since then, which is the first exemption was put into place in the year of 1939. Tell us about that exemption and, tell us how it is exemptions work.
Yeah, this is the one that to me is another one that's interesting. It's like, 1938, the rules go into effect 1938. The first change is proposed. Well, 1939, the first exemption comes into play because it's like we need to start making provisions that allow for these other situations that are out there. And the first one was the adverse driving conditions. So it's been around since 1939, and for many years, and up till just a few years ago, it was the only thing you could extend was your driving time, not your duty time. So that was the oddity that changed. But yeah, adverse driving conditions, a condition the driver could not have known about at time of dispatch. Back in those days, now it's dispatch and started driver's day. If a driver encounters one of those adverse driving conditions, the driver can drive an extra 2 hours. Now they can also extend their 14 hours by an extra 2 hours to complete the run or get to a safe location at the end of those 2 hours. So that whole thing has been around forever. But the thing is, it wasn't the only one. I mean, there's been a nonstop parade. I didn't go looking. I've never looked at the dates. All the different exemptions came into play. But it's in my, lots of years in the industry, it's been a nonstop parade of exemptions. I mean, it's just one after the other after the other. Right now there's more than 32 direct exemptions in the regulations, and there's about 12 temporary ones out there. So you're looking at 44 to 50 exemptions at any given time. So there's a lot of them out there, and most of them are fairly straightforward. They say directly, this is what this applies to. This is what this means. If this happens, you can do this. If you stay within 150 air miles of your work reporting location, you make it back within 14 hours. You can use a time record instead of a log. If you are driving a vehicle older model year 2000, you can use a paper log instead of an ELD. So some of them are pretty straightforward, but some of them get fairly complex. You look at like the 16-hour big day exemption. It's 3I5.10. Well, you had to have been back to your work reporting location the last 5 working days, not the last 5 days, the last 5 working days. You can't have used the exemption more than once. You can't have used the exemption since your last restart or in the last 7 days if you didn't have a restart in the 7 days. And at the end of the 16 hours, you need to be back to your work reporting location. So some of the exemptions like that one, you need a checklist to make sure that, I'm doing this right. And that's where a lot of companies want their company drivers to call in and say, hey, I want to use this exemption, because they want to run through the process and make sure, yes, you can be using it, and here's what you need to do when you're using it. One of the dangers with some of these exemptions is they allow extra driving hours. So one big caution a lot of companies will tell their drivers, do not operate when you're fatigued. That's the golden rule that cannot be broken, cannot be bent. There is no exemption for that one. So yeah, this is going to let you drive some extra hours, but make sure you're up to it.
Tom, this is a bit of history you might enjoy. Do you know why that adverse weather condition, why it was passed, why they put it into place?
No, I would love to hear this.
Okay, so the previous year, the infamous year where Orson Welles did his broadcast of War of the Worlds, one of the reasons why a lot of people think it succeeded was it was one of the busiest hurricane seasons on record. More importantly, most hurricanes, as we know, hit Florida, the Gulf Coast, and the southern coast of the United States in the Atlantic. All right. The season's strongest storm in the year of 1938 and the most destructive system was called the Great New England Hurricane. It swept into New England where 700 people were killed, 1,700 individuals were injured, and 23,900 structures were damaged or destroyed. In 1938 cost, the damage was $620 million. It was the strongest hurricane to hit the New England states in 300 years since 1635. And it absolutely set off chaos in the New England states who were not used to such kind of storms. They were used to being snowed in, but they had no idea how to deal with those kind of storms. And the need for trucks and supplies to be able to get there and still be within regulation was such a demand that at the behest of the congressman from New England, from the New England states, and the New York delegation, that exemption was actually put into place to allow truck drivers to be able to get to those locations and also take themselves out of the equation if those kind of things were bearing down. How about that?
That that makes perfect sense because, I'm like you, I'm a history buff, and looking back, it's like you can always find the reason. Why did they do that?
Yeah.
And that makes perfect sense because something like that in that era, New England was, for lack of a better term, a political powerhouse.
Yeah.
And if they were having difficulties, there would be changes made.
Yeah, remember the old adage, as goes Maine, as goes the nation, except Roosevelt lost Maine, and the great joke became, as goes Maine, so goes Maine. But that's, that's the truth of the matter, is that many of these laws are not predictive, they're reactive. Many of these regulations and many of these exemptions get put into place because some bad Shasta goes down. Something awful happens and actually puts it into motion. People say, you know what, maybe we should have an exemption for this. And a number of the deaths in that New England storm were drivers who were told, keep driving. Were drivers who didn't think they had the right to pull over. Were drivers who couldn't get out of harm's way. And, and in the aftermath, people who had to stop driving despite the fact that they had relief supplies. Or people who actually violated the HOS, but still were going to go there and didn't care. And that's a really kind of cool thing. It's important, guys, to remember that none of these HOSs exist in a vacuum. They're all the result of either negotiations by counterparties or the results of events on the ground that force the hand of lawmakers to do these kind of things. Safety concerns, natural disaster concerns, as you said, national security. We all know why they're agriculture exemptions, because food don't care. It's got to get there. You know what I'm saying? That keeping cattle and chickens and all that kind of stuff in a truck too long can lead to disastrous results. All that stuff plays through. Tom, we don't have a lot of time left here, and I don't just want to make this about rules and regs. I know we want to cover the history of this kind of stuff. Really quickly, let's touch on the ELD and that little brief history, and then we got a couple of things we just want to say thank you. But go ahead and tell us about the ELD.
Yeah. Well, the interesting thing for the ELDs, I used to, when I do a live event with customers and people in the industry, I'd always mention, when did the ELD rules start? And everyone jumps on to, about 2010 with the EOBRD. Those were, and I'd say, no. Back in about 1985, a little potato chip company out of Dallas, Texas, wanted to use electronic logs to track their compliance. And at the time, Federal Highway Office of Motor Carriers said, sure, you can do that. And then a couple of years later, they passed in 1988, they passed 395.15, which is the automatic onboard recording device, which were the forerunners to the ELDs. They passed those rules to allow carriers to start using electronic logs. So they actually go back to the 1980s. That surprises a lot of people because most people didn't become aware of electronic logs until in the 20-nothings or the 2010s, they started learning about it. And then in 2016, of course, is when we actually went with the ELDs to track hours of service compliance for most drivers. So it's an interesting history. That's another one of those that you follow it through. It's kind of interesting because the safety groups were, no, we got to do this. A big segment of the industry, no, we got to do this. And a big chunk of the industry was, no, we don't. So it was interesting watching all those years, and those were my years in the industry, watching this battle take place between all these different factions and segments, and where we landed. And the 2003 changes to the hours of service regulations are another example of that. of the dynamics involved, the safety groups, the industry and segments of the industry with their different stands on things. That's what brought us the 14 consecutive rule, which kind of harkens back to the days of 15 within 24. So getting back to that concept of a 24-hour day, 14 on, 10 off type structure. So it's an interesting dynamic that goes all the way back to 1930. Basically 1936, or 1935, but 1938 when they first came into play.
I think it's interesting too, by the way, in case people don't know, Moneyball and sabermetrics for baseball show up at the exact same time. And the idea is that it all kind of begins with a little potato chip company simply wanting to track data, to track the efficiency of its deliveries and track the efficiency of its drivers. It's all been driven by the same idea that we can use numbers to get a sense of how well we're doing our job. Tom, we got about 2 minutes left here. I wanted to ask you, you started doing this segment in 2016 is when you jumped on. And I was curious if there's an origin story to that. If there, in fact, is, how did that begin? Do you remember?
I have to give a shout out to one of my coworkers, Gina Eisel. Gina was at a trade industry event that RadioNemo was presenting at. And there was a discussion that took place between her and somebody from RadioNemo that, hey, it'd be cool to have let's explain the rules and, clarify some of the stuff that people have a hard time understanding. And she said, well, this would be great. We would love to do that. Let's set this up. The problem was with her job, she couldn't get time off during the day, to be able to come and do this. With my job, my hours are more flexible. So she approached me and said, hey, would you be willing to help out with this? Help out was the actual, could you help with this once in a while? Help me with some outlines, maybe sit in once in a while when I can't. And she ended up not being able to do it at all, so I ended up doing it. So it was just an interesting thing. And I have to give her credit because it was a great thing that she dreamed up, working with your people, and it's been great for all these years.
Well, Tom, we can't thank you enough. Everybody out here at RadioNemo.com, everybody out in Nemo Nation, everybody who is a member of the Road Gang, really appreciate you. The number of comments I've gotten over the years about how invaluable the information is. I've always felt that a lot of times people often don't do the professional development they need in regards to keeping up with what's going on, or they'll see it, they'll get the announcement from their company. I've always felt that one of the services this particular segment has provided is just keeping people up to date. We give you the background, we give you the history, but the most important thing is, it's Trucking 101, but I'm always kind of amazed at the number of people who don't know the 1, the 0, or the 1. And this, I think, has been an invaluable service. I'm just sorry you're calling it a day right at the time. We're going to have to go back into our old archives and kind of post some of the other stuff, too, because I feel like there is a textbook on rules and regulations truck driving from all the segments you've done, man. If you think about it, guys, just multiply essentially 12 by 9, and that's how many episodes Tom has done. He has done for 9 years. No, 11, sorry. No, 9 years. He's done 9 years of this. Multiply that by 12, and that's how many episodes of On the Highway with Tom Bray there are. Tom, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you very much. And as always, you're welcome back to discuss retirement plans anytime, my friend.
Hey, I'm planning on keeping harassing you as long as I can. So
finish Andor. Get out of here. We love you. Thank you, Tom.
Been a pleasure.
Tom Bray, On the Highway with Tom Bray. We'll figure out something in regards to keeping you guys informed on rules and regulations, but Tom ain't got to do it no more. We'll be right back with Jane Jezraoui.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Jimmy, she's so nice. We had her on twice. Let's get to Jane Drowsari from Carrier's Edge on the good old Road Gang Radio.
Hey, it is good old Road Gang Radio, by the way. And a quick reminder that after Jane joins us this morning, we're going to have our friends from Washington Trucking Week are going to be coming on down. We'll be talking with them, see what's going on there. Dave Wilbert, country and western artist, country artist Dave Wilbert will be here to talk about his new song and all the new things going on with him. After Lindsay Lawler joins us, as she always does, for the first half hour of the second half of Road Gang Radio. He'll be here 30 minutes after that. And then Samuel Marquis is going to be here talking about his new book about Captain Kidd. Guys, it's a lot of fun. If you like high seas adventure, this is a terrific biography. Captain Kidd, a true story of treasure and betrayal. All of that is going to be followed up with our friends Ashley and Scott doing another edition of Trucking with OIDA here on, well, as you know, Road Gang Radio. We've actually got a chance to talk to Jane Drowsari time and time again. Always love digging in with the CEO of Carrier's Edge. It says 15 minutes, but we'll see how long this segment takes. Phone lines are open throughout if you guys want to get information about what Carrier's Edge can do for you. 615-292-6366. It is built for trucking by people who understand trucking, and that's a good place to start. Hey, Jane, welcome back. It's like deja vu all over again.
I know, it's been so long. I've missed you.
I've missed you terribly, and yet here you are at the crack of doom. At the crack of doom on the West Coast. Good morning. Good morning.
You torture me. You torture me, Jimmy. Do this. Why don't we do this at 5 p.m, like normal people?
We could if you wanted to. I mean, it would mean that I have to get another producer to come in here and record, but I'm more than happy to sit my ass down in the Degas house over here at the Fastport Studios. Got another sponsor in there, by the way. Jane, let's kind of talk a little bit about, because one of the reasons, I'm a big fan of when Donna comes to me and says, sponsor for a segment, take care of this segment. I always kind of have a pause being like, I'm not sure what that has to do with such and such. The natural fit for The Future Was Yesterday, and for me, Education Station makes perfect sense for Carrier's Edge. And I wanted to kind of give you a chance for the people who don't know Carrier's Edge to learn about Carrier's Edge, because it can be an amazing tool for both, the individual and for the carrier and for the fleet and for the small business. So kind of give us the 30,000-foot view, and we'll go from there. Origin story, as it were.
Well, first about what we actually do is that we help small and mid-sized trucking fleets who are serious about improving safety by providing easy-to-use, industry-specific online training that we build entirely in-house so that you can run a safer fleet without adding more work or complexity. We help reduce violations, we keep drivers engaged, and we really just simplify compliance. We try to make everything that we do, we try to make as simple as possible.
carriersedge.com. And by the way, we were talking about this yesterday. We had this interesting segment where we were, where Lindsay was actually working on prepping up stuff for We Should Write, so I had a little bit of time. And we were talking about one of the most difficult things in putting together a business. Well, first of all, misidentifying a market is a real problem. Getting ahead of your skis is often the second biggest problem, where people actually figure out exactly what's needed and aren't in a position to actually be able to do anything about it because they're undercapitalized or they're understaffed. This is a really kind of great thing, too, because you actually saw a need. This comes about because of a need. So tell us why it is you guys put Carrier's Edge together, and how you've been. And you guys have done what I think is really, really smart, is you began where you could and then went where you should. Is that fair?
Yeah, that is totally fair. We started way back we launched Carrier's Edge in 2005. And at that point, we were working in technology, we were working in high tech. software companies, we were doing consulting. So we were very white collar, but when we were in consulting, we were working in all these different industries. So I was working on projects to do with diamond mining. I was working on distribution and all kinds of things that I really didn't know about at the time, but I was learning the business processes. I was learning like all the steps that you have to take to do something. I did a project on that was railways and doing equipment maintenance on the railway. So I was sort of all around it. And so what we did is we wanted to do online learning. That was our thing. We wanted to do it for businesses. But back in 2005, it was very white collar. If you were doing online learning, you were working at a bank, you were working in an insurance company. And what we wanted to do is provide online training or online learning development for an industry who needed it but didn't have it or couldn't figure out how to access it. So we did a lot of experimenting with fleets. So we talked to fleets about doing custom content, which was like, there's just not the budget for that. So how do we do something for companies that don't have a large budget but need to train a lot of people who are all over the place, so they don't have to come in on the weekends for safety meetings and that kind of thing. So we kind of started from scratch, and it was really like we took a consultative approach. We were trying to figure out what the industry needs, and we did bit by bit, we built something that's really for the trucking industry. Our learning management system, that where our courses are housed, is built entirely for trucking. We don't do anything else. Where other companies will go, to try and maximize the revenue, they go across industries. We don't. We stick with trucking.
Talk to me, like I said, I've heard a little bit of it already inside of your answer, but talk about the decision to go with trucking, because, you began in the white collar sector looking at, was it a matter of looking around? Like, so you're consulting here, you're consulting there, you're talking about online learning, which I want to get to in a second. But what was the light bulb that said, you know what, there's a real gap in this market for this, and if we focus on this, do you remember that moment where you said, if we focus on this, there might be a way to actually establish a real client base and get a real product going here?
Well, we were thinking more about the product. We're product people. We weren't thinking about who's going to buy it. We were thinking, what do people need? Because we're educators. Both my co-founder and I are, both have education degrees, and we didn't like doing the stand-up classroom teaching, and we really like technology. So we were looking, we're looking for, how do we make a product that's going to work for people? So what we did was we were looking at, who needs online training that could use it? And we were sort of looking around, and the reason that we found trucking was because someone kind of said, oh, you know what, I work in the trucking industry and we could really use something like this. And we're like, oh, okay, that sounds good. And then we started doing a little bit of investigation, and we found the sheer amount of regulations that truck drivers have to understand is quite insane. And that all of these regulations keep changing all the time, and that everybody is spread out. And we knew what that was like, because as consultants, we were traveling all the time, and we didn't get to do any, if we were doing any learning at all, it was something reading or online or that kind of thing. So because we have expertise in breaking down information, so my education background comes in really handy, is I can break down information into specific chunks and put them in the right order. Then it kind of became a no-brainer that we could start looking at what trucking has to know and start building content for the industry. And we started with hazardous materials, because, why not start with the easiest thing? It's like, sure, oh, hey, we could do this. In Canada, it's called transportation of dangerous goods. And it was like, okay, well, this looks like a good topic. And we broke that down and we broke it into steps. And so we kind of started there. And then, you'd think that most people would start with driving or defensive driving, that kind of thing. We did that second, but we've learned a lot, because what we do is, instead of, we are educators and our expertise is education. What we do is we utilize the subject matter experts that are all around us. So when we are creating a course, we're either partnering with someone who is we're coming out with an air brakes course that is going to be the pièce de résistance of air brake courses, because we've partnered with the gentleman who authored the Practical Air Brakes Handbook, which is utilized quite a lot. And also that was created with the input of the CVSA. So we have all of this information that we put together, and we kind of take all the best practices from a number of different sources. So it's not just one subject matter expert. We go and look at, okay, well, what are you doing and what are you doing? And we put it all together and create content that is going to be something that is we don't talk down to drivers. So it's something that drivers can understand. It's the days in their life. It's something that they can understand. And even the experienced drivers really learn something.
It's interesting, too, by the way, because you sent an email not too long ago, and I laughed at it, not because it was foolish. I laughed at it because I call it forgetting what is reflexive for ourselves, in the sense that I'm going to pick on RadioNemo here in a good way. RadioNemo at one point,
okay,
and this is a good way, he was listening to somebody else's show, and he said, man, if I had that show, he said, he needs to be funnier. And I laughed, and I went, that's a talent, right, Dave? He's like, what do you mean? I said, I know that you think being funny is just something that you do. I said, and then I had to take out a sheet of paper, and I put it in front of him. I said, draw the picture. He said, what do you mean? I said, well, there's a dog right there on that blank sheet of paper. Just go ahead and draw it. And he said, well, what do you mean? I said, exactly. I said, there are things that we do reflexively that actually we're talented at that we don't think about. And so you sent me this document here, and what it says is, Carrier's Edge helps small and mid-sized trucking fleets who are serious about improving safety. And the bottom line, we help reduce violations, keep drivers engaged, and simplify compliance. And when I saw that, I said to myself, that's a teacher's brain at work, and that's something that a teacher would not even bother to point out to anybody, because the job is to educate the listener, to educate the student on the information you have to have, meaning to, what is the outcome? A good teacher doesn't just teach information, they teach the end result of having that information. Yes. The idea that, if in fact you actually are a great history student, should be able to understand how whatever is happening now fits into the continuum of what happened before. Keep drivers engaged, which of course is making sure that, the people that are listening actually are in an environment that allows them to learn. Because if nobody's listening, it doesn't matter how good your information is. And then finally, simplify compliance. It doesn't say dumb down compliance, but the idea is that you're teaching the most effective way to implement the lesson to an engaged audience. And I was laughing about that email because I said, well, that's the kind of thing you forget to write down in explaining yourself, because that's what a teacher does naturally. They basically impart the information in an engaging manner in order to reach the destination as effectively and simply as possible. And that's at the core of what these videos are doing, right? I mean, so go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, simplifying compliance is, it's not about being the person who knows the most about compliance. It's the person who can break it down and say, you know what? Don't put it in that order. Like I'm going to get in the weeds because that's what I always do. I'm terrible about going into the weeds. But what part of my job, the most important part of my job, is making things make sense, making everything make sense. And the way that you make things make sense is you look at the order that you tell people. If you tell a story backwards, it's way harder to understand. If you put the punchline of a joke at the beginning, it's like, well, why are you doing that? But if you tell people, give people information in the right order, and that's how we build our courses. I am very fixated on order, so I will, when I'm talking to my content team, that's a lot of the thing that I'm saying is, if you're talking about, I don't know, doing a pre-trip inspection, like give them the overview of the things that they're going to be inspecting first, and then talk about, the different parts of the vehicle. Or if you're talking about this particular topic, make sure you make it make sense. And then when people go to access the material, they're looking at it and going, yeah, that's how I start my day. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, this is how I have to prepare for work. And this is what I'm doing while I'm driving. And this is what I'm going to do at the end of the day. And so putting everything into that particular framework where people are looking at it as, here's how my day is going to go. These are the things that I need to understand during the day is my specialty. And it's something that I think is really, really important for people to be able to access that knowledge. And it really, something like hours of service is really, really confusing if you kind of just go in the order that the regulations are written. But if you take it and say, okay, what are the most basic points, we'll put them first, and then we're going to build on it, and then we'll get to the exceptions at the end. That's the way that we approach the content. So we have it in sort of segments that make sense, that also that don't just talk about the specific topic, but it will also talk about how it fits into your day.
Okay, so one of my favorite ways to kind of teach, one of my favorite ways to kind of learn as well too, is you give me a micro example and then show me how that applies to the macro. Meaning, like, you can give me one lesson, and in giving me that lesson, I see the overall design of the bigger picture. So I was curious if, let's just say that I was somebody who had just started, I was an owner operator, and then I had 3 trucks, and now I've got 20. Okay. And I'm trying to keep up with everything that's going fast and furious. And I want to make sure that the people who drive for me and the people that work for me and the people that actually, do the job of actually doing my job know enough to know enough. How is the best way to onboard Carrier's Edge? How do you fold it in? Give me an example of like a small business folding in Carrier's Edge to make you guys work for them.
Basically, the first thing that we do is have the company, whoever is going to be, I guess it would be the person who owns the company, talk to our customer success team. And what we do is we will set you up with your environment. So and what is really cool about that is you can, as your company grows, you can have Carrier's Edge grow with it. So say you start with an owner operator with 3 drivers or 3 trucks, and say 3 drivers, you can have those in the system. So you have your organization, you have your drivers as users who can take courses. As the owner of the company, you can also see, and you can see the entire catalog. This is, we don't say, oh, you only get this bit for this much money. It is one monthly fee. You get everything. And what happens is we will set you up so that you can create your own training plans. And a training plan is basically if you want to do orientation, for example, you could choose 5 courses that you want to do in orientation. So if you want to do hours of service, you want to do hazmat, you want to do, defensive driving, that kind of thing, you can have that. You can have that as a program, and then you can have a deadline set on it. So, and then those deadlines result in notifications that come to you, so that you can be told when somebody has done a course, when they finished it, if they finished it, what they got on the test, if they failed the test, how many times they took the test, that kind of thing. That information, so that when you give people, you give your drivers that access to the system, you don't really have to be watching them. We will also tell you where they were when they did the course. So I'll give you the coordinates so that is somebody at home doing the course, or is somebody actually in your, where you think they are. So then we have reporting as well. So you can run a report on your 3 drivers, or when you start increasing the number of your trucks, then you can do your 30 drivers or your 20 drivers or your 50 drivers. And then you can kind of grow your organization along with Carrier's Edge, because we can, if you have 2 different terminals, we can create different places for you where you have drivers at each terminal, and you can have different programs for people at different terminals. You can have programs for people who are hauling different goods. So we can customize this. Our customer success team is like absolutely phenomenal. They are human. You will never get a chatbot. We don't believe in that. And they are available for you to, to help along the way.
Let me and this is, I'm going to get an existential question here for you. Do you feel like, by the way, not having bots, I love you. And one more reason I love Jane Jazrawi, of course, who is the CEO of Carrier's Edge, who joins us this morning, usually is a regular recurring guest on Education Station, which Carrier's Edge sponsors, and is our regular running partner for The Future Was Yesterday. She won't be joining us next week. Week after that, you are going on vacation. Do you feel like Mark Cuban made an insight with the rise of AI, the rise of ChatGPT, the rise of all of the kind of replacement specialists? If in fact IRL, in real life, human beings, events, and all that kind of stuff may be the next thing of the future. That the idea that I feel like the people who have always been ahead in the tech area, because both you and Mark worked in tech in the 90s, do you feel like that is something that customers really look for, human beings, when you're dealing with so much technology, like you guys are helping people figure out technology, figure out all kinds of stuff in an industry that is rapidly accelerating? Do you feel like that is maybe one of the future things where customer service is going to become even more important for businesses in your field?
Oh, absolutely. I have such a beef. I could just go on about what has happened to customer service for a long time. So I have a lot of beefs with customer service, not our customer service, but I think that people-to-people connections are super important. And yes, you can use AI, and yes, you can save money. Like we could use a chatbot to provide support to drivers. Drivers do not like that. I mean, we will give support to the carriers themselves, but we also support their drivers. And, they call in a lot. They have favorite people that they talk to. And it's important that they have that human being, because it can be frustrating when you don't understand the content or you don't understand the technology. And just kind of giving you the chatbot that just keeps talking in circles doesn't help, and it just increases the frustration. So the experience needs to be positive, and we want real people to be talking to real people to explain, or whatever the issue is, we want to be able to resolve the issue with people. And we don't do that, try the blame game where it's like, oh, it's not us, it's this, or it's not us, it's this. And I think that what's going to happen as more AI comes into the industry and more people think, oh, I can save money by doing this, the more that human-to-human interaction is going to be appreciated and sought after, because it's going to become harder to find it. Like already in big businesses, it's very difficult to talk to a human. You have to go through either you're using the chatbot on the website, or you're going through some sort of telephone, hell. And we don't want to do that. We don't want, learning should not be about frustration. And we want to take the frustration out of learning and the frustration out of running, when you want to run a safety program and you want to become safer, we don't want to have the interference that comes when things don't work. So we want to make sure that things work. We want to make sure that things work for a particular, for carriers. And when something comes up, we want to be able to be at the forefront to solve the problem and solve it in a people-first type of way.
I really want to kind of, in the last few minutes we have here, and Jane has stayed, graciously longer than we asked her to, but I'm kind of curious in regards to that human touch. How does that go about the business of putting those videos together and the webinars and the lesson plans and all that kind of stuff? I mean, what can people expect when they see your content?
They can expect that it's in depth, that you're going to know you're going to understand whatever the topic is by the end of it. We are pretty, when we create content, we start with learning objectives. We start with what is the point of whatever it is that we're writing. So, for air brakes, what is the point of, for this particular topic, what is the point? And what do we want to get out of it? And how, the issue that we have with a lot of experts is that they assume that people understand things that they don't understand. So they break it down. We want to break everything down and make sure we don't forget anything, that we don't leave gaps in the knowledge. So when oh my gosh, I've gone and talked myself into the weeds. What was the question again, Jimmy?
Well, but just about the content, the expectations of, like I said, I want people to understand that when they go there, they're going to get exactly what you kind of outlined there. I mean, you can tell them what the content is like.
Well, basically, we start with what is going to be the situation. So if you're looking at hours of service, we talk about, okay, well, why do you have to know anything about hours of service, and when are you going to, have an issue with it? So we kind of frame the problem. So with air brakes, you need to understand what air brakes are, because they're a vital part of your vehicle, and you want to be able to understand how they work and where things will break down, but you don't want to do it as okay, here's this piece of equipment. This piece of equipment is called this, and this piece of equipment, this function does this, but we don't want to do like piece by piece by piece. We want to make it into something that makes sense as a whole. So you're going to see a day in the life scenarios. You're going to see, okay, we're going to take you from the simplest content to the most complex content. And we're going to take you on basically a little journey along the way to understanding whatever the topic is. So if it's hours of service, is how you figure out, I know everybody has ELDs, but now, if your ELD breaks down, what are you going to do? What does this mean? How do you calculate how many hours you have left to drive, or how many hours that you can stay on duty? How does this happen? And then by the end of it, you will understand that content. And we use interactivity, we use movies, when I say interactivity, I mean like things where you can answer questions, you can think about things, you can think about scenarios, you can do little quizzes. We have drag and drops and things like that. So, but also we talk about scenarios. So how is it going to affect your life if you know this or don't know this? So sometimes we have comparisons between someone who's doing it really well and someone who isn't doing it well, that kind of thing. We have, but by the end of it, as I used to say when I was doing stand-up training, by the end of it, you will know the things that we told you were going to know at the beginning.
By the way, it goes back to that 5-point paragraph structure. I tell you what I'm going to do, break it down into 3 pieces, and then tell you what it is you can actually glean from this and take forward into the future. By the way, you don't know Jack? Well, then you should know Jane. You should go to carriersedge.com. We'd love to hear from you. Guys, give us a call on the other side of this. Jane, thank you so much. Carriersedge.com is where you should go. I'm going to say that again. If you don't know Jack, then you should know Jane. Go to carriersedge.com. Thank you, Jane.
Thank you, Jimmy.
All right. We'll be back on the other side of this. Road Gang Radio continues as we rumble, bumble, and stumble down the road. Hey, guys, if you want to look as cool as Jane Jazrower, you never can. But you can come close by going to ShadyRays.com. They got lost and broken protection programs. They got your back at ShadyRays.com. We'll be right back.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers. There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
We are live, rocking, rolling, and hanging out with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio. And hey, we need you to give us a little call, 615-292-6366. What's that number there,
615-292-6366. As I was telling you guys before, a scarcity of diesel technicians facing career obstacles that includes low pay rates and high tool costs is a widening concern for a trucking industry that depends on them. And that's according to ATRI. The lack of qualified diesel technicians is a growing problem for all industries that operate heavy-duty equipment. This issue is particularly acute in trucking, where 65.5% of shops were understaffed in 2025 and 19.3% of positions were unfilled on average. Love that about ATRI. Can't say 20%. By the way, that's closer to 19 than it is 20. Every dot makes a difference. That's what they said in their 61-page report titled Addressing the Shortage of Qualified Diesel Technicians. By the way, it was authored by ATRI Senior Vice President Dan Murray and Senior Research Associate Alex Leslie. It is an ongoing problem, by the way, guys. It is a genuine and building problem. And one of the biggest reasons it's happening, we've had people on the show talking about this, is they're facing career obstacles such as low pay rates. Once again, always goes back to this, doesn't it, guys? And I hate to get on my soapbox. I hope you're on your high horse so you can see where I'm coming from here. But, guys, low pay rates and high tool costs is a widening concern for a trucking industry that depends upon them. Hey, let me help you solve the problem, guys. Let me tell you, oh, my God, we have a problem. We don't have any diesel technicians. I don't know. Maybe you should identify talent. Maybe you should actually pay that talent what they're worth. Maybe you should attract them with good onboarding wages. Or at least if the pay is low in the beginning, outline something that says, look, we're going to start you off here, but sign this contract, provided you do the 1, 2, 3 years of service. These are the pay bumps you can expect and where we can actually help you. Our good friend Brian Wiebold of 10th Street is deeply passionate about this, as are a number of other people in the industry. It isn't so much just low pay. Low pay is one thing. We all understand that you got to earn your, you got to pay your dues and earn your pay and all that kind of groovy stuff. But when you onboard people at low pay and you don't give them any sort of plan or direction, and you're basically telling them it's a job, not a career, what do you think is going to happen? I'm serious. I mean, what do you think is going to happen? You cannot bemoan shortages when, in fact, look, I mean, listen to that lead, by the way. And that lead has made its way into Landline, has made its way into Transport Topics, has made its way into the Trucker, has made its way into CDL Life. It's made its way across the board. Consistently, if you read what those stories say, and you can give Phone Master Dre a call about this if you want to. Tell him in Madison with a T high.
Mm-hmm.
If you read it consistently, and the people we've talked to about it, we've had people on the show on Nemo Nation talking with Dave and I about this stuff. Well, we got a problem. I mean, it's low cost, low pay. The tool's just really, really expensive. And often, if you want to get that training certificate from the community college, you have to simultaneously have a full-time job while driving across town to then take full-time classes to get yourself up to speed. People say, well, I did. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, in my case, I got you. Here's my issue. This is a big issue, too, by the way. So you think somebody should have a full-time job and then go off and learn how to work with mechanics tools while working maybe at McDonald's, Burger King, busting tables someplace, working on a warehouse floor. So, well, I did it. Here's the thing. Do you really want somebody who got a fly-by-night education and didn't get a chance to get their reps in? Because the only way somebody gets good at anything, guys, is by doing it over and over and over again under the steady guidance of a real mentor. That mentees don't exist without quality mentors. And it doesn't matter how quality the mentor is or how willing the mentee is. If they don't have the time, and I mean literally, if they don't have the time, I don't mean like, I ain't got time for that. You know what I mean. Where it's like there are people who are working just, at working hard, busting butt, and aren't in a situation where they're getting the mentorship they need because there just aren't enough hours in the day. Straight up done. And yet here we are complaining once again about some kind of shortage, whether it exists or not. And by the way, I believe the folks at Atri. I believe their numbers. I believe all that kind of stuff. I do. Their numbers, they don't fudge their numbers because everybody's with them on the numbers. They have Teamsters that work with them. They have the ATA that works with them. They have OOIDA that works with them. They have people across the board. Every single shareholder and stakeholder in the industry is working with them. There's no need to fudge it. They're a nonprofit. I believe them. They don't show, by the way, driver shortages. They show certain shortages in certain sectors, usually sectors that don't pay. But let's get down to brass tacks here. If a future diesel mechanic can't afford their tools, why don't you put together a package where we say, we're going to help you buy your tools. We're going to make sure we cover the cost of that education. And we're going to make sure that this person has a strategic plan for not a job, but a genuine career. And there is a difference. Chris Rock has a great line. When you have a job, the day can never end soon enough. When you have a career, there's never enough time. And too often, these people want the highest level of skill with job rules applying, if you follow me. And when job rules apply, you're not going to get what you want because people who have jobs often are looking for careers. A purpose-driven life is what so many people really live for. And here's the thing, too. There are people who go to work. A purpose-driven life, whether that life is outside of your employment or inside of it, will often inform your employment regardless. That if you live to work, you've heard people say, I work to live and I live to work. There's no difference between the two. That's just in where they choose to emphasize and focus. But I know plenty of people who live to work and plenty of people who work to live. And there are people I know that work to live that work their ass off because they want to live well. So they really commit to the job that they have. If you want those kind of people in the diesel technician field, there's only one way to do it. I'm sorry to get off on a rant here. This makes me crazy all the time. I don't know why I can't get them. Well, they can't afford their equipment. No, that can't be it. I don't know why I can't get them. Well, they really can't afford the cost of actually trying to keep a full-time job and race across town to take classes at a community college. No, that can't be it. And they it's like literally staring them in the face. Correct the problem. And then somebody will say to me, and by the way, there is a good counter to this that says, well, I don't want to make that kind of investment for somebody that's just going to walk off. Really?
Yeah.
Okay. There are two things at play here. So you're telling me if you sit down and all your competitors aren't doing this and you actually have a packet, Fastport does this stuff. There's a lot of companies that do this stuff. Brian Wiebold is talking about doing something very, very specific in this field. If you sit down and you say, hey, we're going to teach you financial awareness. By the way, today's National Financial Awareness Day, by the way. We're going to teach you financial awareness. We're going to show you a plan that in 3 to 4 years is going to get you up to a career level salary. We're going to expand the opportunities you have. We're going to give you benefits, and we're going to give you vacation time to spend with your family. And we're going to subsidize your tools and make sure that all the education you need, all the upgrades, all of that stuff happens under our watch. Who really is going to steal your employee? Who, by the way, is stealing your employee? Who's this person doing this to you? Because I got to tell you, anybody that's stealing your employee is doing all those things anyway. We got a phone call, 615-292-6366. Who we got?
The one of many, hopefully, but I'm pretty sure this is Pack Rat, so let's throw him in there and see who it is. Hello there.
Hey, Pack Rat, what's going on,
Hear
man?
that laugh.
Hey, interesting discussion this morning. My oldest brother is a diesel mechanic, but he got his he did his apprenticeship like late 60s. Things have changed a lot in the last 50 years. To be a mechanic, you have to be more than just mechanically inclined, because now you have to be able to work with computers, and in trucking especially, the programs, the trucks are so prioritized. Like you just can't work on Kenworth and the next day work on Western Stars because of the way they set up their computer programs.
By the way, you have absolutely opened the door for the next point I was going to make, so well done. Good morning to you, my friend. The other thing is that we've got to have a really long and vociferous talk about recruiting in this industry, recruiting for drivers, recruiting for diesel technicians, is the fact that, once again, I was laughing about this. I was talking to Joe Reynolds on the phone, and he and I were having a conversation about this. There is so much to be learned from our favorite topic of conversation, by the way. There is so much to be learned by literally looking at football coaches and football recruiters and football player development people. Now, I realize that some of these companies don't have the resources of a billion-dollar corporation that only has to put 53 players on the field. I understand that. Or give out scholarships or have NIL money. But what can be learned from them is literally developing a profile of the person you're looking for and targeting them early. Do you follow me?
Yes.
That if you, in fact, you're right. I totally agree with you. Because the second part I was going to say, the other good pushback argument is that this is suddenly, here's the other problem. So if you're talking about low wages and you're talking about people who need to be able to do computer programming, need to be able to understand how to read data and all that stuff, are you shocked that you can't find somebody to do that when that skill actually gets people paid a lot of money? I mean, it's like I'm shocked to find out that I can't underpay people and actually have a lot of them in my industry. I mean, at what point does the trucking industry learn this lesson and make a committed investment across the board? At what point, you know what I'm saying, do we actually have a real conversation about the necessary investment? And by the way, and this is one of those things that makes people nuts too, this is one of those things why we get immigrants. Because often in these other countries, because everything's done on the cheap, you'll have literally these people come into the country and be like, I can get that job right now. But then you cut off that pipeline. If you're going to cut off that pipeline, the way you fix it over here is not just cutting off the pipeline, but then you've got to respond and you've got to upgrade the education that you're giving people or increase the pay that you're giving people to get people into these lines of work. I'm sorry. I am so sick. I'm going to tell you right now, Pack Rat, I am so sick of reading about shortages in anything. And then literally in the opening paragraph being like, the people cite a lack of good pay, long hours, and an unwillingness to do any. And you sit there and you go, well, why are you surprised? It's terrible. We've got a shortage in blankety blank. Oh, well, gee, you treat people like absolute garbage. You don't pay anybody, and you play hide the opportunity at any chance you get. I don't know why people are shocked this is happening. You know, I mean, but you make a great point. The idea is that this requires a talent level the industry, I don't think, was ready for. And I think in many ways that until they start identifying what the diesel mechanic of the future actually looks like, and then figuring out what he or she looks like at 15 years of age, they're going to continue to have this problem. You know, and then when you identify them, what are you going to actually pay them? To sit down and figure out what your company can handle in regards to what it costs to onboard these people. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm just really pissed off about this.
Oh, when my brother did his apprenticeship, all you needed was a high school education, a grade 10. If you completed the 10th grade, you could start an apprenticeship. But now like we just said, the technology is so far advanced, and now but the training is ongoing. Because the automakers and the truck makers, they change their models, so the technicians they have to keep up with the new things that are happening. If you take a break from it, you lose it all. You won't be able to fit in again.
Did you notice every time we talk to Kevin Lindsay, he's always going someplace? Like next week I'm going here. This week I'm going there. But it's always like for a seminar. It's always for like to meet somebody who's got a new piece of technology. It's always to meet with some of the people he works with. You hit the nail on the head, brother. You're absolutely on the right track. And I mean, basically, what you're outlining, if you actually make the pay worth it, if you make the investment in the employee, that's a purpose-driven life. You know what I'm saying? If you like, I mean, all you have to do. And by the way, this is look, let's give a big shout out to, let's give credit where it's due. Let's remember the fact that, our friends at TA Petro, full disclosure, guys, they're a sponsor. But think about Daniel Mustafa. Think about Homer Hogg. Think about Kevin Lindsay. These guys know their stuff. But here's the thing, too, though, and I'm not picking on TA here at all, but remember this. Kevin's Air Force trained.
I know that, yes.
Yeah, I'm telling you that not as a way of kind of being like, here's the surprise. We know this. And for too long, this industry has depended upon Grandpa on the farm who knows his shit. Excuse my language. Sergeant Hulka who knows his stuff, and they've depended upon those two models to do the training for them. And until we have a revolution in training, until we actually make a commitment, and there's a couple of ways you can do it. The first of which is you can really set up your own school like Republic Services does. You can do that.
Right.
You can also literally make a commitment to your local community college and really push in there and help fund them or help lobby for more funds for them, set up the model of what you would like out of them. But at some point, you've got to make an investment in people and in actual capital if you want to get the thing that you want to get. I just don't understand why I have a house shortage. What do you mean? Well, the back two rooms of my house just aren't finished yet. Well, have you spent money on it? No. Have you found the good contractor? Well, yeah, but he won't do the job for what I want to pay him. Shocked to find that gambling is going on at the casino. Just stunned. I'm sorry. I know you have some more thoughts on this. Go ahead, Packrat.
It's something that I don't know who's pushing it, but more the kids that come out of high school to get their hands dirty, they want to go, but they want it. It seems the trend is the future is computers. Okay. And I remember years ago, I think it was Bell in Canada, IT grads are paying like maybe $30,000 a year. Even 15 years ago, that wasn't very much money. If you have to go to school and study for a couple of years, it wasn't very much money. But you mentioned, well, why don't an auto mechanic, an electrician, or something like that? Oh no, I can't do that. They're not being encouraged to go into those areas.
Well, and that's the other thing, too. But here's the thing. And by the way, you and I, maybe I do to some degree because I'm actually on the ground a lot more. You actually have to be on the road doing your thing. You and I as individual citizens can't really do much about that to some degree. But one of the things that we can, but this is how it makes a difference, okay? You know why? Do you know why? Well, there's money in computers, first of all. But do you know really why computers and all that stuff of going into computers makes a big difference? It's not just that these kids are on those devices, is that those companies are going into those schools and building classrooms.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I don't want to pick on people, and by the way, there are exceptions, really great ones. Some people I know personally who have actually built shops. There are some fleets out there, some former sponsors, as a matter of fact, who have gone into high schools and said, "We'll take care of your shop. We'll build it for you."
Yeah.
I mean, that's what Lindsay Trent is really up to. The idea of next gen trucking. That's what her and Dave Dane are up to. They are actually going into high schools. I mean, we saw the program over in Miami. We saw the program in Southern California where kids are literally doing the same thing you do with an art school, where you spend the first 3 to 4 hours, reading, writing, arithmetic, all the stuff you're supposed to do. And then at the midpoint of the day, all the kids who want to go into the arts, they go to their art school. But all the kids who want to go into supply chain, they go to these really great warehouses and they learn the ins and outs of logistics. And here's the kicker. The kids who actually do both the art school and the logistics programs, their grades improve because suddenly they understand anybody who is actually taking a logistics program knows that if you can't write a work order, it doesn't matter how well you can repair anything, you don't get the job. So if they understand that they have to be able to read and have to be able to do math in order to get the job they want because they enjoy working on cars or working on trucks or working in the supply chain, they go back to their classes and do better in those classes so they can do the thing that they want to do. We are not helping people until they get to, sometimes they never figure it out. There are so many people in this country right now, and I think part of what is going on with the ridiculousness of what's going on in this country is people who don't have purpose-driven lives, so they watch a lot of news and they get involved in politics on the lowest level as opposed to having a deep passion for making a living at a particular thing that actually gives them purpose. There it is. There's my 2 cents, and anybody is welcome to reply to that. Your thoughts?
I don't know. You pretty much covered it all, and I think I pretty much got it. I just think the main point is to realize that the diesel mechanic automatic, there are more skills that you have to wrap up in that career that you have to be capable of doing.
How about this? And this is one that you and I think. By the way, I'm saying this because I think I'm going to get an amen from you. We have got to start convincing more and more people that going into the kind of professions that you and I are talking about right now are not the second string. They're not the booby prize. They're not like, oh, you do that. They're not the eye roll job.
Yeah.
Is that, and by the way, I will tell you, I'm sitting with one. The Z's do not think that, by the way. I'm telling you, Madison, if you met somebody in a bar and you're like, well, I make movies, and he says, well, I'm a diesel mechanic, and he was 23 years old, you'd be impressed, wouldn't you? If you give me a big nod. Yeah, I mean, I'd be impressed. Some 24-year-old kid walked over to me and said, I'm like, what do you do? And he's like, well, I'm a diesel mechanic. I'd be like, you're the man. Some gal walked over to me at 27 years old and said, I'm a diesel mechanic. I would be like, you're awesome. Now I'd like him to say I'm a diesel mechanic and I also speak fluent Spanish. That would be like righteous. But you know what I'm saying, dude? I mean, it's just like we've got to change the narrative on this, but we can only change the narrative on this really effectively. I go back to the same thing. And like I said, thank you for being my sounding board. I'm pissed off about this. But I am but this is like I said, at the end of the day I would like a headline. You know what I really would panic? Despite high pay and companies being willing to buy people all the tools they need, we have a diesel mechanic shortage. That would be terrifying. You know what I'm saying? That would actually scare the hell out of me. Despite wildly high pay and a willingness to buy you all the equipment you ever need, nobody seems to want to be a diesel mechanic. I'd be like, are they shooting them after they're done or something? What's happening here? I'm sorry. That's me on a rant.
And just one more thing.
Please.
And the women out there, the diesel mechanic is a career that would work for you as well.
Amen. Amen, dude. And by the way, I got to tell you, if you find me a female diesel mechanic, and I'm talking about, and I mean this, I don't mean this in terms of looks, I mean this in terms of attitude. That is some sexy stuff right there. That is some righteous stuff. You know what I'm saying? If men invaded the cooking space, there's no reason why women can't invade the diesel space. Let's get some ladies there. Let's get some lady cinematographers. Yeah, and lady diesel mechanics. That's it. All right, I'm done. What do you got?
Okay, Jimmy back. That's all. All the best.
All the best to you, my friend, by the way. Yeah, good God Almighty. We can't find these people. Go recruit them. Go pay them. Go buy them some equipment. Make an investment. Well, what if they leave me? Job well done. You got a model now. Go do it again. What if they leave me? What do you mean, what if they leave me? Who are they leaving you for? So wait, you're going to tell me that you're going to make a real serious investment in somebody, pay them an actually decent, wonderful wage. I still got him on the phone, Dre. He's still on the phone, isn't he? Oh, he's done. He said all the best. You're going to eavesdrop. Pay attention, man. We're rolling here, man. I got to tell you. Yeah. All right. Good for him. All right, guys. that's kind of the shot. That kind of takes us through the first 2 hours of making a living. We're going to be making a life here in a moment as Lindsay Lawler joins us. Two great guests, by the way. Dave Wilbert is going to be here talking about his latest song and his goings and his doings and his dreaming and his thinking and his scheming. And then after that, speaking of dreaming and scheming, let's have a little conversation about Captain Kidd. Samuel Marquis is a celebrated best-selling author, and we are actually really thrilled to have both him and Dave as back-to-back guests. Captain Kidd, A True Story of Treasure and Betrayal. The best-selling author investigates the life and lore of his, dig this, by the way, he's got a connection, guys. He is the 9th great-grandfather, which let's try it, shall we? Here we go. Great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather to Captain Kidd was that 9 set right there. In Captain Kidd, A True Story of Treasure and Betrayal, best-selling author Samuel Marquis delves into the legendary life of his own 9th great-grandfather, Captain William Kidd, who, by the way, existed between the years of 1654 and 1701. Too short. Although for a pirate, that's pretty good. Privateer, excuse me. He cast a new light on one of history's most infamous figures. He, by the way, Captain Kidd, who's had movies made about him, has captivated imaginations for over 300 years and inspired many stories about pirates. But was he really a criminal? Just how many ships did he plunder? How many men did he force to walk the plank? And how many throats did he slit? You'll be surprised at the answers when Samuel Marquis joins us in the second half of Road Gang Radio here on RadioNemo.com. Also, guys, make your point of heading over to the YouTube and subscribing over there. Go to RadioNemo.com and subscribe over there. If you're listening on the iHeart, man, my heart pumps for you. If you're listening on the Odyssey, man, you got a certain level of audacity. And don't forget, we're available on Spotify as well. We get those up pretty darn quickly. We Should Write, by the way, was terrific yesterday. When that goes up, if you missed it, you need to listen to it. The conversation with Emily West is vulnerable and wonderful and goofy. And she's actually a great vocal talent.
I want to be a star.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my God, you a romantic schemer, you. Oh, Emily West is on the scene. It's a really great conversation. You guys should check that out. And don't forget, as I said before, Trucking with OIDA is going to be here, and that begins on the nose at 11 over here in the center, 12 in the east. Our friends from Grain Valley, Scott and Ashley, will be telling you about all the information that's out there, and we'll be talking with our friends. They'll be talking with our friends from OOIDA. Can't wait for them to kind of dig in there. Roscoe says, promoting the professional comes from a culture shift that every child must go to a traditional 4-year college. Yes, college is important, but a 2-year business associates with a trade skill is a value. I think it's equally valuable. I'm not going to lie. I'm with Roscoe on this. Good to see you out there, Roscoe, by the way. Good to see everybody, by the way. I'm going to tell you right now, it is so important that we begin to honor the men and women who work with their hands, okay? Look, I don't wish digging ditches on anybody except as a part-time job coming up in the world to get in better shape over a summer. I don't wish throwing bales of hay unless you own that farm or have a habit of owning that farm. But, dude, there's plenty of stuff you have to do with brawn and brains out there that we are not investing in this country. And by the way, the very people who are bemoaning its lack are the very ones who are not investing. That's it. Take us out of here. Lindsay Lawler is coming up here in a second. Thank you all, by the way, for putting up with that. That's what it is. That's what it bees. We'll be right back with Lindsay Lawler.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025, while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount, and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Sorry, I'm not trying to create problems. Just can't hear.
Alrighty, we are live on Road Gang Radio. What's up? Alrighty, we are live on Road Gang Radio, and we're about to do this thing. Jimmy Mack, take the reins.
Okay, good morning, and of course that means good morning to Lindsay Lawler. How are you? Good morning to you over there in Franklin, Tennessee.
Well, good morning, everybody. Live from Franklin, Tennessee, where it's a gorgeous day. Just got back from the bus stop where everybody's getting dogs now. It used to be like just one family had a dog. Now we all have dogs. So it's become where all the bus stop, all the parents meet up, the kids meet up, the dogs meet up. And my little French bulldog is the only little one. They're all big dogs. So they have their kind of morning meeting. The parents have their morning meeting, and the kids have their morning meeting. And it feels like its own little, very boring reality show.
Let me ask you something. When you guys are all kind of sitting around there talking with the parents, everybody's kind of talking, and I don't know if this ever comes up because you got a little one. I mean, you still got a first grader. You still got a, what do I call it? K through 3. The K through 3 folks out there. You got them going on. But I wanted to ask you, does anybody ever talk about what I was talking about before, the idea that they have dreams for their kids going into something that involves real technical sort of work, real sort of like, manual but skilled, intelligent labor? Does that ever come up?
I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Are people talking about putting their kids in like more tech-driven versus?
Yeah. I mean, do you ever hear that? Does it ever come up? Does it ever come up where it's a tech-driven kind of scenario? Where you hear
No, I think they're too young perhaps for that. But what I will say, there is one family that they have 3 sons that they adopted from Africa who are now 2 are in college that play for the University of Tennessee, and 1 is still is a senior in high school. And then they had a son naturally who is in 2nd grade, biologically. And because of their older son's background, they came from a very poverty-stricken area, their older sons, and they have become very good in football. The kids basically kind of grew up talking about or feeling, understanding that they really wanted to make something of themselves. You know, they've come from nothing and they're going to make something of themselves. And so I think this isn't exactly that, but it's interesting to watch their younger son, their second grader, look at his 3 older brothers who are like excelling and killing it in football, and thinking of him like, what am I going to do? I got to do something. I got to do something great. And great doesn't mean famous or money. Great just means something that I do well, that I know what I'm doing every day, and I do. That conversation has not come up. That is me in my head kind of playing out what that conversation or picture looks like in that family. But what does come up a lot is the nice thing is, Jim, is that we are very open about talking about what's going on with our kids. What are they thinking? There's a lot of artistic parents in this group, so we're all very, that wasn't necessarily encouraged for me. It wasn't discouraged growing up, but no one knew what to do with that. So it's like, oh, that's really cool, but then also like, what are you doing? So I like being in a place where we can listen to our kids and encourage, like watch, like what are they good at? Let's lean into that. If that is tinkering with cars, let's lean into that. Whatever it may be, I think. And I think that's just a parental awareness, I guess.
I wanted to ask you 2 questions. 2 questions, and the first of which is, are any of your friend circle, is anybody in your friend circle? Oh, now I hear that in the background. Is anybody in your friend circle?
Hang on, sorry.
Is anyone in your friend circle work in mechanics, work in, in the technical trades?
I don't know why that is echoing, where that is coming from. My Google Meets is somebody's Google Meet not muted over there on your end, guys? No, I can hear you on my Google Meet, so somebody isn't. Sorry to do this on air.
We did this yesterday anyway. We did this yesterday with you and Emily
Jim,
West.
is your Google Meets muted?
Yes.
For sure?
Look at it.
Okay, well, just...
Yeah. I mean, you'd be able to see if it wasn't muted. Oh, there we go. Now it's done. Somebody wasn't muted, but it was not me. Okay. Is anybody...
Sorry. Now all of a sudden I can hear you better too.
Oh.
So I don't know what's going on. Anyway.
By the way, this is funny. It's been that kind of morning, by the way, and this is part of the joys of all this stuff being live. So here's my 2 questions for you. Do you have anybody that is in your friend circle who actually works in a trade, a genuine bona fide trade?
Yes.
Okay, that's number 1. Number 2, when you unpack that, I would like to hear what your definition of a purpose-driven life is, because it fits so much into what I was talking about in the last half hour.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it does. Yeah, we've got several friends in construction. I've got a friend that works in mold and mediation. I have a friend who's a mechanic. I have a friend who's a carpenter. So, yeah, plenty of trades. I wholeheartedly believe in having friends of all walks of life, people around you.
And I asked this question. Are they, like I said, if you listen to your podcast yesterday with Emily West, there is a warmth and familiarity. Part of what makes it work so much is, first of all, your skills as an interviewer, and I can't recommend it enough. But the second thing is that it's a woman who is not comfortable talking about herself, and you could hear her fighting the urge to hide behind funny voices and to perform. And she fought it off because she trusts you. Because she really trusts you. She was willing to be vulnerable and expose herself in emotional ways that she might not have to somebody else. She might have been much more on, which would have been a much less honest conversation. When I ask it the question of, you have mechanics, mold remediation, all of those kind of people as friends, are either you or Seamus friends with them in such a way that those people would feel comfortable talking to? And I realize Emily does the same thing you do. She works in entertainment. She works in making people have a good time and an enjoyment. But are you friends with any of those people in such a way? And Seamus being friends with people in this way would count at the same depth of level of friendship that you have with somebody like, say, Emily.
Oh, even deeper, perhaps.
Right.
I'm closer friends with people who don't do what I do than people who do what I do.
Yeah, and by the way, that's something that I've actually found in my life really kind of plays itself out too, because my brother and I, my brother owned a weatherization and remediation company and moving company, and some of the friends that we made there, some of the friends I made at the in law enforcement are with me to this very day, and I have very little in common with them in regards to where I am in my life right now.
Yeah, because it's a different kind of friendship. Like I'm closer with the people in those kind of our closest friend circle. Seamus and mine together, they aren't in entertainment, but it's a different kind of friendship. They're the people that are there for me no matter what, where we spend long weekends with, where, hey,
Mimi!
I'm there. Sorry, Mimi's here. My dog's here. They're there when someone dies. Like, they're those kind of people. And then my creative friends are the people I have perhaps more, the conversations that are better for me personally right now are the creative people, just because it's helping my imaginative mind. But I think they're certainly separate, and those don't really mix. Like my trades friends are amused by my creative friends. I'll put it that way. but it's two very different depths. One is more like comfort, and one is more creative. Yeah.
So you were there at the party here at the Degas house, and one of the things that I was really hoping to do, since you were coming down, was make good on my comment that I have lots of friends, and that I, in fact, have a large family. So
I can confirm Jimmy Mack has friends,
Okay.
and they're cool, and they're interesting.
But what was so fun about it is a lot of people who came down are my friends as well. A lot of people in the veteran sector and in the trucking and transportation sector. And one of the reasons why I encouraged a lot of my friends from what I would call our neck of the woods to some degree, Lindsay, to kind of come down and join us. I'm a big fan like you are. I love getting people of, what I call different backgrounds together at a party, because there was a certain level of amusement that you just talked about when the Coven showed up to do their show. There was a certain level of amusement at the group of friends that we had on the porch of the Degas house, which I thought was really funny too, because you got a couple of truck drivers, you got a couple of people who work in CDL training, and
you got
then
multiple different color hairs
and
going
then you,
on.
and then you got the multiple different color hairs. They're like, "What do you do for a living?" "Oh, I'm an avant-garde burlesque performer."
Sure you are.
And
Yeah.
and you're like, "Really?" And then you like look them up online and you realize, "Oh no, wait, you are an avant-garde burlesque performer."
Yeah, like it's on the business card. It isn't like a hobby.
Yeah, I mean, it's in a hobby, and it's like, wait a minute, you're actually in 2 documentaries about neo-burlesque. Oh, yeah. And completely able to transform into a business sort of attire like that. And the thing about what was so fun about that party, which brings me to my second question, Lindsay, that I've already asked you, but there was a lot of happy people there that night, or at least, relatively unhappy in a healthy way, because all of them were living purpose-driven lives. That there were so many people there who were maybe not where they wanted to be, but doing the thing that they needed to do to maybe get to the place that they wanted to be. And that makes for a very different party, because a room full of unemployed actors or unemployed singers, songwriters is not a happy place to be. A room full of unemployed people is not a happy place to be unless they're all retired. That's the truth of the matter. And so that goes back to my question. So when I say to you a purpose-driven life, what does that mean to you?
Doing something that brings me joy, that also brings at least one other person joy.
Explain a little bit more, because that's a good answer, by the way, but I want you to kind of unpack that.
So let's say for me specifically, which is my songwriting and my radio shows. Those are the things that I do for work, and they light me up. I've gotten to a place where I've gotten it's funny. I've gotten all the peripheral, the riffraff, 19 other jobs that I had going on. I've cleared those. And by the way, they've been cleared for me. The universe finally was like, we're going to clear it for you. So financially, it's not as great currently in this current moment. However, mentally, and I'm lighter than I've ever been, because I'm just doing the things that I want to do. And I'm trying to follow that do what you love and the money will follow path. So that being said, I'm now doing the things that I'm focusing on the things that I want to do and building to a place where that can be it. And also, I get messages from people every week, not every week, but I have conversations with people I'm meeting online saying, "Oh, this song that you wrote helped me," or "That radio show made me feel connected," or just seeing the people in the chat. So I'm connecting to other people through what I love to do.
Love it. That lands. I understand.
Does that make sense?
No, it makes perfect sense, because the other thing about a purpose-driven life, when you actually figure out your purpose, that whole idea of clearing the docket, becomes a part of
Yeah.
it too. The idea that the docket suddenly clears and that you're able to do the thing that you want to do and say, you know what, this is where I need to be. There are other things that are interesting to me, but I can't worry about that right now. I've actually got to move on to other things. Speaking of moving on to other
And
things.
wait, and hoping, by the way, that Field of Dreams is true. If you build it, they will come. That's what I'm banking on, by the way.
Oh, my God.
Baby.
The whole enchilada and the burrito on the side. Speaking of going on to other things, we do have a phone call. Phone Master Dre, who do we got? Chris. Good morning, Chris. Hey.
Good morning, Lindsay and Jimmy. How's everything down there?
Good morning, Chris, the truck driver. What's
Good
up?
morning.
You know, you're talking about a purpose-driven life, and that fits so well with me. For as long as I can remember, all I have ever wanted to do was serve in one form, fashion, or another. I started out in Boy Scouts, went to Explorers, I was in the military, I was a firefighter, I was a police officer, first responder, truck driver. I've done it all.
Okay, so let me ask you this. When you were a kid, it sounds like it started with the Boy Scout, but do you have a memory, let's say before the Boy Scouts, where you were, because a lot of people, a lot of parents will put their kids in Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts to try to force them into service or to be a babysitter. Obviously, there's that aspect too. But
Right.
do you remember it being like what do you remember that you liked about Boy Scouts? Why did you enjoy it if you did in fact enjoy it?
I enjoyed the camaraderie, getting to meet new people, getting to go out camping, learning how to, build fire from, sticks and put up tents and just learning all kinds of stuff. I love learning. And everything that I have done has taught me one thing or another or multiple things. I can't describe it in simple terms, really, because it's been everything I've wanted to do. And it started when I was a kid because I was curious about things. I took apart my transistor radios and stuff like that. I want to learn. So that's why I've done all the things that I've done. And then by doing that, I give back to the communities that I'm serving.
I have two things in response to that. One is very personal to me. I'll get to the second one, that in a second. The first of which is really just fun. I don't know if you know this, Lindsay. When Buster Keaton, the famous silent film actor and director, first got started, he actually asked Max Sennett if he could borrow one of the cameras. And this is old
No,
time.
I don't know this.
Yeah,
by the way.
this is. I may have told the story, is what I'm saying. I may have told the story before. I'm not saying that you, of course, picked up a book on Buster Keaton.
No,
last
I
week.
just love it. This is my favorite thing about you to say, I don't know if you know this or not. And I'm like, I can go ahead and tell you right now the answer is no.
Well,
I do not know whatever you're about to say.
And I should probably do that with you because I got to tell you the number of times it's like, you have this great piece of information. You're not guilty of this. There are people in my life, lots more than you would think, where you start telling them stories. I know that, and they get defensive. And it's like, okay, then I won't share
that means they don't know that, by the way. It just means they don't want to hear you talk.
I got it. I got it. I'm on top of it. Yeah, I know what you're saying. And you're like, okay, it just means you don't want to hear me talk, and you could always just say that. I can live with that a lot better. But what's really funny is that Buster Keaton asked Max Sennett, the great silent film director, if he could borrow a camera. And he's like, well, yeah, this is back in the old days of Hollywood when you could borrow a camera. And he says, why? Because he doesn't want to borrow it for a day. He took it home, and Sennett had to stop by Keaton's room later on that evening. And Keaton opens the door, and the entire camera, Chris, had been taken apart piece by piece and laid out on the bed. And he's like,
what have you done?
He goes, what have you done? And Buster said, he goes, I'm trying to figure out how it works. He said, if I haven't figured out how it works by tomorrow, you can fire me, and then I'll repair the camera anyway and pay for it. And Keaton showed up the next day with the camera in his hand, completely fixed, gave it to Sennett. Sennett rolled it and said it works. He goes, I know how to do this now. I understand.
Yeah.
That fascinates me.
That
how
literally
things work. How things work that I use that I've never thought about how they work.
And that's it right there. That is the definition of a purpose-driven life. And Lindsay, when I tell you this gets exaggerated. Buster Keaton, when it came to making movies, actually making them, is a bigger genius than Charlie Chaplin's a better performer. Buster Keaton is a genuine genius when it comes to like editing and all of that stuff. It's all he cared about. Okay. This is the other one. You'll love this, Chris. So my dad did great in law school. He graduated second in his class. And he told me, he said, if you ever want to know the meaning of life, he said, it's tort law. And I said, what are you talking about? He goes, I hated tort law. He said, I hated being lectured about tort law. I hated people being know-it-alls about tort law. All I ever heard was tort law this and tort law that. He said, so I went out and I aced it. He said, I aced it. He said, I got the highest marks in the class, and I hate tort law. And he said, the reason I wanted to know it the way I knew it was I never wanted some smug jerk to ever lecture me about tort law
And he
ever in my life.
walked out of that class and he looked at the professor and said, tort you.
Exactly.
Kept on going.
Exactly. He said, you're a tart, I'm a tort, and I'm out. No, but that's the other thing, too, is that sometimes a purpose-driven life is also you figuring out what you never want to do again. Ever again, that you don't want to put up with something ever again. And you say, you know what, I'm tired of not knowing. I'm tired of not knowing. I'm tired of people talking circles around me. I'll be fully honest with you, Lindsay. In a previous incarnation of this job, there were people who would talk what I call gobbledygook around me. Before you even arrived, they would just talk about gobbledygook. And you're like, you are deliberately making this like a Mandarin. You are turning this into like the Oracle at Thebes, where I don't know what the hell you're talking about. And it's one of the things that's always made me say, you know what? I'm tired of being one step behind. I'm going to go learn that Shasta right now so I never have to listen to you talk about it ever again.
Does that resonate with you, Chris, when you're talking about all the things that you've done and seen and created? What Jim was just saying, does that resonate on your end, that it's like, I don't want to not know, and that's why you figured out? Because it sounds like you're a curious soul that figures things out. Is that part of your joy, the figuring out?
It is. I love trying to figure out how things work, and all of these things have helped me to learn more and more, and I want to keep learning. It's like doing this job. I want to learn everything I can possibly learn all the time. That way I can do what I want to do even better. And it's not that I'm trying to be better than anybody else. I'm trying to be better than me.
There you go.
That's a great line, by the way.
Great way.
That's a great line. It's not that I want to be better than anybody else. It's that I want to be better than me. That's actually a quotable. That's actually Chris, what's your last name?
Yount.
Yount?
Yep.
Yount. Yount too? Chris, Yount too? Yount, come on over. Yount too?
I like that.
But you know
I
how
haven't heard that one yet.
But you know that, right? That they always have like these things where you can go find famous quotes online, and I want to make sure I don't want to be better than anybody else. I want to be better than me, and we can put your name under there now. I can say Chris Yount. That's
Let's just
it.
make sure no one else has already said that. Chris hops off the phone and we realize, oh, that's a line from Mission Impossible, damn it. I don't want to be better than anyone else. I just want to be better than me.
Yeah.
Hang on, let me just make sure, Chris. Hold, please.
Put it in quotes. Put it in quotes.
Oh, right. Y'all talk amongst yourselves.
You won't get variations on it. By the way, guys, the internet can be a wonderful thing if you know how to use it for good. The internet can be a terrible thing if you just want to go down like, the Idaho of the mind with yapping Dobermans and AK-47s in your little hut out there scribbling your manifesto. But the internet can do good things for you.
There's different versions of it that don't mean the same thing. So I think it's all you, Yonta.
Yeah.
I like it.
I
come up with an original.
You got an original and a good one.
There is I'm trying to be better than the person I used to be. That's a very different sentiment.
Very different, very different sentiment.
True.
That's about
very different sentiment. Also good, but different.
Yep, exactly right.
I have one I came up with. I'm willing to accept that I can't change the past. I just don't want to be stuck there anymore.
That's good.
I'm happy with that.
Yeah, that's very true.
I've got one. The future was yesterday.
Hey, all right.
Dave Nemo.
Just came to me.
It just came to you, by the way.
Just kidding. Chris, where are you headed?
I'm in Minnesota, and I don't know where I'm going until I get my pickup done.
Ooh, beginning of a country song. I'm in Minnesota, and I don't know where I'm going. Something like that. I don't know.
Well, that's my life story. I never know where I'm going.
Same, buddy.
I've been told where to go a few times, but that's a whole nother story.
Go straight to tort.
Now, I have to quote Buckaroo Banzai, guys, and just say, remember, no matter where you go, there you are. Thank you.
There you are.
Wait, Jim, let me leave you and Chris with this one.
All right, here we go.
My very sweet friend who is very pretty. His name is Joey. He's very pretty. He's very pretty. He said one day, we were all sitting around in a group talking, and someone's, the saying, when in Rome, go to Rome. Somebody said something that prompted that to be the response. And he said, well, when in Rome, go to Rome.
Yep.
And we're like, that's not,
Exactly.
it's just when in Rome and you stop. It's not when in Rome, go to Rome.
Yeah.
But now that's what we all say when it comes up. We're like,
when in Rome,
go to Rome.
No, it's when in Rome, do as the Romans do. It's not when in Rome, go to Rome. It's like when in New Orleans,
listen,
go to
he
New
is
Orleans.
a very pretty singer and hairdresser. Okay, fine.
Is Chris? I got it. Thank you,
Chris.
Chris.
Is the best call of the week, Chris. Thank you.
Of the week, of the century,
Thank you.
of the year. Thank you, Chris. By the way, good to talk to you.
No problem. You guys have a great day. Enjoy your show.
Thank you, man.
Thank you. You enjoy our show.
You enjoy our show. Purpose-driven life. I think that might identify our next upcoming guest, does it not, Lindsay? Who is it?
Yeah. Dave Wilbert joining us next, an excellent country artist. But here's what, Jim, he falls into what we love talking about, people having their second act or third act or fourth or fifth when it comes to Dave Wilbert. He's done a lot of things. He's actually even sold Peterbilt trucks, by the way, guys. But he's lives on a farm. He's worked on a farm growing up. He is a good old boy that's now singing songs about it. And thank God he is enthralled and inspired by the 90s country sound. Thank goodness, because that is my favorite country sound as well. And you can hear it in his music. You can hear it in his new record called Live from America. It's Saturday night, which is obviously we have to talk to him about that title. You and I love that show. There's a wink in there somewhere, but all of his music has winks, has really fun little nods, and
without being novelty songs too. That's what
without being novelty songs, exactly.
I really want to compliment him for that. There's a cleverness, there's a cheekiness, there's a kind of what I call an askance glance that happens in a lot of his songs. That is, like I said, that doesn't drift into joke songs, parody songs,
Right. I want to check you for ticks. Yeah, they're not hokey. He's delivering the 90s country sound, but just saying kind of smart things tucked in there. Easter eggs, as Taylor Swift likes to call them. Speaking of Taylor Swift, by the way, she announced she was on last night on Travis Kelce and Jason Kelce's podcast.
How did they get her on there?
I don't know.
How did they manage to secure that?
I guess she got to sleep with someone around here to get that. But she was on for an hour and 45 minutes, and I haven't heard it. But it was the talk of the bus stop this morning. However, I saw clips of it yesterday or last night. She talked for an hour and 45 minutes, which we don't normally get Taylor doing. And it was really more. She was like talking to Jason apparently, and then Travis was like the beaming boyfriend. And she announced that she's got a new record dropping. And I'll say before we go to break here, here's what I like about Taylor. I think she's a poet. I like that about her. But also Jimmy Mack, she just does the thing. She's been making a record. Apparently, she was making her current record while she was out on the Eras tour, performing multiple nights a week and writing and recording an album. And then just came on and goes, the album's done. You'll get it next month, or you'll get it October 3rd. And I think that's really cool. People just, I'm not good about it. I'm trying to get better about, you don't need to talk about, if you're talking about the thing, you're not actually doing the thing. Just go do the thing. Talk about it when it's out there, and I thought that was a really cool thing. So I'm excited to listen to that, actually.
What I really like is I like when somebody is just kind of puddling along and then they say, oh, I've got this thing. I'm like, well, when are you going to start working on it? Oh, here it is. That's one of my other favorite ones, too. Yeah, I did it, by the way. Oh, wait, where did that website come from? Why are all the bells and whistles working? What have you been doing? Slowly but surely drawing my plans against everyone else and learning tort law.
Tortlaw.com. Coming up next, Dave Wilbert is joining us right after this break. We're talking 90s country, but in 2025. How great is that?
In 2025, you should go to truckdown.com. By the way, they serve all 50 states, 8 provinces. If you end up in the ditch, they'll get you back on the road. They've been doing it since 1997. Go ahead, Lindsay, do it.
Gotta get up and truck down. Gotta get up and truck down.
.com.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes? while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families. Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
It's officially time to start talking about music on Road Gang Radio. Lindsay, Lawler, Jimmy Mack, let's take it away.
Never heard of him.
Don't know who you're talking about. Some folks actually, a lot of folks will know who I'm talking about right now, though, Lindsay. And by the way, there is a really good description in the bio I'm going to be reading to kind of explain what we were talking about in regards to that, being able to kind of crack a joke and make a pun without it turning into a novelty song. In 2024, Dave Wilbert was one of the most played independent country artists on Music Row, Breakout, and the CDX True Indie charts.
Yeah, buddy.
He built on that success. By the way, he blends relatable storytelling with a smooth country vocal. His musical style strikes a nice balance between what you talked about, Lindsay, that sense of I've heard this before, and yet at the same time, it feels as if it's fresh. We've talked about the idea that if you want to do something new, package it in something familiar and nostalgic. He released his new single and album, Live from America. It's Saturday night on June the 20th of this year. It is rooted in his personal journey and his life on the family farm just west of Nashville. The single, by the way, in many ways is just really fun. It just has a kind of, let's just have a good time. There's been something happening in movies and music recently, Lindsay, where the quality has gotten excellent, but the values have gotten a little bit older in regards to that kind of just good old-fashioned having a good time. Whether you're from the countryside and bonfires or the big city lights, Live from America Saturday night, in many ways, and they say this, and I'm willing to, I say it's true, is an anthem for the heartland of America. Dave Wilbert, his true-to-self approach, joins us this morning. We're thrilled to have you. Good morning to you, Dave.
Good morning. Thanks for having me on air. I really appreciate it, guys.
Hey, Dave. Wonderful to have you. I'm curious. I just saw real quick. We'll dive in here. You did live in Franklin. Do you still, or where do you live now?
So I did live, when I first moved to town from Indiana, I lived in Franklin, Tennessee. And then eventually moved out in Williamson County, which is also Franklin. So, so I moved out in the country, Williamson County, and stayed in Williamson County for a good long time. But within the last year, moved out further. I have a farm in Hickman County, a little town called Centerville, home of Minnie Pearl.
Yeah, buddy.
That's where I am.
I live in Franklin, Tennessee. I'm a songwriter here in Nashville, so I know all the parts you talk about. I was curious about that because that's where I want the interview to start, because this isn't gonna be a linear interview, by the way, but we're starting that pause in your life, because this is what's, I think, important for all of our listeners to hear and fall in love with you. You need to be relatable, and you, my friend, are relatable. So you spent your time, you sold trucks and vet supplies into farm country. You lived on and do live on a farm, but you also paused your career to chase and raise 3 kids. after a divorce.
Chase and raise. I love you said
Yeah.
chase and raise, by the way, because that's what you have to do sometimes.
Exactly.
Go on.
So you chased and raised 3 kids. I want to talk about the pause and how long ago that pause was based on now when this album's out. What's the time span in between the two?
So the pause was roughly from 2008 to about 8 years, 2016, something like that, 17, to where I started to really. I put the guitar away for a long time, and just had to do what I had to do, and luckily got remarried in 2015.
Yay!
And she came in and really took on the heavy lifting with kids and helped me out quite a bit. So we got them raised up, and about the time they were, getting a little older, they really encouraged me to get back out and start playing. So, I around that timeline, 2017, 18, I started to kind of put my toe back in the water a little bit here and there, and then eventually, it's just I decided, okay, let's make this thing. Let's get after it if we can, and so it's been a process, getting back into it, and but that pause that you talked about, I wouldn't have traded it for anything. I coached Little League, and I got to be involved in every aspect of their lives, whether it be theater productions or dance or whatever, so. Those memories, those are mine, and so many times folks that are in this world in the music industry or touring artists, they miss a lot of those moments, and for me, I'm grateful. I didn't miss those moments, and now I'm getting kind of a second run at this thing, and I feel like I'm certainly more mature now, and I feel like I'm a better vocalist now.
Well, let me just say, you said during that time I did what I had to do. That's not what you had to do, because there are people who don't put their kids first. So let me just pat yourself on the back, which you won't do, because we shouldn't have to pat ourselves on the back when we put our kids first, but unfortunately sometimes in this world we do. So let me just say, there's people that get caught up in the glitz and the lights of music and put that first. So you made the pivot.
Pivot.
And did that, and I believe you were rewarded. You were divinely rewarded to pivot back into music, and that's why you're finding success, because you had the right intentions behind it. So anyway, I just wanted to say that to you.
Well, I appreciate that, and I certainly believe in divine intervention. Absolutely, I'm a Christian and believe in that, and I'm not going to question it. So.
Yeah.
I'm just, I don't, like I said, I don't believe, I wasn't trying to, and I know you're not trying to pat me on the back for just being a parent. I think that should become natural to anyone.
Yeah, no.
All I'm saying is I wouldn't trade those memories for millions. You know what I mean? There's no way I would trade the time I have with my kids to have had attain some sort of fame or fortune. It's just, there's no comparison.
I had an inkling of an idea from reading your bio, but in hearing you talk about it, I actually have an insight into your music, and you can let me know if you agree with me on this, is that, I can't believe I'm saying this. It's actually easier to write in the dumps when people are creating country and Western music. There's a certain kind of ache, a certain kind of loneliness, a certain kind of isolation that often goes into that songs. The only kind of joyful songs you often find in this genre often reside in the kind of wild, abandoned dancing stuff. What's great here about this music is that I am wondering if that time off, if the Little League coaching, if watching them trod the boards, if actually watching the payoffs of parenthood actually allows you to do something that doesn't happen a lot, is that the music, and Lindsay, I think you know what I'm talking about here, the music's joyful. There's a real sense of fun in this music.
Because it's 90s country. We're bringing the Lord's work back, baby.
But it also feels, but like I said, some of that 90s country is kind of like, is like what I call young country, in the sense a lot of that 90s country stuff feels like the kind of the joys of youth. This feels like the kind of joys that come to people who have earned it. We don't ever talk about hard-earned joy and the idea of being an active parent. That's where I think, and I agree with Lindsay, is that no, everybody should do a good job doing what they should do to take care of their kids. But there's another thing to do the job and to do it joyfully and embrace it the way you kind of talked about it just passionately right now. And I'm just wondering if before and after, before the great gap that often happens there, if in fact what you brought into your second incarnation, third incarnation, is in fact the result of joyfulness. Because, man, these songs are fun. It's fun. And that often can be missing from the best of artists. And this feels like just a really good time. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think it's a fair statement. I think what I think you hear, what is probably more contentment in the music. Meaning, when I first came to town and when I was first being shopped around to the labels and all that stuff, I was worried about every little aspect, from your shoes to your hat. You know what I mean? All the stuff that really doesn't matter. And when we went to either write the material or, find material from other songwriters, I think I was looking for a consistent theme of just, songs that kind of, that I could relate to and I could deliver. And I wanted songs that would move people emotionally, whether that's joyful, like you're saying, or more like Footprints on the Moon, where it's more of a song about, what's the term I'm looking for? Just inspirational, So for me, I think what you hear is contentment, that I'm really comfortable with who I am, where I am. I'm certainly blessed beyond, more than I should be. And I think that's what you hear. I hope that's what you hear when you're saying joy. I would call it contentment.
That's and taking the word contentment back to be a nice, peaceful thing, not like a settling thing, as I think as I see it,
Right.
Yeah. Well, there's, it took me, I'm from Texas originally, and I grew up on 90s country. So let me tell you, you already know that I love your record. Listening to it, driving around the car, I was I was in a bar room and a Texas bar room in the 90s in a very content way, not in a getting drunk, being a dum-dum kind of way, in a this is awesome. I want a buckle rub. It's a feeling of there's probably longhorns walking down the street outside, and we're in here having a great night. So I love it. And let's talk about the cleverness, because we were early, Dave. Before you came on here, we were talking about the cleverness of your record, which is obviously such a through line here. So especially that first track, the very first track on the record, Take It Outside. It's such a clever double meaning, such a clever, the bar, you think it's a bar fight, but it's not. You're talking about getting back to nature when the lyric pivots, getting back to nature. Pivot. I have a song, Dave, called Spin the Bottle. And when the mixer heard it, he thought it was going to be spin the bottle, the kids game, but it's not. It's like a beer bottle, and you're spinning the bottle. Am I going to get drunk enough to go home with this person and have kind of a sadder night or not? It was a different kind of meaning. So anyway, I love those double meanings, but I want to know if when you're writing, do those clever meanings, because the kind of clever you're doing, you can't force it. I think it just pops in your head. Anytime I've written anything clever, it showed up, and I've written it down and then realized it was clever before as opposed to trying to make something clever. Are you going after the clever, or does the clever just come to you?
I would say both, to be honest with you. The thing is, I love that clever stuff too, and that's the one thing I love about country humor and country music. There's always that tongue-in-cheek clever. It's never. I don't like the. Well, let me put it this way: I like the clever country music more than I like some of the music that's being promoted today, to where there's no ambiguity at all. It's just straight. We're gonna go get drunk and pass out, girl. I mean, that stuff's terrible, in my opinion.
Your opinion is Your opinion is the correct opinion, by the way.
No, you're talking facts, Dave. Facts. These are facts.
And I hate the fact that they use the word. There's never a mention of a lady's name. It's always just girl. It's just girl, and which drives me crazy too. I just think it's insulting. But so yeah, I do. Some of the things that about country music, I think for example, farmers and truck drivers and mechanics and blue collar folks are some of the brightest people on the planet, and then so I want the country music to be clever and intelligent. I never want to write or record anything that I feel like is reinforcing negative stereotypes about our genre or our culture. So, I try to write and like I said, and or record things that are witty. I'm a witty person. I think I get it from my mother organically. And I want music to be that. There's times where some songs are more serious, more can be more somber, but then there's times like you're saying, Take It Outside, where it has that kind of double. There's kind of that switch, if you will, cleverness. And I think that's I think of look at all the Conway Twitty songs and. Even though they were on the verge of being raunchy, they were always kind of, it had a little sleight of hand going on, like the slick magician, if you will, and I just think that's something unique about country music. And I think, there's artists out there right now, and I'm not, I'm a fan of Zach Top, and I think some of his music has that cleverness in it. And I think you're seeing, for him, you're seeing people respond to it in a positive way. And hopefully folks will gravitate towards mine and feel the same.
The Twitty comparison actually is kind of apt, because that's what I kept thinking about, not in regards to, like I said, this is distinctively different stuff, but what Twitty always did too, you make a really good point. There was always a sense of a raised eyebrow, not a sense of get it, but a much more subtle sense of see what I did there, and just kind of keep going and not.
And if you don't get it, I don't want you listening anyway.
Yeah. Well, actually, with Twitty, it's if you don't get it, fine, give me your money. We're going to get to the smart people around here as well too. But that's really an important part of what makes how to separate this kind of stuff, is to make sure that you're not pandering to your audience, that you're actually finding the best in them. And there really is a sense of that too. And I don't mean the best in them and we're simple folk and we don't need you. No, we're pretty bright people around here. We know what we're talking about. That's a real distinctive issue too, because the other thing that drives me crazy sometimes is what I call cashing in on the lowest common denominator, as if it's okay to be ignorant. No, it's not. There's nothing to celebrate about that. And these songs don't. They celebrate smart, funny, talented people who have daily struggles and also daily joys. And I'm kind of, you brought up Twitty. Can you talk about other people that have made an impact for you? Because I grew up watching watching Opry, watching a whole bunch of other stuff on public television and on the independent channels in the 70s. So who else really kind of lands with you?
I grew up, I had two older brothers and a younger brother. So when I grew up, I grew up in a household where music was playing all the time. I can remember as a young kid going with my parents to Greenwood Mall in Indiana. It's a little town south of Indianapolis, and then picking up a stereo system, and all the time, they'd have everything playing from Alabama to ABBA, Paul Simon and the Bee Gees and Kenny Rogers and Dolly and all kinds of music. And then my brothers were more into the Kiss and Van Halen and all that stuff. So I kind of heard all kinds of music growing up, but really, early on, James Taylor was a big influence on me, and then, once I kind of found, and I remember Alabama, of course, as a kid hearing Alabama all the time, but, Charlie Daniels, but then I think really what I really dug into hard was, Merle Haggard and Dwight Yoakam, Alan Jackson, all the names, Alan Jackson, George Strait, all those folks, early Garth Brooks stuff. All of that kind of resonated with me. But I really fell in love with Buck Owens and Merle Haggard and George Jones and those guys. That Bakersfield sound was really cool or is cool. So all of that, I really liked music that stood the test of time, that had some genuineness to it. That wasn't really, like you knew it was going to last, so all of that, all of those influences, all those folks influenced me. I mean, I'm a big Aretha Franklin fan, and Ray Charles, and Lionel Richie. Yeah, I mean, my wife would tell you I sing Lionel Richie about every night in the
Oh
shower.
my God! Oh my God! Can I tell you something, man? Easy like Sunday morning is, like I said. I remember growing up in the '80s, Lindsay, and we would wake up after drinking too long, and I had a cousin that would just pop that on. We would sit there kind of quietly in our hangovers, and along with a Bloody Mary. I've quit drinking, by the way, since then. But along with a Bloody Mary, few things get rid of a hangover quicker than either Lionel Richie singing "Sail On" or "Easy Like Sunday Morning." It just lands. It just, even to this day, it's just kind of fantastic. Sorry, that's my own little personal sharing moment there, but I'm with you on Brother Lionel.
I agree.
Brother Lionel is the truth, man. And people forget he wrote a lot of country and western songs for people. He's got a lot of songs under his belt that he wrote for folks. Amazing.
Yeah,
Amazing.
I mean, Lady for Kenny Rogers, and River Woman, I think it was, for Alabama.
Yeah,
I mean, I know that's a couple just off the top of my mind, but I listen to a lot of different styles. I do like grass stuff, so I'll listen to the Steel Drivers that has, when Chris Stapleton was still, I listened to those older records when he was, the front man. Of course, he's someone I'll listen to. But yeah, there's a whole lot of Luther Vandross. I mean, I listen to Luther quite a bit, just because I love really great vocalists. So like Keith Whitley and Joe Diffie and Daryl Singletary. Those three, in my opinion, were probably the best pure country vocalists of all time. Just I love their timbre of their voice and the quality of it and their range. Conway Twitty was an incredible vocalist as well. So, I've always been drawn to great vocalists. Merle Haggard's a great vocalist. I mean, way underrated, but great vocalist.
Lindsay.
Well, since we're listing vocalists, I'd like to list mine. Dave Wilbert, guys. We're talking to Dave Wilbert. You can go to Dave Wilbert Music, WILBERT music.com, because I guarantee you, Jimmy, as you already know, this is the kind of record that'll help get you a little further down the road after you listen to the 12 tracks on this album. And I want to know, Dave, because you said that you kept even through the pause, as we're calling it, the great pause of 2008 until 18 or whatever, you kept a guitar on the back porch for when buddies came over. And and I like that it never that didn't go away. I'm wondering if the buddies on the porch, if they get an album credit for getting you back into the studio from your porch to studio pipeline there. But what song on the album to you? What song on the album most sounds like that porch? Sounds like the most raw and real from the porch to the record.
Well, there's an acoustic track at the very end. It's like a bonus track. It's called the Cabin Song that I wrote that long ago, actually. And I wrote it when the girls were little, and that's definitely a kind of that back porch, bonfire track. It's really raw, but people in my circle know the song and have always requested it and wanted me to put it out on put it down on some sort of, digital and or vinyl, product, but. So I would say that's one. Close Your Eyes and You'll Miss It. That's a song that song was written about anywhere in small town USA. I didn't write it. A buddy of mine wrote that song, but I lived it. I've had that song in my back pocket for a long, long, long time, and I've played it a million times, and it never fails to deliver. You know what I mean? So I would say those two.
Awesome. I love it. And do you credit your buddies? Were they a part of the process of you getting your swagger back, Stella getting her groove back to get back to making music?
Well, I have one friend for sure. He, unfortunately he was hurt real bad in an ATV wreck. So he was actually paralyzed from the waist down. He was going through some tough times, and he liked to bang around on a guitar, and so I said, let's go out and play some. This was during that pause period, and so we found a little Mexican joint down in Spring Hill, and we used to do tunes and tacos, a couple times a month. So we just sit in and play acoustic. It was rough, but it kept me kind of, like I said, just kind of, with my toes in the water, so to speak. And, so I think, him encouraging me to, let's go out and play together and let's just, do something, even if it's just for, which it was just for fun, and music should be just for fun, but with no pressure. There was no expectations. We weren't trying to play for A&R people or label people or anything like that. We were just going out and making a joyful noise, if you will. So, I think, if I had to credit somebody, it'd be Scott.
Love that.
I'm going to ask you. Let's pivot here a second, Lindsay.
Pivot.
I wanted to ask you about, because you told me you're a Merle Haggard fan. There's a terrific video, video of him doing impersonations of every other famous country and Western music star at the time he was around, and it's like spot on. And I was just kind of curious if you've ever done that. If you have, because Lindsay's got some friends who actually will sing like other people. Lindsay does it really well too. Are there any? Is there anybody that you've ever done a really great impersonation of from a?
I mean, your album title mimics Saturday Night Live, so you've got to have at least one impersonation in your back pocket.
I can do just about anybody I want, and I don't mean to sound that arrogantly, but just about.
John Anderson. John Anderson. Come on, that's a weird one. Do it.
That's not fair.
There's a little girl in our neighborhood.
Yes.
I had a feeling from listening to the album, Lindsay, after he's mentioned Merle Haggard, I said, I bet you he can do impersonations. I bet you this guy can do impersonations.
Well, and John Anderson is the weirdest one, with all respect, because he's also incredible. Straight Tequila Night, hands down, one of the best country songs ever. Fight me if you want. But what about Tracy Lawrence? Can you sing a little Tracy?
Oh, yeah. Hold on. Let's see, which song do I want to do? You can take the house and anything in it. You can diamond ring, that's how I meant it.
Yes. As long as it's 90s country, he has got you covered.
This is the finest question I have ever asked on this show.
Nelly, now do Snoop Dogg.
No, I can't do that.
Just kidding.
He lost me there.
I think
so good.
I think Snoop Dogg lost himself there at that moment too. Okay.
I lost.
So where are you headed next? Where are you going? What are you doing? Where's the next destination? I'm talking about immediately. Where's the next place you're headed to?
Immediately?
Yeah.
Next week I'm headed to immediately I'm headed to Florida on Friday. Headed to Florida on Friday. Headed to Columbus, Ohio next week. And then hopefully be going north Nashville to do a little taping of a thing, trying to put together kind of like a promotional little video clip in North Nashville, either at the Palace or the Nashville. I think it's the Palace. I may be speaking wrong here. And then after that, Fort Walton Beach. So that's what's coming up immediately.
I love that. First, I was just thinking about the Palace right before you said the Palace, because when you were singing those songs, I thought of, and when you were talking about tacos and tunes, I thought about, Dave, when I first moved to town 18 years ago, and I sang at the Nashville Palace, me and a guitar player, during lunch. There was, on a good day, 4 people there, like nobody there, but we just got to sing whatever we wanted, country, and just do everything from, Keith Whitley, like you're talking about, and up to Faith Hill or whatever, and just sing songs. So you've inspired so much joy, and I think you're, if you could leave us with like a piece of, I guess, advice or inspiration for those truck drivers out there listening. We've got about a minute left. What would you say to them that if you want to do something, now's the time to start, whatever it is? What can you say to our truck driving audience?
Well, I think, I have a lot of respect. I worked for Peterbilt Motors in another life. So I have a lot of respect for the trucking industry, truck drivers, men and women out there. And I don't think, one, they may be living their dream. They may be always have wanted to be in, a line haul or a trucker or, doing heavy equipment hauling or construction hauling, dump trucks and all that stuff. So I'm not here to pass judgment on what they're currently doing because it may be what they want to do. That being said, if they do have other aspirations, there's no. I don't think dreams have an expiration date. I don't think goals have goals are goals. We can all. I'm coming back into the game certainly later. More mature, I would say, in my life. But I don't care. I'm not held up by silly obstacles that man puts in my place, because I know if it's God's plan, it'll happen. So. And I'm, like I said, I think just being content with what you're doing, and if you're not content with what you're doing, go down another road. One of my favorite lines there's actually an Eric Clapton song that Winona did was, a dead end's just a place to turn around, So, there you go.
Beautiful. Way to nail it. It's time to turn around, unfortunately, on this show, but such a pleasure talking to you. Everyone head on over, please, to DaveWilbertmusic.com. The record is out now, live from America. It's Saturday night. Download it. Don't just stream it. Download it. Add it to your playlist. You're killing it, Dave. Congratulations. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me on.
Thank you, Dave. When we come back on the other side, we're going to get, it's a good book about Captain Kidd is the best way to kind of go about describing this. It's really fun. It's a rip-roaring adventure. By the way, just like Dave Wilbert's second career or second shot at the brass ring, Samuel Marquis talks about a legendary pirate that he is the 9 times, he's descended. He's a grandfather.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting
the game.
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Do we have a publicist or who?
Hour 4 of Road Gang Radio with good old Lindsay and Jimmy Mack. Take it away.
Really quickly, we're going to bust our butts here to try and get Samuel Marquis on the phone. I have a feeling, Lindsay, and I'm actually going to openly talk about this, it's going straight to voicemail, and he was confirmed yesterday. I have a feeling he may end up like some of our callers. Nemo Nation was crazy on Monday. I don't know if you know this. We literally got all the guests in. I kid you not, except for one. But we got them all in late. Everything kept getting pushed. One guy actually left his phone off, meaning it wasn't charged. So he was waiting for a phone call that never came because he hadn't charged his phone. Another guest literally thought it was the week after that and instantly knew, because he'd gotten a confirmation call, that he had made the mistake, and then it literally set off this ripple effect in the show, which made it even more fast and furious because everybody got pushed, which meant we were squeezing people in as they arrived. It made for real chaos. It made for some
People are so dumb. Am I right? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Why are you not calling me? Because your phone is off.
Because your phone is off. It's like, I mean, and by the way,
Why are you not calling me? Because your interview was last week.
Yeah. Oh, because it's this week and not last. Yeah, exactly. And it was. I will say this: that what I really loved was that every single one of those human beings owned it. There wasn't literally. The one who left his phone off basically opened the phone call up by saying, "I'm a jackass." First words out of his mouth, "I'm a jackass." The other one called and said, "I am so sorry. This is totally on me. I got the confirmation phone call, and for some reason, during the course of the day, I somehow shifted the date until the next week." And he said, "I'm not even sure why I did that." And of course, both of them were mortified. And at the same time, like, if you ever want me back, I'm like, dude, I don't care. I care. Having a gap is not the most fun thing in the world, but it's like the moment you own it, the moment you say, "Yeah, I screwed that up," I'm like, you've known me for a long time. I screwed that up.
Here's the good news about this guest not being available right now, though. I'm able to talk now about drunk history because of it. So good, right? Because Jim, you were when we went into that last break, Jimmy, you just. And I know, like, your mind was going a million miles an hour, and you kind of laughed at yourself off camera because you were like,
God.
No, but what it reminded me of, because you went at the end, you're like, he's it's his ninth great grandfather. Like, just that's what I'm trying to say.
It wasn't that good, by the way. Thank you.
It wasn't that good.
It wasn't that good.
No, but in drunk history, and my favorite drunk history, and by the way, if you're listening and you don't know what drunk history is, Google it as soon as you have free time and you're not driving. It's one of the most brilliant things ever done. It's on Funny or Die. But drunk history is basically they get somebody really, really drunk. Usually it's a comedian, by the way, because these people know what they're doing. But they get them really, really drunk and then make them talk about and reenact a moment in history, an event in history. And the best one is this girl, her name is Jen something. She is a comedian, by the way. But they get her really drunk, and she recreates the a conversation with Frederick Douglass and Abraham Lincoln. and so then not only is it her, like, drunk being like, and then Abraham Lincoln, whatever, but then they reenact it with real actors, voice, lip syncing that woman's voice. So they've got Will Ferrell playing Abraham Lincoln, and Don Cheadle playing Frederick Douglass. And it is one of the most brilliant things I've ever done. And she had the part where you reminded me of, we were like, it's his ninth grandfather. When you said that, there's a part where she was like, and Abraham Lincoln was talking to Frederick Douglass, who was he was a black man. And that's what I want you to know, is that he was a black man. And I don't know why it's so brilliant. Everything in the moment, she's like so real and honest, and it's just the best episode. If you haven't seen it, go watch it now.
You should watch it now, by the way. It is really fun.
After this show.
So we've been talking with Megan Kate Nelson about Western of the Month, and we're going to do something really fun when she joins us. We're going to actually talk about the pilots of two different television shows, two neo-westerns. Well, one is a neo-western, one is a straight-up western. And we're going to talk about those two pilots, and then each one of us is going to give a recommendation for which one of the two shows they want to follow after having watched only the pilot. So we're not going to, we don't have to watch 9 episodes or 10 episodes of two different series. One of the things that you and I have been talking about that I want to talk about, drunk history, is something that I've seen on occasion and think it's ridiculously funny as well. This is not funny, and it's a recommendation I'm making to a lot of our listeners. If you like a good old-fashioned WTF show, or what they call the new weird, you and I have both been obsessed with the Lazarus Project. Oh,
Did you start watching it?
Oh, I'm almost done with season 2.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm almost done with season 2. Where are you at in
it? Starting season 2.
Oh my God!
Beginning of season 2.
No spoilers, but when I made the mention, we had a text thread going on, and I said there's so much game theory. I will only say that the checkpoint concept is straight out of video games, Lindsay. The idea that when When you die, you go back to the last checkpoint, and then you start the whole game all over again.
Choose your own adventure. It's got that floating through it too, right?
It really does, by the way.
Or sliding doors.
Oh, it's got a lot of sliding doors too, and by the way, I don't know how far you are into the second season. There is a wonderful reveal because it does something great, that it's able to do something that a lot of shows, the British do this better than we do. It does a really great job of kind of talking about the very personal, meaning like, personal relationships, while at the same time dealing with pulse-pounding action. And what's really cool is that people being in love has a deep effect on the course of history. And I think that is really cool. That, the idea of
Yeah,
sometimes...
because love comes babies too.
Oh,
by the
yeah.
way.
Oh, love comes babies. But the other thing is, the great myth of Orpheus. Everybody loves the Orpheus story of, the man racing into hell to save the woman that he loves and lead her back to the surface. But sometimes when you bring something back, when you go back to kind of fix things for yourself, you may set off a ripple effect that actually changes the entire direction of the world. And that's when I thought about that comment. I accept the fact that I cannot live in the past, but I wish I could. So then how can I get unstuck from it? And in some ways, it really kind of deals with that straight on. And it's something a lot of people, often, I have a real problem with that, Lindsay. I've been realizing that and trying to work my way through that, of like going back through the past and sometimes even wishing I could go back there and change stuff.
I think you can change it by, Jim, and I don't mean this directed at you. I think in general. I think that, because there's a difference between learning from the past and harping on the past.
Right.
There's a big difference between the two. And I think by not and the fact that you've already lived that experience in all the experiences, there's already lessons in there. Now it's just because one of my favorite things to say is there's no good and bad. There's only lessons and experiences. So the fact that you've already lived those things, you've already learned the lesson. Now, whether you've retained the lesson is another thing or not. By you, I mean the universal you. And so I think by not dwelling on the past, you've already moved on. Do the thing. And when you find yourself, and then those moments when you find yourself in the same scenario again, be like, okay, what is the common denominator? Why I keep ending up in this same scenario? You've got to smack your own face a little bit and ow, that was kind of hard, by the way, but it was good. It woke me up. It was like my second cup of coffee right there. But by waking, do you know what I'm saying? By in that moment being like, oh, I'm here again. If I'm complaining, or if I'm complaining about something, if I'm, and moaning, I'm the problem here. So what am I doing? What can at least I change? Because then, Jim, that kind of becomes the Lazarus Project. I tweak one thing, and now everything changes. And that's what's really cool. That's why I like shows like the Lazarus Project, where it's very sci-fi, but I'm like, they're actually saying something here at its core about that can actually also change my life if I'm willing to be aware of it.
Yeah, and the thing I keep kind of trying to get myself out of that stuck pattern is to remind myself that you can focus on the future by living in the present. And the idea that it goes back to what you were just saying, too, to go back to the past, to take the lesson of the past, to bring it with me into the present, and to use that as an instructions guide or instructions manual for how I actually behave moving forward. I still struggle with that. I'll be really honest with everybody out there listening. I hope in my honesty, you guys can be honest with yourself and feel like you're not alone. There's a lot of people out there who drive on these roads with a lot of time on their hands, and often that the thing is that it's time a lot of the time that really kind of frustrates you. And there's also a thing of when you keep making the same mistakes and you keep trying to figure out ways to rectify those mistakes, you say, isn't there a moment when I'm done with this? I would like a new set of problems. That's a big thing for me a lot of the time is I would like a new set of issues. I would like at some point.
How about no issues?
No.
You're
always
saying I'd like a new set of issues?
Well, no, what I'm saying...
That's a weird prayer.
Well, no, but it's not a weird prayer. The idea that it's like this particular problem in my life has gone away. There's always going to be obstacles in the road. There's always going to be inclement weather conditions. There's always going to be certain things that prevent us from getting where we want to get to quicker. But it's very, very different when it's the same problem and then we haven't learned how to navigate it. I would like one day to encounter a new problem because it's almost like in a video game when you get through a level, when you beat the boss at that level, this is really kind of
Come on, we're starting the game.
Exactly. There is something about each boss that is different. They are a new problem to solve. That once you beat the boss at a certain level, you move on to the next level, and that next level has the same problem presented in small ways until you finally arrive at the big boss who presents that problem in the biggest way. You navigate that, you level up, and you move on. You level up. And that in many ways is something that I get frustrated with, where it's like, why do I find myself in the exact same place over and over and over again? Now, look, I have gotten to different bosses. I want to make that really clear. I have dealt with new things and new issues. But I feel like there's a pattern that I'm looking at very hard right now in my life. And that pattern is one I'm beginning to realize that sometimes it's like you are. I hate when people say stuff like, well, it's obvious that you're the problem. No, but you're the problem if once you see what the problem is, you don't remove yourself from it. Where you say to yourself, this keeps happening because I keep ending up right here. This is the place I always end up, and I end up here for these reasons. The people who are giving me a problem, or the issue is the problem, the best way to do this is to make sure I don't end up here. And sometimes it's about choosing not to head off in that direction, no matter what I think the rewards are at the end of it. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, it does. It makes sense. But if I can be devil's advocate,
please,
then I think it goes back to the focusing on the problem, and you're focusing on the wrong thing, because you said multiple times in there, why do I keep getting back in this place? What if, Jimmy, you're not in that place, whatever that place is? What if it's just you thinking you're in that place, whatever that place is, as opposed to because perception is everything. And let's say you're referencing where we are right now. I'm not saying you are, but say we are. Like, you could be like, why am I back in this place where there's issues and things are going wrong, we're falling apart? Or be like, oh, look, I'm actually in a new place. We are in a new studio. We are doing things on our own terms this way. Again, I'm not saying our situation is what you're referencing, but for this, it's like, okay, yeah, there are.
Oh, I'm talking about you, Lindsay.
I know.
Okay,
That's why I'm trying to shift it quickly. But you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, because I do it too. I'm like, I find myself complaining. I'm like, I guess this is where I'll just always be. Or I do that thing where it's like, I just wish I could do A, B, C, or D. And then you realize you actually are doing that thing that you wish you could do. And so I think in those moments when we stop and say, God, why am I back here again? Take a step out, go to, your 30,000 foot view and look down on yourself and be like, what about this scenario is the same? But also, what about it is different? And then what is the thing that's happening different? What is the biggest advantage I have in this moment? And then just lean into whatever that advantage is. And that's what you look at. That's what you focus on, period. Because I know when I'm sitting around here and we're thinking about, well, Dre and Madison will back us up on this. I know when we're focusing on the problems around here, more problems happen. Would you guys agree with that?
Yeah. Yeah, actually, that lands. That actually lands.
I mean, when I'm sitting here telling you guys, change the photo, you're probably never going to change it because I'm focusing on the fact that the photo's never changed all the time. You know what? Some of that's my fault. I actually do believe that. I'm halfway joking, but also halfway serious. Like, the more we're like, we've got 10 things we have to work on, as opposed to look at these 10 things that are actually, we're really killing it around here right now.
Yeah, I will say this, not about that particular thing, but just in general. I will make the comment that I often find myself kind of stuck on dwelling on the thing that is going wrong as opposed to dwelling on the thing that is going right.
Yep.
And at the same time, when you dwell on the thing that has gone right, what ends up happening is that you often miss the stuff that could go wrong. Do you follow me? I mean, that's the great dilemma, Lindsay. That's what I wrestle with.
It's tricky for sure.
I mean,
I'm not saying it's easy. I'm with you.
That's the thing that absolutely kind of like, just you go, it's like if I don't focus on the thing that's going wrong, I'm never going to get it fixed. But if I don't focus on the thing that's going right, I'm never going to be able to celebrate what is going on. And that always kind of sets up, like I said, it's like a circle. It's like this kind of ongoing circle. By the way, we got Sam on the phone, Lindsay. So we get a dealer's choice here. We can either get him at 10:30 or we can bring him on now. How do you want to play this out?
Let's bring him on now and then take it. Well, I want to say something first. Let's bring him on now that we can take a quick break in between the two and then have him
roll through.
Let him go to like 10:40 or something. But I want to say real quick because Marshall Platter's in the comments, Jim, and he said, and you know what? I love you, Marshall, but I'm gonna disagree with you. I agree with you, but I'm just gonna challenge you to change one of your words in here because he said if you're not having problems, you're not alive. Life is a struggle till you die. It's about how you deal with it that counts. I don't disagree, but I do disagree with the word struggle, Marshall. Only because if you're calling life a struggle, then life will be a struggle. If you're calling life joy, and yes, some stuff comes up, I think it's very different. And I know you're being lighthearted about that, Marshall. And I know Marshall's a very joyous person and makes the most out of his life, which is why I can say this to him. He's not a down in the dumps kind of guy at all.
He is not. He is not. He is
No.
he's really what I call a happy warrior. That even if you disagree with him, he loves you.
Yeah, no, he does that. He lives life to the fullest. So, but you know what I mean? I think by saying life's a struggle but it's how you deal with it. I'd say, and I'm saying this to myself in the mirror, life is joyous. Now, how do we go out and lead that joy and tell those stories? And you know who tells stories really well, Jimmy? Our next guest, Samuel, who Jim, set this up for us because talk about a great storyteller, not only in all of his work, but now specifically this today, having ties to it from the family aspect. But what's more exciting than the life on the sea and treasure and freedom? But then also there's some misunderstanding in that. So we're going to dive into that today, Jim, are we not?
One of the great misunderstood characters in history, by the way, and a person who actually can speak to his reality in a way that few people can. And of course, the name of the book we're talking about, and by the way, it is so much fun, guys. This is like summer reading here. This is Choose Your Own Adventure summer reading, except the choice is being made by Samuel Marquis. The name of the book is Captain Kidd, A True Story of Treasure and Betrayal. I'm going to unpack Samuel's bio when we get to the other side of the break, but just want to say good morning to you. And how you doing?
Good. Thanks for having me on the show.
Well, thanks for being on the show. Before, like you said, we'll take a break here in a few minutes. But first of all, tell us where we do a thing that we really want people to like the author, not only like the idea of the book, but like the person behind the book. Because, quite frankly, you can tell a good story, but if I don't like you, I don't want to read it. So to that I say, my new friend, where are you sitting this morning? What are you looking at, and what's inspiring you on this beautiful Thursday morning?
Well, I'm in Louisville, Colorado, working on my newest book. But my book that you're talking about is Captain Kidd, A True Story of Treasure and Betrayal. And it's about my ninth great grandfather, Captain William Kidd, who's the most famous pirate of all time, but he was never a pirate. So how does that happen? That's the gist of the story.
Herein lies the question. And we know, let me tell you, first of all, my co-host over here is the most avid reader I've ever met. I'm not finished with your book. I'm in the midst of it. He has read the whole book. So we don't just have you come on and be like, tell me about your book, because that's the most annoying thing ever. Yeah. But before we dive into that, let's start with what you're working on now. Because you said if you're sitting in Colorado, which is, talk about some of the most beautiful views, I would assume, to be inspired. Let's start with the new project. Where are you headed next?
Well, I'm cleaning up. My new book is going to be on the Iroquois. So it's basically New York, the French versus the English, and the Mohawks fighting in the first French and Indian War from 1689 to 1701, that time frame, and during King William's War. So it's the same. Captain Kidd's still a character in it, but a small part of it. But so I'm basically, it's Last the Mohican. So I'm going from pirates to like Indian Wars, awesome Last the Mohicans kind of world. So, and it's exciting. I mean, the lead pistol shot and musket balls are flying, and the tomahawks are chopping.
Samuel Marquis joins us this morning. Okay, so I want to make a little bit, just a little bit of a pivot here, Lindsay.
Pivot?
So we pivot, and I have a quote here. On the morning of December 12th, the fog lifted and the masthead lookout cried, "A sail, a sail." Yelling up through his speaking trumpet, Kidd asked how the ship stood in her class. The reply came that she was a well-armed ship of force, bearing at least 30 cannons and following their plotted course. The Adventure Galley's nautical position was now around 33 degrees, 48 minutes south latitude. Feeling the danger in the air, Kidd snatched his spyglass from the becket and studied the vessel closely for himself. Sure enough, the huge new interloper was a huge gunship, but she was a man of war. But was she a man of war, or was she an outlaw pirate? This is the kind of stuff that you have to kind of, it's really fun. What the book does is really fun. You're trying to tell absolutely accurate history and telling it in an engaging, kind of fun way. And I think the idea of the pirate who is not a pirate means you should answer, before we hit this break, the question of what does it mean to become a gentleman of fortune?
Yeah, well, okay. So this is a complicated subject that I'm going to make very quick and easy. The golden age of piracy took place from 1650 to 1730. And during that time period, that's the most famous pirates of all time, alleged pirates of all time as well. So Sir Henry Morgan, who was knighted, a lot of people consider him a pirate. Well, he was knighted in England for his exploits fighting the Spanish. Is he a pirate? Maybe. So that's Sir Henry Morgan. Captain William Kidd, the most famous pirate of all time, co-shared with Blackbeard, with Sir Henry Morgan, number 3 on the list of famous pirates of all time. Captain Kidd, never a pirate. Licensed privateer, commissioned by the King of England as the trusty and well-beloved Captain Kidd, also commissioned by royal governors. He knew 7 of them. He was one of the richest guys in New York City, a gentleman. He was licensed to go fight the French as a commissioned privateer. A lot of people call that licensed pirates, but there's a difference, but there's not a difference in that seafarers in the golden age of piracy went from being pirates, privateers, which was licensed commerce raiders, to merchant seamen, to Royal Navy men, to wreckers, those are guys who dove for shipwrecks, which were all over the place back then. All of them were interchangeable. 1 week you might be a Royal Navy guy. 2 months later, you're a pirate. 3 months from that, you're a licensed privateer, a private commerce raider. So they were interchangeable. Modern day historians have made the mistake of, and people have made the mistake of making sharp delineations between pirates and other seamen. That those were gray boundaries back then. Okay, and then the last part of the golden age of piracy was the Blackbeard era. So that's 1715 to 1730. That's where all of our images and Pirates of the Caribbean come from, that era. Calico Jack Rackham, Stede Bonnet, Blackbeard, Black Sam Bellamy, Mary Bonney, and Anne Reed. Those are the most famous pirates, and everybody, when they imagine pirates, they think of those guys.
Do you know that? Can I ask a dumb, Jim? I've got a dumb question.
Lindsay's dumb question of the day, number 1.
You'd be lucky, Samuel, that we're only on number 1. Normally, at this point of the day, we're already up to like 9 or something. I'm a songwriter in Nashville, so of course I know the word piracy. I've thought that all in my work. You just said piracy, and for the first time, it hit me to connect it with what it means. From obviously copywriting, unauthorized copywriting, and distribution of copyrighted material, etc. I don't know why I've never made the correlation between that and piracy as it pertains to the, violence or robbery on the high seas. I don't know why I've never put those together. How, being so versed in it and what it means from Captain Kidd, as well as piracy as it means today, what's the connection to the two of those scenarios?
Pirates, modern day, technological piracy and all, credit card piracy and all that. I don't have time to really think much about that. I deal with piracy of the golden age of piracy, the only piracy that I'm that I have to deal with. I mean, I'm sure my books are being stolen and sold in China and all over the Asia. You know, that goes without saying. They steal all our technology.
Right.
But I'm not. It doesn't affect me on a daily basis. So I'm interested in the golden age of piracy. It would be my answer to your.
To my dumb question?
That's okay. We got to take a quick break here. We're going to come back on the other side with Samuel Marquis. This book is wonderful, by the way, guys. It is a look back not just on a very famous historical figure, but has a certain connection to the author since he is his great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather. We'll take a quick break, come back on the other side. Samuel Marquis.
Was that 9 times?
That's
Was that 9 times?
That was
Did
9
you count on your fingers?
I did on my fingers. Thank you
I love
very
that.
much.
Yeah.
Let's get out of here and get back on the other side. Hold on tight, Samuel.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025 while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
I think it's time to get back into that good old grandfather talk on Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack at the Degas House at Fastport Studios.
Hey, by the way, welcome back to the Fastport Studios here in the heart of New Orleans. Go to nationalapprenticeship.org or fastport.com. Captain Kidd, a true story of treasure and betrayal. Guys, I can tell you this right now. Historically accurate and a rip-roaring good time at the same time. Now that we're kind of, settled in here, our good friend Samuel joins us. He's the 9th great-grandson of legendary privateer Captain William Kidd. Samuel Marquis is a professional hydrogeologist, expert witness, and best-selling award-winning author of 12 American nonfiction history, historical fiction, and suspense books that primarily cover the period from colonial America through World War II. His American history and historical fiction books have been #1 at the Denver Post and Amazon bestsellers, and he's received multiple National Book Awards in both fiction and nonfiction categories, including Kicker's Reviews and Ford Reviews Book of the Year, American Book Fest, and USA Best Book, Reader's Favorite, Colorado Book Awards. I could go on, but that would be the whole point of the conversation and not talking about this wonderful book, Captain Kidd, A True Story of Treasure and Betrayal. In researching your 9th great-grandfather, what did you discover that you found unpleasant or you were not happy to discover, and what did you find out that just filled you with delight?
I think what I discovered was surprising was what a good guy he actually was, because history, Captain Kidd's story was written by the British Crown, which unfairly tried him and stacked the deck against him at the trial of the century in 1701. So most of what was written about Captain Kidd leading up to really the last 25 years, not all of it, but a lot of it, was from the Crown and the East India Company's perspective. And their propagandist campaign back then was to smear Captain Kidd. So because they couldn't catch the real pirates in the Indian Ocean, who were called the Red Sea Men. So because they didn't catch those guys that Captain Kidd was sent to hunt, he became the scapegoat for every piracy in the Indian Ocean in the 1690s. So, I grew up with stories of Captain Kidd, but they were all like Johnny Depp, like, where's the rum? And swashbuckling, Errol Flynn type stuff. That was all really BS. So I think the biggest surprise for me was finding out what a good guy and what a gentleman and how wealthy and important Captain Kidd. He was the jury foreman. He built Trinity Church in New York City. And New York City was very multi-ethnic, pluralistic, like modern America. It was the only place in the colonies that was. And he went there for that reason, because it was very, liberal and tolerant enclave, and looked the other way towards smuggling and privateering, getting into piracy. So the biggest surprise for me was that Captain Kidd was such a model citizen, I think. So as far as his flaws, he kind of had a temper. He was tough with the sword. He was tough on his crew. He was a lot like John Paul Jones, the father of the American Navy. So I'm not sure that. Well, I think the real thing with Captain Kidd is all the good things he did is what surprised me.
There's a lot of, on that note, a lot of surprising aha moments in this, and I think the reason you wanted to write this book is to negate a lot of these inaccurate descriptions or depictions in history, but which is, we talk a lot around here about people consuming art or anything in the world and not knowing really where it comes from. So I think this book, that's the real point behind it. But for me, an aha moment in this book, or a question mark, this might be dumb question of the day, Jim. I think
Lindsay's dumb question of the day, number 2.
Thank you. So there's in the book, when the idea that, Captain Kidd, he sails into New York Harbor, which, by the way, towing a captured French fishing boat loaded with salt and tackle, which is an image that is so beautifully set up, and my brain it can't leave my brain. And the fact that it's on the 4th of July, nonetheless. Now, this was in 1696, so of course our Independence Day doesn't come till 1776, but was that pure coincidence, or did that day carry any symbolic punch at the time? Is that a dumb question?
No, no, it's not. It didn't. No one knew about it till then. And I don't think, to be honest, I think the 4th of July was actually celebrated. Yes, Ben Franklin definitely was celebrating in Paris, on the anniversary of it. So it was celebrated starting in 1777. It became celebrated, the event. That's true. But that's when it became celebrated. So, in any case, Captain Kidd, again, he's fighting the French. He's a privateer. He's one of the wealthiest gentlemen in New York. He owns 7 properties that today would be worth $500 million. And I don't, because they took, everything from him. Didn't see any of that. His 9th great grandson.
Where's your take? Where's your cut? I think you should make an appeal for it. Yeah.
I could own half of the Lower East Side. Come on, kid, what were you doing? So, but yes, that was those little moments are incredible. Just to picture Captain Kidd returning to New York with his 34-gun warship that he's been given by the King of England and 5 of the most important people in London. But remember, he's on he's about to go on the voyage to hell on a mission that he didn't even want to do. So the most famous pirate of all time did not want to undertake a mission to the Indian Ocean to hunt down pirates. He wanted to just fight the French. He wanted to be a naval guy. Now, you don't want to go chase down pirates. So it's an interesting irony that Captain Kidd, the most famous pirate of all time, sharing it with Blackbeard, we'll acknowledge Blackbeard here, he never even wanted to go on the mission to the Indian Ocean that has made him the most famous pirate of all time. That's pretty interesting. I call it Kiddian irony.
I thought was really cool was the fact that, Lindsay, if a country ever was invented for Captain Kidd, it's got to be the United States of America, because it almost seems like, I brought up the idea, a gentleman of fortune, and the idea that you can see that he has upward mobility plans. That is often quite difficult in the old world, as even during the transitional period of the revolution that was going on there, the secession crisis that was going on there, it seems like he was born almost a little bit too early, because he's the kind of person that would have born later, would have built a fortune in the New World, would have slipped the noose, as they say, and gone on to become bigger and better things, as it were. And there seems to be something about the British Empire and the British aristocracy and the powers that be were like so far, no further. And it goes back to the idea that, does he see the movement to fighting the French as one more step to legitimacy?
Yeah, and I think you're on to something important here. And I touch on it in my afterword of my book. Captain Kidd was sort of an incipient revolutionary.
Right.
You know, back then they were no one like, and Americans loved Britain. They even Ben Franklin and George Washington, right up to, you know, the Boston Massacre, loved England. I mean, everyone loved England. What they didn't like was having their commerce decided by London and Whitehall. Americans have always been resistant. So when people always say, well, when did people become American? And when did they right away, the Puritans resisted England from the get-go. They were like, well, what do your laws have to do with us? You know? So Americans have always they love the mother country, but they're like, don't mess with our commerce. Don't mess with our business. We like to do things our own way. And Captain Kidd was very much part of that. Even though he loved and was willing and fighting on behalf of the king, he was, he wasn't a smuggler or pirate ever until he was, sort of forced by his crew to sort of maybe, go into gray areas. But what's important is that, he, like you said, he wasn't a gentleman of fortune. Gentleman of fortune typically applies really to pirates. Like Blackbeard wanted to be gentlemen of fortune. So their idea was to become pirates, to become gentlemen of fortune. Captain Kidd was a gentleman of fortune by legal privateering. And that's why he saved his money. He didn't piss it away on liquor and strumpets back in the day, like other commerce raiders, privateers and pirates and merchant seamen. They're all sailors. You know, breaking in a big way is not the way. Sorry,
Sam, you're breaking up a little bit, brother.
Are you there?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm right here. Can you hear me now?
It's a little bit better. We're talking with Samuel Marquis. You can head on over to samuelmarquisbooks.com. The current book, Captain Kidd, A True Story of Treasure and Betrayal. Yes, it is available on Audible, by the way. Samuel, as you can imagine, with most of our audience being over-the-road truck drivers, the audio version of books is very important. This is another book that'll get you several more hours down the road, so we encourage it. And Samuel, it's interesting because you've can you hear? Is he back?
We got him back, Andre. We're holding on 1 second to get Samuel back in the game.
Back in the game. So anyway, Samuel Marquis, that's MARQUIS books.com, Samuel Marquis Books. He's written many books. He said, I think 12 books so far, right, Jim?
12.
He's probably my best take into history. We're having back. So Samuel, there you are, brother. With as I was saying before, the audio piece is important to our audience. So thank you for having those versions as well. But you wrote as well as I read somewhere in an article where you were saying with your 2018 book, you started diving in to some of your ancestry and realized, like, you were the one from doing your research on other projects that realized, hey, I think we got the story wrong a little bit, even passed down from your own ancestors. So I'm curious, at what point in your life, when you first heard the family lore, and were you dressing up as a pirate as a kid on Halloween, first of all? And when did you kind of hear about it in your own young side as a child? Because then later you found out, wait, everything I've been told is wrong. What does that feel like?
I just want to make sure you can hear me and I'm coming through clear.
Yes, you sound great. Yes, Perfect. You sound great.
Perfect. Okay, good. I got it. Sorry, I had to adjust myself. Yeah, so I grew up with stories when I, kind of in the late 60s it started, and I wrote a term paper in high school. It wasn't, to be honest, it was always more, you're the ninth great-grandson of Captain Kidd, but that was kind of it. It wasn't, and I dressed up like a pirate like other kids, but it wasn't a gigantic deal. It was always kind of cool. And I wrote a term paper. I got a B- in 11th grade in high school, and I was cramming the last 2 days, and it was horrible. I got the ultimate slacker's grade, a B-. So
just send your book to that. Can you just send your current book to that teacher, by the way? That would be a fun full circle moment.
Yeah, he's actually read the book, so I contacted him on Facebook. So
that's awesome.
His name's Eric Waples. He's a very nice, great history teacher, and it's sort of funny though that and I just did the standard thing. There's a little bit of, he's always been a little bit, was he a pirate or not? But the British Crown really defined him and made him out to be this monster, treasure-bearing scoundrel. His treasure's always been part of his allure.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's the most famous for buried treasure of anyone. Because when he returned to America in 1699, June of 1699, he did bury some of his legally gotten treasure on Gardiner's Island on Long Island Sound, and he also left it with Captain Thomas Clark, his good friend who helped build Trinity Church and was a governor's council member. He took some of the kids' stuff, and also Captain Thomas Paine in Narragansett, Rhode Island. So Captain Kidd did distribute treasure, he did bury some, but he only did it because he did not trust Lord Belmont, his sponsor in his Indian Ocean expedition, and the governor of New York, Massachusetts Bay, and New Hampshire. So Captain Kidd is not a treasure-bearing scoundrel. He did it to protect himself from Lord Belmont, who forced him into taking this expedition that he didn't want to take to the Indian Ocean. So a lot of people don't know that.
You will know this stuff, by the way, if you actually take the time to dive into this wonderful book. Samuel Marquis has joined us this morning. We have been so thrilled to have him on another muscular mess of an edition of Road Gang Radio. Guys, I want you to go to SamuelMarquisBooks.com. The name of the book, by the way, is Captain Kidd, A True Story of Treasure and Betrayal from best-selling author Samuel Marquis. You are welcome back anytime. You are now Lindsay's go-to for American history. So
make me less dumb. That's what I'm going to start calling you, to make me less dumb, friend. No pressure.
No, you're not done. You're getting it done for people around the world,
Mm-hmm.
You're bringing voices to people, so there's no dumb questions, Claire.
Thank you.
Lindsay's dumb question of the day, number 607.
Lindsay, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
That's okay.
That's okay. Believe me, I get
Lindsay,
called.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at the thing here, and I keep seeing Claire. I'm sorry, Lindsay.
No problem.
By the way, make you feel better.
I'm the dumb one.
I get called Dave all the time, and it's it's all good. It's all good. Thank you, Samuel. Welcome back anytime, brother.
Samuel, I've been called way worse. I'll just tell you
way
that.
Worse by
It's
me,
all
in fact.
good.
By me, in fact.
Thank you, Lindsay. I'm sorry.
You're fine. You're fine. SamuelMarquisBooks.com. That's where you want to head over. Yes, you can get it on Audible. The book is called Captain Kidd, A True Story of Treasure and Betrayal. It's not only historical, it's actually a lot of fun. So check it out. So you can be smart like me. Samuel, have the best day. And tell Colorado we said hi.
Take care. Thanks for having me. It's been great.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Boy, we had really terrific energy from both of our guests this morning. Speaking of guests, do you want to hear what Oweida's got cooking?
I always want to hear what Oweida's got cooking, because every Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday here on Radio Nemo, the good people of Oweida check in with us on Trucking with Oweidah. They keep us a little more professional. They keep us on our toes, and we thank them for it. Jim, what are they talking about today?
Big news out of the EPA this week.
Yep.
They responded to concerns about diesel exhaust fluid with some action. The goal, by the way, is to prevent sudden shutdowns in trucks and other diesel-powered vehicles. What Ashley and Scott are going to do is break down the announcement and analyze what comes next with Louis Pugh, Jim Jefferson, and Jay Grimes of OOIDA. plus Thomas Balzer, CEO and president of the Ohio Trucking Association, on the big truck parking push in the Buckeye State, the new caucus in the State House dedicated to solely pursuing trucking and more. And by the way, we actually had our good friend Scott Greneth and Chris Hughes of ODOT. Chris is of ODOT. Scott's got his own thing going on to talk about that big push for parking over there that's happening before our very eyes, Lindsay. We're not talking about 20 new spaces in Ohio. They're building 1,400 new spaces at 33 separate sites across the state of Ohio. They actually laid the real money out. If, in fact, do that on a large scale, I mean, you could actually, if all the states follow the model they're talking about, you could have up to 100,000, 150, 200,000 new parking spaces across the country if everybody followed Ohio's model. It could create a remarkable change in the way that truckers live their lives out on the road. But, by the way, they'll be talking about all those issues and much, much more as Scott and Ashley join you for Trucking with OIDA immediately at 11 o'clock in the morning in the center of the country.
In the center of the country. Jim, can we talk about football for a minute? Because I have a question to you. Can we talk about football for a minute?
Yeah, since Mike Florio returns tomorrow, you absolutely can.
Yeah, that's exactly why I brought it up. Mike Florio will be coming back with you, and he's doing it. How often is he going to be on with you?
Once a month.
He will do once a month, and he's committing to that even during the season?
Even during the season, but that's
a big deal.
He's got 15 minutes is what he's got to give me, but he can do it.
Listen, we'll take it because as anybody could guess, when NFL season is on, it's not like he only needs to watch games. I mean, his whole life is consumed with it. He's talked about it on the air before that it's been a point of contingency in his own life and personal life because you figure out how to navigate around it. But I love, like, for me, I may not know a lot of the ins and outs about the NFL, but I do. I mean, I know enough to be in the game, so to speak, and I know that I love it. Just the sights and sounds of football make me happy. It's like I hear football on. I don't even have to be watching it. I know that everything's going to be okay. Maybe not for those players, but that's another story. But with it on though, with preseason, I've never really understood. This is going to sound dumb.
Lindsay's dumb comment of the day, number 1.
3.
No, it's a comment. There's not a question.
Oh, okay. Fair. Go. Thank you. I've never understood the why behind preseason because it's like, all right, we're not playing our greatest play. I know I do understand the why, the concept of it, by the way, but we're not playing our greatest players. A lot of times we're not putting the quarterback in because every game is a chance to be hurt and wanting to give our backup some time. We're not, a lot of people don't watch season because they're like, if it doesn't matter, then it doesn't matter. So like, what is the real why of preseason? Shouldn't they just practice a little bit longer? I don't know. I know that sounds dumb, but it feels very anticlimactic is what I'm trying to say.
First of all, it's not a dumb question. It's a genuinely not dumb question because there's a lot of intelligent insight in there that can be answered actually. And there's a darn good reason to have preseason, other than stealing money from fans, as Mike Florio talks about.
Right.
And by the way, he's right about that. The price points on those games should be significantly lower, and they should be free for the season.
I was going to say they should be free, like the first 100,
Well,
or
you can't be free because
but
you're opening your stadium, but you can make it free for the season ticket holders and then make money off the concessions that way. That's an important thing you could do for a lot of teams. That's a big thing. And, okay, so let me explain why we have preseason.
Thank you,
and it's going to make sense. According to the new labor agreement, they only have to play 3 preseason games, a lot of the teams, because with the addition of the new game, they've cut the preseason down. That has been a good thing because what we have noticed is that a lot of the starting quarterbacks did take the field. A lot of people starting quarterbacks, Joe Burrow, Dak Prescott, took the field to actually play a little bit. The biggest reason is that these camps, Lindsay, 53-man roster, these camps often start with 90 and 100 people being invited to the camp. And look, they know who the starters are going to be. But the other thing is, too, it's giving the rookies a chance to learn the playbook under actual game conditions. It's giving, when somebody really stands out in practice and does a really good job in practice, and you think, well, we got this undrafted free agent at tight end. He might actually turn out to be something. We need to get him some reps against real competition. And what you're also doing, even though you're not playing your starters, what those people who they're looking at are doing is they're playing against other players who are fighting for one of those 53 slots. So what you're doing is you're watching people function under a pressure situation. See, practice, you screw up. If you get 6 out of 10 right, you're starting to have a good day. In game conditions, knowing that you're actually playing against people who are fighting for their professional lives, you also get a chance to see how these men respond under pressure. And it's one of the best ways to figure out the final round of cuts. Because by the time you get to preseason, you're down to like 70, 80 players sometimes, and you're making those final decisions. And sometimes the way people handle themselves in actual game conditions with a crowd, where the clock just keeps on inevitably moving, where you can't stop to teach the players what they have to do right, you get a real sense of it. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. Are you saying that, it makes sense. You're saying that what I'm hearing is that for them, even though it's not real, it doesn't count toward the season, for the players, like preseason is more about the players fighting for their final spots.
Yeah.
And in those conditions, even though they're not conditions of will we make it to the Super Bowl, they are conditions for will that player be making it to the Super Bowl.
Well, yeah. Will I be making $400,000 a year, or will I be back to like bagging groceries like Kurt Warner often on occasion did? This is also really crucial too. If you are a team that has drafted a number one, your first round pick was a quarterback, and they're going to be starting the season for you, you're going to want to put them under game conditions as quickly as you possibly can. Before we actually hit this break, we have a phone call, Lindsay. Before we have to say goodbye and talk to Oida, let's get him in quickly. Who do I got on the phone, Dre?
Oh, you got a Dave Harrison hanging out with us.
There you go, Lindsay.
Hi, Dave Harrison. Good morning.
Well, hello and good morning, you wonderful people. How are you?
Well, we're good because Dave Harrison, we're coming to you, or at least they are over in New Orleans, live from the Fastport Studios, something that you know a little bit about. So we love the people of Fastport. We love Dave Harrison, and thank you for listening. And he's also over on the chat. So I feel like I'm in stereo surround sound with Dave Harrison right now.
In word and deed, Harrison.
Like that.
It's like hello from Dave.
Exactly.
Oh, don't do that right now. Please don't do that right now.
What's wrong with my headphones? What you doing? You've got thoughts. I know that you do.
Yes, I do. You know, my friends. I think that both Marshall and Lindsay, you're all correct. But perseveration, when you continue to think and dwell on something even after it's over, repetitively, and good, bad, or indifferent, leads everyone to the same path, and we have a tendency, we're creatures of habit. And we have a tendency to fall in those paths where we return to places, whether we perceive it that way or we're there anyway. Yes, life is a struggle. But I think that, earlier Jimmy was talking about the sports analogy of how sports teams do profiles when they're recruiting. The other thing about sports is the wonderful thing is you got 24 hours to celebrate something great. When you win, you got 24 hours to celebrate. When you lose, you got 24 hours to get over it. And then you got to move on, prepare for the next thing. You got to focus about the next thing, because the next thing is what you got to prepare for all the time.
Wow, wait, that's big to me. I'm sorry. I understand. I've never heard. I've always understood that I like the 24 hours to get over it if you lose, the metaphorical loss, whatever that is. But I've never heard it, Dave, also in a celebratory way. But I like that because it's like if you continue to celebrate for too long, you won't do the next thing. So I like this. I like this 24 hours for equal parts wins and losses, actually.
Well, Jimmy said it. You're focused on something went great. You're focused on that, but now you're missing on the other things, and all of a sudden things are going wrong because you jumped in the deep end of that things are wonderful pool, and you're missing things. And we're all guilty of that. We're all human beings. You think everything's perfect, and it's not because you're seeing it from one lens. Whatever that may be. And so the wonderful thing that and I've always thought that team sports, I coached high school football at one time, and I've always thought that one of the things that team sports teaches you is, and coaches teach, is, all right, we won. This is fantastic. But we've got another challenge coming, and it's coming right down the railroad tracks now. Let's celebrate, and now we go back to work. Or if we lose, we lost. That's horrible. But we can't dwell on that. because if we do, it will get worse, and we have to prepare for what's next. And I think that's the great lesson that those things get. The military teaches much of the same thing. You get knocked down, you got to get up. You win, you still going to have to fight something tomorrow. So I think everybody's correct, but I think that probably the great enemy is where people perseverate on things, whether it be about who won an election or who did this or who said this to them or how angry they are about what somebody did to them 5 years ago, or all those things. Because you can't move past it, you never move forward. That's just my thoughts on it. I wanted to share that with you. And NFL preseason, I hate watching them. I never watch them, but I always looked at it this way: it's a dress rehearsal.
Yeah, good way to put it.
Rehearsal for staff, for the coaches, and it's a good chance to review people who are fighting for an opportunity. And those same people, it gives a good chance for other teams to see them, and it gives them an opportunity. So it's good for everybody involved who's trying for the opportunity of a lifetime.
It is a great place to end it, by the way. Dave Harrison of Fastport has joined us. Always good to hear from him. Dre, you can start that music now and take us on out. By the way, it just prevents sideline chaos on opening day. Fantastic. Thank you, Dave. Be safe. Thank you, Lindsay. Be safe as well. Mike Florio, Mike McHorse, Susie Singer-Carter, Cynthia Rivard. A lot of folks coming tomorrow. Excited.
Trucking with OIDA next.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values. In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Today we are issuing new guidance that empowers manufacturers to revise their DEF system software in existing vehicles and equipment to prevent sudden, severe derates and eliminate abrupt shutdowns that create real-world disruptions.
Welcome to the show. I'm Ashley Blackford.
And I'm Scott Thompson. We're going to start, Ashley, with that big news out of the Environmental Protection Agency this week.
Yes, in a move that is being applauded by truckers and trucking groups alike, the EPA on Tuesday announced guidance that urges engine and equipment manufacturers to revise DEF system software in existing vehicles and equipment to prevent sudden speed and power losses.
And here is EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin making that announcement from the Iowa State Fair in Des Moines.
The frustration with DEF has been nearly universal. For farmers, truckers, and diesel vehicle operators, they've had to incorporate power loss and other issues caused by selective catalytic reduction systems that use DEF into their everyday life. When DEF runs out, or if a sensor fails, vehicles are programmed to automatically lose significant speed and power, leaving farmers stranded during harvest season and truckers stuck with transporting America's goods. These DEF systems do not always operate as intended and can cause operational delays and economic hardship. These failures are often quite inconvenient, but worse than that, they threaten operational reliability, delay deliveries, interrupt farm work, and halt construction projects. That's unacceptable. The best part about this issue is that it's so easily fixable, and the Trump EPA is on it.
The action comes by way of guidance to engine and equipment manufacturers, calling on them to revise their DEF system software on both existing vehicles and equipment to prevent sudden shutdowns known as derates, which began when DEF became mandatory in 2010. When a shutdown like that happens on a heavy-duty truck right now, they can be forced to suddenly crawl at a speed of 5 miles an hour if the issue isn't resolved within 4 hours.
These modifications provide more flexibility and reliability without compromising air quality or emissions reductions. We've even streamlined the process to go about this. No separate EPA approvals will be required beyond our guidance letter we're releasing today. And manufacturers have assured EPA they are ready to take action on these changes. Consider the status quo, where you are currently forced to come to a screeching halt of 5 miles per hour within 4 hours, regardless of circumstances. Now, here are the specifics on how we significantly improve this situation. For heavy-duty trucks, for example, after a confirmed fault, like a failed sensor, the driver will see a light and no other impact for 650 miles or 10 hours. This first interval is designed to have no impact for at least one workday after the issue is detected. Then the engine is derated 15%, which won't limit the vehicle's speed. For reference, a Class 8 tractor needs approximately 250 horsepower to go 70 miles per hour. The engine will continue to perform like this, not limiting the truck's ability to accomplish its mission for 4,200 miles, or roughly 2 work weeks before reducing power. Only after 10,500 miles, or 160 hours, the equivalent of 4 work weeks, will the vehicle see a speed derate down to 25 miles per hour where it will remain until repaired. We expect most operators to repair their vehicles within a couple days or weeks, and all to be able to make the repairs before they reach the 10,500 miles or 160 hours limit.
In a statement, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association applauded the move, thanking Administrator Zeldin for listening to the men and women behind the wheel who keep America's economy moving. OIDA President Todd Spencer wrote that EPA's guidance establishes more common-sense inducement schedules that will help drivers maintain safe control of their vehicles as they diagnose and remedy faulty DEF and selective catalytic reduction systems.
The statement went on to say that more flexible inducement speeds and times will help truckers finish their trips, plan for necessary maintenance, and avoid parking their truck for an extended period simply because of a false alarm. Nonsensical inducement rules have sidelined small business truckers for too long, Spencer wrote, and this accelerated relief shows what can be achieved when regulators hear directly from the people doing the job.
So we know what the EPA is aiming to do here now. Let's get into specifics with the help of some reinforcements. We've got OIDA Executive Vice President Louis Pugh and OIDA Compliance and Regulatory Supervisor Jim Jefferson here in Studio A. Gentlemen, good to see you.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
And joining us on the phone from OIDA's Washington, D.C. office is Jay Grimes, OIDA Director of Federal Affairs. How you doing, Jay?
Doing well. Good to be with you.
Good to have you. We got a lot to get to here. I want to start by kind of going around the table and the phone, I suppose, here, and getting your initial reaction to the DEF announcement. Louis, let's start with you.
I'm happy to see it. I'm glad that the administration and the EPA are listening to truckers. Kind of reminds me of when Trump was in the last time and we had some EPA hearings, but a little disappointed that they didn't get rid of DEF all the way together. I'm sure our members will be too. But I mean, hey, this is a big first step. We'll take it, and getting rid of the EVs and all that stuff. So we'll take it. And hopefully as time goes on, we'll get moved on down the road. I know that they have to do these things in baby steps.
Yeah.
You know, you just can't take the whole bite out of the apple at once as much as sometimes we'd like them to.
Yeah, and we'll certainly get into those specifics here in just a moment. But Jim, your reaction to the news?
Yeah, I agree with Louis. I mean, I think it's definitely a step in the right direction. We get a lot of calls on issues with the DEF system. So it's definitely a step in the right direction. Hopefully we can push that a little bit farther and get DEF eliminated completely.
Yeah.
I think that's what what most of these guys are looking for is just to get rid of it because it's not beneficial.
And Jay?
Yeah, I think it shows that EPA is listening to the men and women who are driving these vehicles, have to deal with when they're not working the way they're supposed to. And, on the heels of the endangerment finding proposal, which would roll back some burdensome greenhouse gas emissions, there were a lot of questions on if that was going to apply to DEF. And answer is no, but I think this guidance today shows that EPA understands some of the problems that are happening out there. This guidance is kind of a quick fix that can go into effect pretty quickly. And I think it also signals, they're working on considering some other options that might be coming down the road.
I think fair to say consensus on DEF is not positive. I'm curious, though, Jim, how much do you hear about this?
We get a lot of calls from members with problems with DEF. I mean, here's an example of an average day for a guy that has an issue like this. They start the day off, everything's great. They start the vehicle up, they're off on the road. They get into their trip, the check engine light comes on with a DEF code fault. So now they've got a warning. They've got 4 hours before it starts to derate. And they're regulated at 55 miles per hour at that point. So now they've got to find a shop so they can get it in and get it looked at and see what's going on with it. So, you get into midday, they get another alert that says they've got 60 minutes before the truck derates to 5 miles per hour. So they finally get it into a shop. Shop guy says, oh, yeah, we can help you out. But that's a part that we got to order and have overnighted in. We don't have it available right now. So now they're stuck. Now they got to spend money on a hotel. They've got additional fuel expense to get to the shop. They've got food expense overnight. Part doesn't come in until the next day. So now they got to call up the broker and say, hey, this load's going to be late. They got to deal with that. We all know that if the load's late, the broker's going to charge you for it. So now they're going to lose money on that as well. They finally get the truck running the next day. They get back in the truck and head out to deliver. But over the course of that, they've got 24 hours in downtime. They've got lost revenue. They've got additional expenses from hotels and food, plus the reputation of, well, now my load is late, and that's what the broker's going to think of me. So the broker may not give them another load.
Yeah.
And that's assuming that they even get the truck in when you get there.
Right.
I mean, you may pull up to that shop and I'm like, well, we're booked right now. We can't even look at this for 2 days. Yeah. Which is a real world scenario. It happens a lot as well.
The thing that's maddening, too, about it is, before 15 years ago, this wasn't
an issue.
This wasn't an issue.
No. Right.
Exactly. I mean, what's maddening to me about it, and I say this every time I've testified about this, every hearing I've been on this and everything, did we really fix a problem? Or do we create more of a problem? Because nobody talks about the unintended consequences of this rule in the first place. Trucks lost fuel economy. So by losing fuel economy, what's that mean? That means we have to drill more oil. We have to haul more oil. We have to refine more oil. We have to pump more, we have more emissions going out because the trucks aren't getting as good fuel mileage. So you have that. Then we throw this DF stuff into the mix that has to be made from urea and get it from the ground, process it, all the things. Them stupid plastic jugs that a lot of truck stops now have pumps.
Yeah.
But before they all had pumps, you see them stupid plastic jugs in boxers or whatever. They come in everywhere, and you still see them some.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, how much pollution is that putting in the landfills?
Yeah.
You know, so, again, did we really fix the problem? Because trucks once they went to electronic engines in the mid-'90s, or late,
much cleaner,
much more efficient. Now, hey, I owned a 2012 International, and it didn't have DEF. It stuck with EGR, and it had its own problems for damn sure. But I mean, I will say it was clean. I mean, there's no doubt about it. It was clean burning. But again, did we really? I guess nobody can ever tell me or ever say, did what we tried to fix offset what it cost us, like I said, with the unintended consequences of this stuff. Not to mention the mountains and mountains and mountains of parts, because it's taken 15 years to get this stuff to work half-assed correctly, if it's, at the most, and it's constantly, I know with my truck, it's constantly, well, you got to put this on now because this part's better than that part. So now we're manufacturing more parts and, downtime, and it takes more trucks to be on the road. It's more congestion because these trucks are not, you can't depend on, they're not as dependable as the trucks were prior to this as well.
Yeah, and all it takes is one sensor to fail, and the truck's in the shop. And the sensor is about the size of a pen.
Yeah.
So for a part the size of a pen causes all of these problems and all this expense for a driver out there.
And to that point too, Jim, we were talking earlier, the folks that are having problems with DEF right now, a lot of them are having a lot of problems.
Yes.
It's like if it goes bad, one day,
really
the
bad.
chances of it going bad again, I mean, you get calls like that all the time.
Yeah, I had a call just yesterday from a guy that called in, and he has had his truck in the shop. In the last 4 weeks, he's had the truck in the shop 6 times for DEF-related problems, sensors and things that needed to be fixed.
Yeah. From a regulatory standpoint, Jay, and, to your point, Louis, you said initially this is a good first step. I think most truckers out there, especially those who have had problems with DEF before, would like to see this go away entirely. The EPA did not go that route, Jay, and I think there's a reason for that. Can you talk a little bit about the process here and why this is being looked at as a first step, and maybe what does the second step look like and third on down the line?
Yeah, and there's a couple different paths that all of these DEF, SCR, NOx emissions rules kind of emanate from, going back to 2010, 2014, and those are regulations that are on the books, and the process to withdraw those rules, amend those rules can be, years long, as we know. So when you kind of go the guidance route to make, small correctable changes, that can be done a little quicker. And this guidance is going to kind of update those inducement schedules, allowing more time for drivers to diagnose, remedy their problems, stay on the road, not to pull over immediately just because of a false sensor. So you're going to have a lot more lead time to deal with that. Kind of moving ahead to the next NOx rule that is currently scheduled to go into effect in model year 2027, which creates some more significant NOx emission standards levels. But also a big piece of this new rule is more self-diagnosis for drivers, the ability to understand when your DEF is not working properly. This new rule is going to have some more inducement relief. The guidance is going to kind of bridge the gap for that. But we also know at the same time that the current administration has indicated they're reviewing that NOx rule as well. So there might be some changes down the line over the next 2 years before some of the next rules are going into effect. I think this guidance today is another indication that the administration is listening to the industry, and I think they may be considering some more changes to those 2027 rules, maybe potentially looking at some of those older rules that are on the books now. Ideally, we want to have a practical, achievable emission standards, because one aspect to this, and something that we've told EPA for years, is that if these systems are too costly, and that's kind of what we're seeing on some of the newer vehicles with all this technology, drivers, motor carriers are going to, go to those older trucks, and you're not going to get the emissions reductions that EPA wants to see. So we got to find a more achievable middle ground. As Louis mentioned, the trucks that have been coming out for going back to the 90s do a pretty good job of getting that cleaner air. And some of the technical and technology problems are really hard to deal with, really costly, really timely to get fixed. But this guidance is going to allow a lot more time to really understand what the problems is with those systems, be able to better schedule your maintenance, and to complete your trip before you have to pull over. Right now, it's I think a 4-hour window, and you're going to be down to 5 miles an hour.
Yep. The
guidance here is much more common sense. Mileage windows, time windows, and speed windows.
Now, we've reached out to the OEMs for comment, and we'll provide those reactions when we hear back from them. But what about the feasibility of this? EPA said they've developed this plan in collaboration with the manufacturers, but what's this going to look like? It's obviously an easier fix, I would assume, for the newer trucks, starting with model year 2027.
Yeah. And Jim or Louis?
Yeah, that's kind of the next step to drop. And again, when you're looking at these EPA rules, and again, one of the problems with these historical regulations is that the EPA has jurisdiction over the engine manufacturer. They're not having jurisdiction over the end consumer, the small business trucker that has to purchase these vehicles. So the truck manufacturers, the OEMs, are the ones that are going to have to be in compliance. And it's really hard to predict what their business model is going to be. We've seen a press release already from the Truck and Engine Manufacturers Association saying that manufacturers are preparing to make the new programming available on a staggered basis across many different model years, configurations, and variants. So, and from what we've heard from EPA, it's the intent to get this stuff rolled out pretty quickly. But I think, as Jim mentioned, all the millions of trucks that may need to be updated is going to take some time, hopefully sooner rather than later. And we don't know, if there's going to be costs associated or, how long it's going to take to get these completed.
Well, that's the thing too, Jay. We were talking about this earlier before we flipped the mics on. The questions about what this is going to look like. So if you're going in with an existing vehicle with a DEF system on it, you're going to be going in essentially for a software update. Is that right, Jim? That's the way you understand it, and Louis?
Yeah, that's the way I understand it.
Which should be a pretty simple process in theory.
Right. So the questions that that we're going to get after this are, okay, where do I go to get this done?
Right.
How long is that going to take? And most importantly, how much is that going to cost?
Yeah, and we don't know the answer to that.
Yeah.
Right now.
Well, I'm sure it'll be based on how long it takes to do it. So you're probably going to pay an hour or two of service. It's just the way it's going to be.
Yeah.
For guys and gals out there that are getting their trucks done. I mean, I can't believe it take more than an hour or two to reprogram the computer, but who knows?
Who knows?
And I mean, that's the thing with all this crap, that it's so expensive. Just like Jim talking about the person with 4 of these problems in a month. Service rates in garages most truck garages are $200 an hour now.
Yeah.
So not only you have that time, but you have all that time. And, a lot of times with these sensors, what the problem is, the mechanic probably knows the sensor is wrong, but he's got to do all these other stupid checks first, which, go into 2 or 3 hours of diagnostics just to figure out exactly what the problem is.
Yeah. I maybe I'm being too optimistic, but is there a scenario where, I think I already know the answer, where the OEMs are like, hey, come on in, at your convenience. We'll do the software update. It'll take 5-10 minutes. You can be on your way.
Wouldn't we like to believe that's the way it works?
That's what I'm saying. Maybe I'm being too Pollyannish here.
Okay, Pollyanna. Well, yeah. I'm sure that for some members and some folks out there, if you have a good relationship with a garage or a dealer that you work with, they'll probably work with you on that. But I think most places are just going to get charged to do it.
Yeah. And these are things too, I'm sure, Jay, in your conversations with EPA, and Louis, you've had conversations with EPA, Todd Spencer's had conversations with them as well, laying out why this is such a problem. I think you testified back in 2022, a few years ago, to the EPA, and essentially called them out and said, hey, this stuff it's not making sense, for the reasons that you laid out earlier. They are very receptive, it seems like, to what OOIDA has been telling them about this very, this very issue, issues that are similar to it. As we look at the deregulatory process, it is encouraging to see them taking a swat at this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's totally encouraging. I mean, there are a couple of people on the internal side of EPA that we've dealt with in the past, and them or their spouses have some trucks, and they understand firsthand these problems, and they've really been trying to help us along the way. And of course, get caught up in political stuff. That's the problem with all these agencies. They get caught up in political stuff, and I'm the first person, I say all the time, agencies shouldn't be political. Mm-hmm. EPA, FMCSA, none of these agencies should be political, but unfortunately they are.
Yeah. It's just the nature of the way it is.
It's just the way it works, and it shouldn't be. So, and I'm not giving the end, and I don't want to sound like I'm giving OEMs and these people a pass, but, OEMs have put on bear a heck of a cost in all this because they've been told to do this for so long. So they've been doing things to try to get these trucks or, studying and figuring out ways not only for the internal combustion engine and exploratory, but also for electric trucks. Now all that stuff's getting pushed out of here, and we're going back to the old way, which is good. And I'm sure they'll agree that they're probably happy about it. But just thinking about the money, they've laid out a lot of money on this, too, unfortunately, too. And it's, it's a shame that they got sent down that rabbit hole in the first place.
Yeah, because now you're basically trying to put the toothpaste back in the tube.
Right.
Yeah.
And the people paying for it are...
Yeah, exactly. And at the end of the day, the trucker is the one that gets stuck paying for all this
getting
crap.
the toothpaste everywhere.
Yeah,
I'm trying to keep the analogy going, Louis. Yeah. Jay, your conversations with EPA, can you talk a little bit about that? Because, we talk about first steps. I'm wondering what the next steps look like.
Well, kind of separately from the DEF guidance and those rules, we know EPA is going to be holding a public hearing on the endangerment finding proposal, which applies to the Phase 3 rule on electric vehicles that is set to go into effect right now in model year 2027. I think we're optimistic that will get withdrawn, and then previous greenhouse gas emissions. So we're going to be testifying in a public hearing with EPA next week. That public comment period is also open through September 15th, and that proposal is wide-ranging, not only affecting trucking rules, but light and medium duty vehicles, some power plant stuff. There's a whole lot in there, and that's going to be a big undertaking for EPA that, at the end of the day, if that gets through, there's going to be quite a few benefits. I think separately back to DEF, we're going to continue to have some focused conversations with EPA so they continue to hear from the experts on the road about what can be done, what can be amended, what needs to happen to really get rid of these DEF problems long term.
I'm curious, either Jim or Louis, are there any concerns to be had with this move?
Oh, I guess my biggest concern is when we go in there and start jacking with the computers again.
Yeah.
And does that cause problems that nobody knew about or thought about, or unintended consequences? Which then, I like to hope that they can go in there, reprogram the computers, and it all works flawlessly, and the trucks now have a much more grace period. But it always seems like no matter what you do, as somebody who IT loves, have on speed dial, with my computer.
They've got your poster up down in the IT department.
Yeah, I know they love me.
They're like, just keep this man out of here.
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
Block this man's calls.
Yeah, so that's my biggest concern. I mean, again, I'm hoping, and my second concern is that this doesn't turn into, well, we did this, and then they just sort of...
We're good. We're done.
Good, yeah, and
You're
move
welcome.
on to something else.
Jim, you got any concerns?
My concern would be if we get this in place and we do this, and then 2 years down the road, 3 years down the road, a change in administration, and then they change everything back, and we go right back to where we're at right now.
Yeah. And that is
a possibility.
Entirely possible, too. We got to head for a break here in a couple of minutes, but real quick, and I just want to go around the table. In terms of what you would like to see EPA kind of maybe do next, what would you like to see out of the coming months, I suppose, after this move kind of goes into effect?
Go ahead.
I would like to see them go a little bit farther and make this permanent.
Yeah.
As opposed to making it where it can be changed again.
Which would cut off, the concern that you
make it
about,
a permanent move so that these guys don't have to worry about it popping up again in the future.
Yeah. Louis?
Allow them to do away with DEF completely. And for those people who maybe I've heard rumors that get that stuff removed from their truck, that's no longer a huge fine. I'm just...
the rumors,
maybe. Yeah, the rumors, because, they just was trying to make their truck be more efficient and run better. So if that really does happen out there, that they're not got this big DOT or the big EPA fines hanging over their heads, and that the shops will not work on their trucks again and stuff like that. So that's what, if I can have what I want, that's what I like to see happen.
Jay, Louis left you 30 seconds. What would you like to see next?
I think continue to keep their pledge of reconsidering and reviewing the 2027 NOx rule to make that a little more workable for drivers on the road. And we've already seen a proposed withdrawal of the Phase 3, and so keep those reforms coming and keep listening to the truckers.
Overall, thumbs up around the table for what we've seen today, right?
Yeah, thumbs up, no doubt. 100%.
Absolutely. Jay Grimes, Jim Jefferson, Louis Pugh, we appreciate it. We got to take a break, but Trucking with OIDA continues right after this short commercial break.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. To learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount, and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Orange Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount, and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
And welcome back to Trucking with OIDA. We've mentioned at least a few times on the show the ways in which Ohio is tackling the truck parking crisis, the latest being a plan to add 1,400 truck parking spaces throughout the state over the coming months, which is what led us to reach out to Thomas Balzer, CEO and president of the Ohio Trucking Association, and he joins us on the line now. Thomas, how are things in Ohio today?
Things are very good. I appreciate the opportunity to be on with y'all.
Yeah, we appreciate you talking with us, and we've got a lot of questions for you. Before we get into the truck parking news, and I certainly want to talk about that and any number of other topics that come up, we have been talking today about the EPA's DEF announcement. Just kind of wondering your thoughts. I'm sure you've been tracking all that news as well, and what you're hearing from your members about this move.
Well, it's, a pretty fresh decision, so I haven't really heard much, but, obviously something that, where we're tracking very closely, and something that we're obviously, wondering how it'll all pan out, but, definitely something that's interesting to the industry, and something that, we're keeping a close eye on.
Yeah. How often do you hear about problems with DEF from your members or just from, people that you talk to out there?
I think it was more frequent at the start, right? And I think it was a maintenance issue that we all run into every time we do something to these engines.
Yeah.
It screws something else up, and or we get into this maintenance piece where we got filters that have to be changed more often than we didn't know, or whatever the scenario may be. But I think it is definitely something that we unfortunately in this country have done a great job of choking these engines off to the point of being inefficient, and definitely causing more trouble from a maintenance standpoint. And so that's where we really hear a lot of the complaints is maintenance being able to adapt to it, and then obviously you have the manufacturers themselves having to adjust their practices, and with that comes an increase in cost.
Yeah, which gets passed on obviously to everybody else out there for sure.
100%.
Yeah.
I want to talk about the truck parking announcement, 1,400 new spaces, which will roughly double the number of spots on state-owned land, which is wonderful news. How much did you work with the Ohio DOT on this?
From the start, this is something that we've been pushing them on. It's a big issue for me, and has always been a big issue for me that if we're going to be able to, Ohio always talks about being the center of logistics. And its closeness to the vast majority of the population within a one-day drive, and we've seen a huge development of distribution centers in the area, and that's always been what I've said is you can't have economic development and distribution centers built without parking being part of the process, right? You have to make sure that you have the parking spots to support that, because if you're going to increase truck traffic in and out of the state, you can't do that without supporting the industry and about supporting that side of it. And we've seen a huge increase of trucks parked on the side of the road, and that's not a great place to do. And that was something that I emphasized very heavily with the committee. Is I said, most of the people in the legislature own businesses. I said none of them would ask their staff to sleep in their car on the side of a highway, just on the side of the road. They wouldn't, in good faith, do that. But we ask our folks to do that every day, and it's not right that we, don't have enough truck parking spots. That, that our drivers are, making the decision to park on the side of the road because even the on and off ramp, sides are full. So we're asking our folks to put themselves in a pretty dangerous situation for the sake of economic development. Well, if you're going to do economic development and you're going to increase your tax base, then we got to put the money forward. And ODOT finally heard the message. The governor has always been a big thing for him as well. And I think he's been pushing on it, and they put it together this year and put it through the legislature and got the money to put the spots together. And, it's something that we're very proud of the work that we've done, and something that we feel actually has benefit. We do a lot of stuff, throughout the years that you don't really see the benefit immediately. And for the drivers themselves, having just availability of parking will be a huge, immediate gratification that they can, hang their hat on, knowing that they've, the state's there to back them up.
Now, the truck parking crisis is obviously bad everywhere, but how are things in Ohio?
Yeah, pretty bad. I mean, it's the scenario just like every other state. When you take a look at the statistics around every other state, every state's in the exact same situation. Every state has the same percentage of public spots versus privately owned spots, being, the truck stops and other capacities there. It's about an 80-20 split. And, it's so when you're talking about the number of trucks that are out there that run through whatever state, in the case of Ohio, if you're going to double with 1,400, it takes a swipe at it, but it's definitely something that we're going to need to stay after and continue to do if we want to be able to get to capacity where we're not putting trucks in precarious situations.
Yeah, what does that look like? So you talk about that split there. Obviously, this is going to help. This is not going to solve the problem, and I don't think anybody would say that that understands the issue there. What do the next steps look like in addressing the crisis there, and what's it going to take, I suppose, to get there?
Well, the interesting part about the money that is being spent so far is the Ohio Department of Transportation, put this money forward, and they did an engineering study of truck parking spots in the state and where they need to be placed. And they've also did a study prior to that from some work that we got done through the legislature and the budget process that showed the lack of truck parking and where they were. And what you find in a lot of truck parking scenarios is that they go where land is cheap, which is rural areas. But as we know, where we deliver is, the more urban areas.
Yeah.
So, so that's the thing is we've got truck parking spots, but they're in the wrong places. And that's the one thing that I think ODOT has done a really good job of. And I think, the other states should look at is taking a look not only at capacity, but also taking a look at where that concentration needs to be, where the heavy points are, where there's lack of truck parking and where that is, and taking a look at that. And I think, one of the things that we've talked about in the process is there a way that the state can back funding for private, truck stops to be able to expand their parking capacity? Is there ways that we can repurpose certain areas of, in different cities and different areas that, they may have abandoned areas that have, parking or already have the base there for parking that we can repurpose to be able to put that there, to be able to get them closer into the more urban areas to be able to, to provide that piece there. But obviously being in a more urban area requires more security and more steps to be making sure that you have safe places to park.
And can we give props again? And you mentioned it there, but we've been watching this obviously as this has kind of unfolded. And you mentioned the Governor DeWine there has really committed to this issue, I think, in a way that we haven't seen other governors do. And the Ohio DOT, stepped up here as well. You talked about those conversations that you've had over the years with lawmakers and, other people making decisions on a state level. It sounds like when you come to those conversations, and we hear this all the time, but you probably went in to those conversations, they didn't quite understand the problem in the ways that you explained it earlier. But over time, to their credit, they seem to understand it now. And again, credit goes to you, I think, and your colleagues there for helping make that possible. But those conversations are really important, right? And you continue to have those on other issues too.
Without question, I think that that's the most important part is the conversations. I think the most frustrating part for folks is, government is designed to move slowly, and it's designed to make very specific decisions in a very specific manner and very thoughtful manner. So it requires constant conversation, and it may take a while to do there. And it also takes a look at, what's going on. And when these conversations first started, everybody wanted some sort of technological solution to it. They wanted to develop some app. They wanted to develop something that would alert truckers of where the next truck's parking spot would be, they went through all of the technology solutions, and I kept arguing with them. I'm like, this is not a technological problem. This is an asphalt problem. There's no other way out of this. The volume and the number of truck parking spots is dependent on the number of asphalt or the amount of square footage of asphalt you lay down. So that has been part of the conversations. Everyone was looking for the easy out. In the form of some sort of technological solution instead of the hard side of, hey, we got to pay for asphalt, and asphalt's not cheap. The engineering of it, the building out of it, the services of it is not cheap. So that I think was the hard part is when you have states that are cash strapped anyway, especially when it comes to transportation money. That has been the argument. And we even talked to them about, hey, we'll fund it. Like, we will find ways that the industry can fund this. But we have to know that money is going for that specific purpose. But I think that has probably the biggest hurdle to get over was, you identified the lack of political will, and then as well as the lack of funding to be able to do it. And, when the governor stepped up and said, I want truck parking spots, like this became a priority issue for the administration. And the Ohio Department of Transportation fought for it, and we went, full tilt on it because it's obviously an issue that's extremely important to our members and your members to be able to do that. And when we got into, the side where we started getting into some heated arguments about it, we relied on you. And I think that's the interesting part about the relationship that the Ohio Trucking Association has with OIDA is we got a great relationship. I mean, Louis Pugh lives in Ohio.
Yeah.
And some of your board members live in Ohio. Like, we represent the same membership profile as OOIDA for the most part that most states do as well. And that's I guess the benefit of putting in that coalition together to be able to get this done is when legislators started hearing from your members and my members that this is a priority issue, they had no reason to not say yes, because we had already found the money, we had already found the solution that was necessary to get it done.
Thanks to all the hardworking drivers across the U.S. from the Allen Lund Company.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
High heat and low lubricity can break your diesel fuel down fast. Summer driving means crowded roads, more stress, dust, and a bigger risk of costly engine damage. Howe's Diesel Defender protects from the inside out, cleaning, lubricating, and fighting injector wear. Visit Howe'sProducts.com.
Are you tired of the IRS following you around like a dark cloud? Call 888-557-4020 and get your life back.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
And we're still speaking with Thomas Balzer, CEO and president of the Ohio Trucking Association. We've talked a lot about truck parking so far. Also part of the state budget, a new measure related to CDL testing. I think the idea here is to make it more accessible for folks out there. Can you talk a little bit about what that measure is going to do?
Yeah, the interesting part about CDL, third-party CDL testing, is when the state transferred from state-run testing facilities to private testing facilities, there's still a law in the books that regulated how much they could charge, the maximum amount that they could charge. And it was still under kind of a state thinking. And an interesting part about the state is that they don't have to generate revenue. They have funding that's available for them to be able to pay for staff time and benefits and rent and all of those other things that they can offset this with. Where when private businesses do that, the revenue that they bring in is what funds that business, is what funds salaries and benefits. And what we're hearing from the third-party testing facilities is that we can't sustain this. Like, it's such a low amount of money that we just can't sustain that. And so what we did is we went through the process, and we had been talking about it for, another issue that we've been talking about for many years is, we need to be able to find the funding or allow the people in the free market to do that. Now, there again, obviously we don't want people price gouging, but if somebody walks in and says, hey, I've got a driver and I need him on the road tonight, and I'm willing to pay you $500 to test him if you can have it done by 6 p.m., and they're willing to do it, and they have the space to do it, great. But the other thing is we also wanted to be able to say $83 is not enough money to be able to get that testing done and pay for a testing facility. And so what we were seeing happen is that people who were charging that rate were doing it either as part of their school and only testing their students, even though they were technically open to the public, that they were still full up with their own students. That's why they had the third-party tester. And then the other side of the coin is that we had so many people out there that just didn't have the staff because they couldn't afford to hire enough staff to be able to do the tests. So what this allows them to do is charge an adequate amount of money to be able to get the test done, and then also provide those services to get that done. So there's a lot of trust that goes in that, and that people aren't going to do that. But we also know that if someone's going to go out and charge $250 a test, that they're not going to be in business very long because no one's going to be going there anyway.
Yeah, true.
I wanted to ask, earlier this year, you were involved in developing something called the Ohio Trucking Caucus in the legislature there in Columbus. It's a bipartisan group. I'm curious, what was the idea behind this?
Yeah, that's kind of been a thing that we've been tossing around for a while. You have all these caucuses out there that deal with specific issues, but no state had a trucking caucus, and I don't even know, honestly, if Congress even does.
Yeah.
But really, what we wanted to do is we wanted to put together like-minded legislators who said, "Hey, I want to support the industry. How do we do it?" And we put together the bipartisan group, and that's one of the great parts about representing the trucking industry is that we don't get into partisan politics. Trucking and roads are non-political. It's about doing the right thing for the industries. It's about doing the right thing for the country. And so we put together the group and said, hey, here's what we're standing for. If you're in, you're in. We'd love to have you. And really, we put together a pretty large group off the start of people who represent the trucking industry and wanted to be able to move legislation forward that helps keep the industry safe, but also keeps the industry moving forward. And so it's been a great success. We've had one meeting so far. We will continue to meet. And what we've basically done is taking our priority issues that we've talked about as an association and put it in front of this group and said, hey, we want to talk about litigation reform. We want to talk about towing reform. We want to talk about how do we provide the truck parking pieces and that's kind of things that benefit the industry specifically. And it's been really great because it's been opening up those conversations in a way that is very specific to the industry.
Yeah. You mentioned a few of the issues there that you're bringing up with them. I'm curious about the group, and I can't remember offhand how many legislators are in this bipartisan group, but the makeup of them, do some of them come from trucking backgrounds? Do they have trucking knowledge, or do they come in with it? Kind of, I guess, how was this group formed, and how were these people chosen?
Yeah, I think the interesting part about that process is that, in Ohio, we've been unfortunate in that we haven't had any trucking company owners or folks who, are independent truckers as, part of the legislature, holding legislative positions. And so we were very fortunate this last election round to have a gentleman by the name of Jack Daniels, who owns a trucking company in Northeast Ohio, elected to the legislature. And he has, he's one of the chairs of the caucus. So it's been great to have that knowledge there and have him be able to share that knowledge with other members of the legislature they're talking. And then we picked another Republican from the Senate side who's been very supportive of the industry. In fact, he was the one who carried our latest towing reform piece. And then on the Democratic side, we picked two individuals, one from Columbus and one from Toledo, that have represented and been supportive of the industry in the past and bring their own perspective from that side as well. And so really it kind of came together of past supporters of the industry and people we've had really good conversations with. And then we've sent it out to all the legislative members, and we had I think 48 folks sign up.
Wow.
Off the start. And so I think we're almost close to 60 now. And as more and more people get to know more and more about it, I think we'll pick up a lot more. And especially since, they're being nonpartisan helps out, because then, you don't have, that black cloud hanging over your head that gets people to shy away. So
I love this idea. I obviously don't follow every state legislature all that closely. I do, but not to this degree. But this is a great idea. Are you familiar, or do other states do something like this? It seems like a no-brainer in terms of getting these issues out there and making some headway on them.
Well, I adore my colleagues, so I would imagine that there'll be quite a few more things popping up. But no, as far as I believe, we're the first and only at this point.
It's an excellent idea.
Yeah,
it's a great idea. Yeah, again, it's like a no-brainer. Whose idea was this? Do you want to take credit, or you want to give someone else credit for it?
Sure. No, it was a conversation for myself, and we have a lobbying firm that we work with, and Michael with the lobbying firm who's kind of our point person there. We were sitting around talking. He's like, "Hey, we should do a trucking caucus." I'm like, "That is a genius idea." So we started building it out. It actually just kind of happened just based off of a conversation that we had, just one day sitting around in the meeting room.
Yeah, I would get on the horn with your colleagues at other state associations and say, hey, this is something we're doing here, and it holds a lot of promise. I love that idea for sure.
Well, they know. They know.
You've made it clear. All right, good.
I've made it very clear. I've told everyone I can. So
that's great.
That's good. Yeah. Zooming back out to the national level, we've seen over the past couple of months a lot of deregulatory action, from English proficiency enforcement to the killing of speed limiter proposals. The proposal. Are you encouraged by what you've seen so far?
From the trucking specific side, yes. I mean, I definitely think that, taking a look at, speed limiters are one of those things that I've always believed is a company's decision. Company that I worked for, we had them. We did that for very specific reasons based off of our fuel economy. So that's a decision we made. And I've always felt that's something that should be made on a company by company decision process. I don't think that's something that should be mandated across on a federal guidelines thing. So I definitely feel that there is some progress being made on that end, and definitely taking a look at getting rid of some of the regulatory oversight that we have. It's just a little, I guess I shouldn't say little, but it's cumbersome to the industry for no specific reason, right? Other than making somebody feel good. And that's always been something that I feel that any agency that regulates any business is, if you're going to put a regulation, is that, you better have very good reasons and specific reasons for that regulation. And that it may have, when you're doing the cost benefit analysis, that should be solid. And I think that that's one area that sometimes gets lost, is that the hurdle of the cost benefit analysis isn't always as crystal clear as what it should be. And so, that's one of the reasons why organizations like yours exist, or organizations like mine exist, is to making sure that we keep these regulators in check and that they're doing what they should be doing, instead of, sometimes running a little rogue and taking, ideas that are, near and dear to their heart and kind of pet projects of theirs, and trying to ram them through.
Thomas, you mentioned Louis Pugh, our executive vice president here. He's a Buckeye fan. I know football season's right around the corner here. I think you've been in Ohio for about 10 years or so. Have you caught on to the college football culture there?
It's been 12 years. Yeah,
12 years,
it's interesting. I will tell anyone who asks me specifically, I'm a Buckeye fan, I'll say yes. But it's interesting, as a guy who played football his entire life, I'm not really a sports guy, so I'm a rare breed in this town. I will tell you that, because everyone in this town is a sports nut. So yeah, but no, it's definitely exciting. I love watching those games. I love hearing the hype and the people in this town. I mean, it's definitely one of those towns that definitely Ohio State football is paramount, and it's fun to see those young men succeed at something that is obviously a lifelong goal. And I've got some really good friends who used to play for them as well, and it's great to see what that kind of activity can help and further people's careers and lives.
Yeah, there is definitely the culture there, right? Is top tier.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure. Yeah, it's out of control, right? In a lot of ways, in a good way.
Yeah, it is. It's in a very good way, and it's definitely something that they love here, and I would say I've been to a lot of SEC schools, and it definitely rivals that side and that culture as well.
What's the highest level you played? You mentioned you played football.
Well, I got quite a few funny stories, but I made it through high school and got recruited by colleges, and then decided to go a different direction. And probably should have stuck it out.
Yeah, we'd be talking to Hall of Famer Thomas Balzer now, maybe, instead of.
No, I always tell the story about how I went to my first football camp and I got hit the first time and got my wind knocked out of me.
Yeah.
And I realized I was in the wrong place.
Yeah. You're like, I'm good. That's good. Yeah, for sure. Hey, Thomas, we really do appreciate your time. Love what we're seeing out of Ohio there and everything you're doing, for sure. Any final thoughts here before we let you go?
No, I definitely appreciate you guys reaching out, and happy to come on anytime and talk about the work that we're doing, and definitely want to say a big thank you to your members and what they do, not only for the industry, but to support the work that we're doing, the work that you guys are doing. I think it's one of those things I've always felt that OIDA and state trucking associations have more in common than sometimes we lead ourselves to believe. So it's great to be able to work with folks like you, Louie, and you guys, and your teams over there to really help the industry be better at what it is, and to get the freight moved in a way that makes sense and is best for our drivers who put themselves out there.
Yeah, as you said, we're all working toward the same goal. On behalf of all the truckers out there who are working hard to make a living and keep America moving. But Thomas, again, thank you so much. We appreciate it,
Yes,
and we
thank
will
you.
take you up on that offer to talk to you again soon.
Great, appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Great talk there, Ashley, with Thomas Balzer, CEO and president of the Ohio Trucking Association. Lots going on there in Ohio.
Lots going on in Ohio. Lots of exciting stuff.
Lots of stuff going on everywhere, really. The DEF announcement is the big news right now.
We love a busy week.
Yes, we do. Yeah, it keeps us on our toes.
Yeah. And if you want to read more on the DEF changes, our friends at Landline Magazine have you covered. You can visit landline.media for all the details there.
Yeah, lots of details to go through and a lot of unanswered questions. We'll continue to monitor
keep
that,
our eye on that
to see what that process is going to look like. Until then, we'll see you next time. Thanks for listening. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people that includes Jim Fetzer, Keegan White, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
Got thoughts? We'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave us a message. Or you can send us an email to podcast@ooida.com and we might include it on the show.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Orange Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.